Beyond Germs: Native Depopulation in North America. Edited by Catherine M. Cameron, Paul Kelton, and Alan C. Swedlund. Contents. Foreword by John Ware 7. Acknowledgements 11. Introduction 3. Paul Kelton, Alan C. Swedlund, and Catherine M. Cameron. 1.16 David S. Jones. 2. Population decline and culture change in the American midcontinent, bridging the prehistoric and historic divide. 50 George R. Milner. 3. Colonialism and decline in the American Southeast, the remarkable record of La Florida 74 Clark Spencer Larson. 4. A bioarchaeological perspective on Pueblo-Spanish encounters in the American Southwest. 99 Deborah L. Martin. 5. Of the Spanish caste system on the indigenous populations of Mexico. 119 Gerardo Gutierrez. 6. Contagion, conflict, and captivity in interior New England, Native American and European contacts in the Middle Connecticut River Valley of Massachusetts, 1616 to 2004. 146 Alan C. Swedlund. 7. The effects of warfare and captive taking on indigenous mortality in post-contact North America. 174 Catherine M. Cameron. 6. Contents. 8. During the American Revolution. 198 Paul Kelton. 9. Native communities within and beyond the bounds of colonial institutions in California. 222 Kathleen L. Hull. 10. The Pestilent Serpent, Colonialism, Health, and Indigenous Demographics. 249 James F. Brooks. Contributors 263. Index 269. Foreword. John Ware. I'll never forget sitting in a college classroom more than 40 years ago listening to anthropologist Henry Dobbins describe the effects of Old World diseases on virgin soil New World populations. Dobbins guessed that there were between 90 and 120 million American Indians living in the Western Hemisphere when Columbus landed in 1492. By the middle of the 17th century, 150 years later, that population had been reduced by some 90%. It was, Dobbins claimed, the greatest demographic catastrophe in human history, and most of the collapse went undocumented and was mostly unintended. It was not the sword and musket that killed so many American Indians but European-introduced diseases like smallpox, measles, and malaria. The story should be familiar to anyone who has read Jared Diamond's blockbuster Guns, Germs, and Steel or Charles Mann's 1491. Because of their long association with domestic animals that served as hosts for many of our species' most devastating epidemic diseases, Europeans brought a handful of exotic diseases with them when they landed on the shores of the New World. American Indians, who had few domestic animals, missed out on the immunity that centuries of natural selection had supposedly conferred on Euroasiatic African populations and so were particularly susceptible to Old World pathogens. According to Diamond and others, germs were the main culprit in high American Indian mortality rates. For the most part, Europeans were innocent bystanders. In February 2013, the Amarin Foundation hosted an advanced seminar for 10 North American scholars whose research seeks to complicate this simple linear story. The symposium, entitled Beyond Germs: The Impact of Colonialism on Indigenous Health in America, brought together historians, demographers, archaeologists, biological anthropologists, and epidemiologists who presented papers that challenged much of the received wisdom of American Indian mortality. We heard accounts of systematic genocide in New England and California, 17th-century slaving in the Southeast that decimated entire regions, and throughout the Americas, forced labor, population dislocations, and a wide range of other depredations. All of the scholars emphasized the same point: the structural violence of European colonization left New World populations more susceptible to Old World pathogens. The seminar participants agreed that my old anthropology professor almost certainly overcounted the size of the pre-contact population of the Americas, and he probably overestimated the effects of virgin soil diseases as well. Epidemiologists and medical historians now question whether New World populations were particularly immunodeficient, since smallpox, malaria, yellow fever, and the like rarely discriminated between native and colonial populations. The impacts of these diseases were devastating regardless of genetic inheritance. If native mortality was higher, it was because natives were subjected to so many additional stresses. In the words of one seminar participant, it was the turbulence of colonization and not genetic liability that created Indians' devastating susceptibility to imported pathogens. The arguments set out in this book will likely be challenged and scholarly debates will ensue that will perhaps lead to a more nuanced view of disease impacts in the New World. In the meantime, by challenging conventional wisdom, this book will likely have repercussions far beyond the narrow confines of paleoepidemiology. In my own field of southwestern archaeology, extreme die-offs of native populations from Old World diseases have been more or less assumed since at least the 1970s despite the frequent lack of empirical evidence, and these assumptions have been used to prop up theories of historical disjunction between the pre-Hispanic past and the early colonial period. The collective angst surrounding the Columbian quincentenary produced some of the more extreme pronouncements about historical disjunction. Robert Dunnell, for example, took Dobbins's population estimates at face value to argue that the general assumption of continuity between the ethnographic historical accounts of Native Americans and the people responsible for the archaeological record is no longer valid. To avoid projecting a colonially distorted present into deep prehistory, many southwestern archaeologists have abandoned the study of the historical southwestern ethnographies, to the analytical impoverishment of our discipline. Research contained in this book will, one hopes, encourage scholars to re-examine some of these assumptions. One of the greatest casualties of virgin soil disease theories has been the role of native agency in colonial outcomes. Native peoples reduced by Old World diseases and crushed by vastly superior Old World technologies could offer only passive resistance to the colonial juggernaut. With colonial outcomes predetermined by germs as well as guns and steel, the actions and motivations of American Indians were irrelevant to historical outcomes. Again, the articles in this book challenge such overarching generalizations. The Iroquois remained active players in the politics of the Northeast at least until the late 18th century, on an equal footing with the various European colonial powers and the emergent American nation. The Pueblo Revolt of 1680, which evicted Spain from New Mexico for over a decade, had a profound impact on subsequent colonial policies in the years following the Spanish Reconquest. The United Pueblo tribes and the various native confederacies of the East were active agents in early colonial history, and their stories are an essential part of the complex narrative of American history. This important book helps to restore American Indians as active agents in the history of colonial North America. It also helps to restore some moral balance to the story of the Columbian Exchange. The immunological determinism of Dobbins, Diamond, Mann, and others lets European colonialism off the moral hook. But as history becomes less linear and more complicated, the moral consequences of colonialism shine more clearly through the haze of deep history. Beyond Germs. Introduction. Paul Kelton, Alan C. Swedlund, and Catherine M. Cameron. European colonization introduced smallpox, measles, and other infectious diseases to the Americas, causing considerable harm and death to indigenous peoples. There is no question that these diseases were devastating, but their impact has been exaggerated. Warfare, enslavement, land expropriation, removals, erasure of identity, and other non-disease factors also undermined native populations. These factors in themselves had a more detrimental impact on some native groups, and for the indigenous population as a whole, these factors worked in a deadly cabal with germs to cause epidemics, exacerbate mortality, and curtail population recovery. We may never know the full extent of native depopulation, given the notoriously slim and problematic evidence that is available for indigenous communities during the colonial period, but what is certain is that a generation of scholars has significantly overemphasized disease as the cause of depopulation, downplaying the active role of Europeans in inciting wars, destroying livelihoods, and erasing identities. This scholarly misreading has given support to a variety of popular writers who have misled and are currently misleading the public. The chapters in this volume build on a growing body of scholarship that goes beyond germ-centric explanations and collectively argue that many factors must be considered in understanding the fates of indigenous people after 1492. Written by archaeologists, biological anthropologists, and historians, the volume presents a novel, multidisciplinary approach to uncovering factors that resulted in the dramatic decline in native populations. Using osteological and archaeological data, historic documents, oral records, government policies, and a rich mixture of other sources, the authors present detailed case studies from a number of regions of North America, including the Northeast, the Southeast, the Southwest California, and Mexico. Although similar patterns of precipitous decline are evident among indigenous populations in other parts of the world, we have focused on regions with the most abundant and well-developed sources of data to provide the best possible understanding of this process. In these detailed studies, a variety of causes, in addition to germs, can be shown to have affected indigenous morbidity. These include overwork, destruction of resources and means of production, violence, enslavement, misunderstood or concocted narratives, erasure of indigenous identity, disruption of social nurturing, and the breakup and dispersal of communities. The contributors take particular issue with a line of scholarly inquiry that has emphasized how biological forces outside of human control determined the outcome of Europe's attempt to colonize the Americas, with peoples from the former able to conquer the people of the latter continents with relative ease. This deterministic scholarship promotes several problematic ideas. Among these is the virgin soil hypothesis. First, it argues that introduced diseases spread quickly throughout the American continents with little to no influence from other aspects of colonialism and, further, that the diseases were so deadly because Native Americans had no prior exposure to them. It argues that many native groups, perhaps the majority of indigenous people, experienced infection and death from colonization's most notorious germ smallpox well before their few surviving descendants even saw a European. Second is the proposition that introduced diseases were the overriding cause of native depopulation. Other aspects of colonialism are sometimes mentioned in this deterministic argument, but only to emphasize that the colonizers' germs, not their brutality, bore the overwhelming responsibility for depopulation. The third contention is that population decline was linear and irreversible until a century or more after the first epidemics had erupted. Successive waves of disease meant that natives would have little or no opportunity to recover. Population estimates are critical to any arguments made about the effect of European intrusion on indigenous demography, yet the size of the pre-contact indigenous population has long been a subject of scholarly dispute. The earliest and most vociferous debate has been over Dobbins's population estimates. Before the virgin soil hypothesis took hold in scholarship, numbers suggested for the North American population ranged as low as approximately 1 million. Dobbins revised them upward to as high as 18 million. Thanks to the work of Douglas Yabelaker, Russell Thornton, and others, we now have broad estimates of the indigenous population size of North America before contact based on extensive archival research and modern estimation techniques. The estimates range between 2 and 7 million, with Yabelaker's tending toward the lower range of about 2 million and Thornton favoring the higher figure. Most recently, Milner and Chaplin, using spatial density models, have estimated the range as between 1.2 and 6.1 million. The numbers selected for pre- and post-contact population sizes will determine how steep the decline will be between zenith and nadir and how dramatically our representation of those changes will be affected. A maximum pre-contact number coupled with a minimum post-contact number will result in an increase of many percentage points over what might actually have occurred. Much work is still needed to overcome limited demographic evidence and inadequate methods of calculating prehistoric and historic population sizes. In the mid-1990s, several studies proved instrumental in refocusing our attention toward the complex history of European contact and disease. Two of the most important are Larson's 1994 article in the Yearbook of Physical Anthropology and Waldram, Herring, and Young's 1995 book Aboriginal Health in Canada. Larson, with his broad background in osteology and bioarchaeology, made a strong case that the skeletal biology of native populations shows many classes of disease and trauma present in the prehistoric record, and that, with the advent of agriculture and more dense settlement, nutritional stress complicated the disease process prehistorically. Larson also illustrated, through a comparison of regional studies, that while disease was an extremely significant factor throughout the proto-historic and early historic periods of contact, many groups and communities survived or even escaped the waves of extreme epidemics experienced in other areas. His research emphasized that the Americas were not lands free of disease before contact, and that experiences in various regions could be quite different. He has expanded on this theme in subsequent publications and revisits the region of his primary research, La Florida, in Chapter 3. Waldram and colleagues made similar observations in Aboriginal health in Canada, based on their work and that of their colleagues and collaborators researching First Nations populations in Canada. They challenged the idea that natives lacked immunological competence to respond to novel pathogens and illustrated, through several regional examples in Canada, populations who did recover from epidemics, even the dreaded smallpox. Waldram and colleagues argued that while acute community infections were important in early contact experiences, the epidemiological impact of sustained European contact after the initial encounter, when the volume of settlers and intensity of interaction increased, created the greatest consequences. They also suggested, based on the Canadian experience, that no single depopulation model is adequate for the variety of cases observed. The social history of each Aboriginal community must be evaluated to determine the extent to which infectious disease debilitated and depleted it. They pointed out that disruption of the social order and subsistence patterns, marginality to European settlement, and outright displacement are central to understanding the disease process. Emerging from this recent scholarship are some more informed identifications of the likely causes of population transition and decline, more reasonable estimates of magnitude of depopulation, if not precise numbers, and a more determined effort to use knowledge of contemporary case fatality rates and their variation for the relevant diseases introduced. Indeed, in a general sense, it was the apparent disparity between what we now refer to as case fatality rates among Europeans under ideal conditions and those reported for Native Americans in Mexico, Mesoamerica, Latin America, the American Southeast, and New England that gave rise to the virgin soil hypothesis in the first place. However, broad generalizations can be quite erroneous and misrepresent a great deal of regional and even intra-regional variability. Disease is extremely important to what transpired, but it is not necessarily the dominant factor in all cases. Second-wave settlement or later European occupation, rather than first contact, may have had the greatest impact on native health. In 2003, two watershed publications on the virgin soil hypothesis appeared: David Jones's article in the William and Mary Quarterly and Suzanne Austin Alcon's book A Pest in the Land. While amplifying and elaborating on many of the points in earlier publications, Jones reviewed for readers what was currently known at the time of publication about the social history, epidemiology, and immunology of contact. He dissected the arguments for lack of disease resistance in Native Americans and showed the weaknesses of those arguments. Jones established a powerful platform by directly critiquing Jared Diamond's Guns, Germs, and Steel, illustrating how Diamond's critique of the racialized explanations of native conquest and depopulation in the past was itself subtly reframed by claims that the naive immune systems of the natives were responsible for the massive loss from disease. Jones coupled background on this research with an analysis of why the virgin soil hypothesis could gain such traction and cachet with scholars and laypeople in the first place. Alcon's book provides an overview of the history of disease prior to 1492, reviewing the experience of colonialism and disease in Mexico, Brazil, the Caribbean, and major regions of North America. In it she makes important distinctions among the methods and purposes of Spanish, French, Portuguese, and English colonizers and argues that disease and mortality were very much entangled with patterns of European colonial processes, including military conquest, slavery, and labor demands, and forced migrations. While lacking the detailed critique of the virgin soil hypothesis made by Jones, Alcon's book still provides a compelling argument for the complexity of indigenous depopulation in the Americas. Mounting evidence in various regions has now established that while epidemics had devastating effects for tribal groups in several North American regions, they were not the sole or, in some cases, not even the major reason for indigenous population decline. Sheila Ryan Johansson's pioneering observation on the recovery times of pre-modern European populations and the expected recovery capabilities of many native populations, reiterated by others, bears repeating. European settlement, conflict, captivity, displacement, and destruction of indigenous means of subsistence, what Kelton identified as second-wave effects, typically had much greater impact. Massimo Livibacci made a similar case for Latin America. He pointed out that colonialism was a shock to indigenous demography, and if epidemics had been the only factor involved, native populations could have recovered within a few generations. What they could not overcome were aspects of colonialism that interfered with reproduction and fertility, enslavement, violence, and theft of resources. These earlier critiques of the virgin soil hypothesis, while gaining some traction among some scientists and historians studying the history of disease, unfortunately have had little impact on the wider scientific community or in popular writing on Native American history. As David Jones illustrates in Chapter 1 of this volume, many have been, and continue to be, seduced by the intuitive appeal of biological determinism. He brings his classic 2003 article up to date, delves deeply into the literature critiquing the virgin soil hypothesis, and provides a broad overview of the ongoing debates regarding the role of disease in depopulation and its association with the many other factors involved. He concludes that there are two parallel narratives, biological and social, and that each has a significant body of evidence supporting it. The subsequent chapters in the volume seek to break this intellectual logjam. They aim to strengthen the growing critique of the popular and pervasive deterministic models and bring multidisciplinary perspectives to bear on the subject matter. Contributors use in-depth analyses of regional case studies to offer keen insights into the dynamic nature of native societies both before and after contact and show regional patterning that is easily lost in overgeneralizing the colonial/contact experience. The chapters collectively highlight the multiple aspects of colonialism that undermined native societies, sometimes working independently and sometimes in conjunction with disease. George Milner continues our critique in Chapter 2 by bridging the pre-contact and proto-historic divide in the eastern woodlands of North America. He revisits his classic 1980 article, which was one of the first challenges to Dobbins's assertion of early and frequent pandemics to sweep the eastern woodlands of North America. He brings new bioarchaeological and environmental evidence to his long-term study of native populations in the eastern woodlands before and after European occupation. He notes that there was considerable population decline in the several centuries immediately prior to European contact. Across much of the mid-continent, prominent chiefdoms lost significant population because of regional warfare and perhaps climatic change. By the 15th and 16th centuries, population had become widely dispersed into clusters of small villages. What followed were disparate scenarios of population loss and recovery that accompanied varying patterns of disease spread and intergroup conflict that do not readily fit the classic, single explanation model of native depopulation caused by widespread devastating epidemics. However, diseases, coupled with conflict and the economic and political agendas of Europeans and Euro-Americans, still took a heavy toll on the native populations of the eastern woodlands. In Chapter 3, Clark Larson moves the analysis to the scene of Europe's first sustained contact with natives in what later became the United States, La Florida. He brings his considerable bioarchaeological background to an examination of the proto-historic conditions among native populations in the region prior to contact. The region, with its agricultural chiefdoms, was already a place of social hierarchies and resource disparities among indigenous groups. Differential access to resources resulted in inequalities that could leave skeletal indicators on the human remains of the pre- and proto-historic residents. However, the Spanish occupation and exploitation of these populations raised the stresses of forced labor and nutritional deficiencies dramatically. Larson presents extensive evidence that Spanish colonization exacerbated the impacts of disease, leading to devastating results that he terms the consequences of structural violence. Deborah Martin, focusing on the American Southwest, uses bioarchaeological and other evidence in Chapter 4 to show that life on the ground prior to contact was anything but a paradise. Episodic small-scale warfare and interpersonal violence compounded dietary and other health issues. Epidemics that followed in the wake of Spanish colonization presented an additional but not preeminent challenge. The larger challenge, she argues, was that of creeping genocide. She regards epidemics as just one component of an intertwined and systematic set of culturally and politically motivated practices that colonists implemented. These included a first wave of massacres, enslavement, harsh taxation, and assimilation that abated and then resumed in even harsher forms such as separation of children from families, forced assimilation, and the creation of reservations as marginalized dependent enclaves. In Chapter 5, Gerardo Gutierrez explores the erasure of indigenous identities in Mexico through a detailed study of the history of the Spanish caste system from the contact period to recent times. He finds that the caste system was tightly intertwined with notions of degrees of racial purity and phenotypic traits that signaled Spanish ancestry or European features of whiteness. For centuries, opportunity and economic success have been and, indeed, still are strongly associated with notions of whiteness and European ancestry, according to Gutierrez. Over time this has diminished the number of people who are counted as indigenous, including mestizos. Along with high rates of intermarriage between and among the various ethnic groups of Mexico, those of lighter complexion or with more stereotypical European features have more easily moved up the social ladder, even though they may have a high proportion of native ancestry. Gutierrez also suggests that these social transformations have been influenced by the cosmetic and fashion industries, which allow indigenous people to alter their appearance to conform to socio-economically dominant phenotypes. The powerful effect of these processes is that they have caused the erasure of the native identity, even while indigenous genes live on. Alan Swedlund's chapter focuses on New England and events tied most strongly to the interior along the Connecticut River Valley. In this subregion, epidemics and colonial occupation were slightly delayed in comparison to coastal regions, and the impacts played out in somewhat different ways. Swedlund shows how conflict, captivity, and contagion all were involved in the colonial experience. The English themselves may have thought deaths from disease were much heavier than was actually the case, not fully recognizing native movements and relocations to other communities. However, it was warfare, disruption, and the taking of productive homelands that had the greatest impacts. Drawing on the research and insights of others working in this region, Swedlund observes that native persistence was obstructed by English occupation of native farming and hunting lands, compounded by the gradual erasure of natives through the popular histories and newspaper articles that portrayed New England's Indians as people of the past. Catherine Cameron uses ethno-historical and historical data from three regions: the Southeast, the Pays d'en-Haut of New France, and the Southwest to explore the impact of warfare, captive taking, and enslavement on Native American health and mortality. She argues that European intrusion changed indigenous warfare from a social practice to a commercial enterprise. While pre-contact warfare was focused on male status striving, European demand for labor and the opening of the New World to international markets that specialized in human trafficking transformed the value of the indigenous captive. Rather than serving as a prestige good, the captive became an item of commercial trade. Europeans not only attacked their indigenous neighbors but also fomented warfare among them. Cameron shows that the result in each area was many battlefield deaths and many more people taken captive. Captives might be removed from indigenous roles by being sold off the continent, worked to death, or incorporated into European or indigenous households, where their original identity was obscured. Furthermore, social disruption, including the disruption of subsistence practices, also took a toll on indigenous populations through famine and the absence of curers and caregivers. In Chapter 8, Paul Kelton explores how narratives of disease became constructed to obscure colonial violence against indigenous peoples. His topic is the Cherokees' experience during what historian Elizabeth Fenn has called the Great Smallpox Epidemic of 1775-82. This epidemic spanned the North American continent and brought much of its diverse human population into a single and deadly event. Countless numbers of people from varied backgrounds, especially indigenous people, perished during this catastrophe. While other scholars, both historians and anthropologists, have concluded that smallpox struck the Cherokees during this time, Kelton demonstrates that the evidence is sketchy at best. Frontier mythology records that the disease did great damage to the Cherokees, but this Euro-American account conflicts with the Cherokees' views of their experience during the American Revolution, an experience largely characterized by the scorched earth strategy of marauding American armies rather than the smallpox virus. Kelton thus cautions scholars to consider evidence more carefully, contemplate how narratives are constructed and transmitted, and look upon colonialism's deadly impact on indigenous peoples in a more nuanced way. In contrast to most scholars, who look at the impact of epidemic disease at the small scale of the individual or at the large scale of the population, Kathleen Hull finds the community a fundamental analytical unit for understanding the impact of introduced disease. Observing that assessments of community health must consider both quality of life and sustainability, she explores responses to disease-related rapid population decline apparent in the small, fluid communities of native California in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. In the remote Yosemite Valley, the indigenous Awanaki people had developed a suite of responses to periodic population decline that they had apparently used over the centuries long before European contact. These included maintaining a distinct language and cultural identity even when they were forced to move outside the valley to live with other groups, accepting other people as members to build group size, and making a conscious effort to reform their identity in new circumstances in response to new diversity of membership. In contrast, indigenous people on California's coast were directly impacted by European colonization, were removed to missions, mingled in culturally and linguistically diverse groups, and were housed in prison-like dorms. These practices shattered indigenous communities, and they disappeared from view. In a final chapter, James Brooks uses Mandan oral history, and archaeology to tell the broader story of Native American strength and endurance in both pre- and post-contact times. In one tale, the Mandan warrior Black Wolf triumphs over a pestilent and pox-ridden snake, and Brooks shows how the Mandans and their neighbors had similarly survived in the face of overwhelming population loss from disease in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. He takes the reader back to pre-contact times, exploring the 14th and 15th century vacant quarter in the southeast and similar evidence of population decline and abandonment in the southwest, and shows how Native Americans had come back from each of these periods of deterioration. Moreover, Native American populations today are soaring after reaching a nadir in the early 20th century. Brooks emphasizes that European colonization was devastating for Native Americans, but it was not the only challenge they have faced in their long history on the continent. Like Black Wolf's victory over the pestilent serpent, Native America finds ways to survive and overcome the challenges it faces. Together the chapters suggest that colonial European states created what today might be termed structural violence that negatively affected the health and well-being of Native communities. This violence certainly increased Native vulnerability to germs, but it also led to long-term suffering from physical trauma and nutritional stress. As this group of interdisciplinary scholars demonstrates, the results of this trauma can be observed in the bones of the colonized but often cannot be seen in the documents of the colonizers and germ-centered narratives of European conquest. They also build on acknowledged associations between contact and depopulation by, for example, pointing out how fertility and reproduction are often ignored in deterministic models. Depopulation of particular native groups would have been a linear process only if their respective members had lost their ability to reproduce. At times this certainly happened: forcible abduction of native women from a group or ecological changes that decreased female fertility, for example, led to falling birth rates and disintegration of some communities. At other times, natives did rebound by adopting captives, merging with other groups, and maintaining their dynamic patterns of subsistence that predated European contact. Unfortunately, such recovery remained invisible to their contemporaneous Europeans, who created systems of classification that obscured the actual number of people descended from indigenous ancestors and who concocted stories of inevitable native decline. These chapters, then, demonstrate that the story of European contact cannot be reduced to a tale of novel germs acting independently of colonizers in attacking native populations lacking immunity. The fate of indigenous populations in regard to health was much more complex, involving, at the least, interactions among the environment, demography, disease ecology, cultural practices, and political economic forces and power. Yet we cannot disregard the seductiveness of a simple, unicausal explanation. We also have learned that the narratives themselves, constructed from the late 15th century onward, have served a variety of interests, but certainly not accuracy or the integrity and well-being of indigenous peoples. We believe that scholars must free themselves from the overly simplistic explanations offered in the past. We offer this volume in an effort to bring new understanding to the complexity of indigenous depopulation in the Americas, provide further examples of how the colonial and post-contact experience transpired in various regions, and develop more complete and compelling explanations of the deep traumas of colonialism. 1. Death, Uncertainty, and Rhetoric. David S. Jones. On Columbus Day, a Boston radio station replayed an interview with Charles Mann, author of the best-selling 1491 and 1493. He explained how an epidemic, introduced by shipwrecked French sailors by 1616, had left the Massachusetts coast suddenly, radically depopulated, facilitating English settlement. In a similar interview on NPR's Fresh Air, he told Terry Gross how Indians, who lacked domesticated animals, had missed out on animal-derived pathogens and the resultant natural selection experienced by Europeans, Asians, and Africans. The outcome was inevitable: when the Europeans came over, started by Columbus, it was as if all the deaths over the millennia that have been caused by these diseases were compressed into 150 years in the Americas. Indians, ignorant of quarantine measures, accelerated the spread of epidemics, which exploded like chains of firecrackers across the landscape. Mann retold a narrative familiar to most listeners. Native Americans, who had no immunity to Eurasian pathogens, had no chance. The outcome of the Columbian exchange was awful, but it could not have been prevented. Europeans were innocent bystanders. The familiarity of this narrative is vexing. Over the past several decades, fueled in part by the collective angst of the Columbian quincentenary, historians and archaeologists have conducted extensive research about the magnitude and causes of Native American mortality. Many have turned away from traditional explanations, which focused on natural selection, hemispheric immunodeficiency, and the inevitability of Indian demise. They have assembled a more complex portrait, with counter-narratives that instead emphasize the contingency and social determinants of the epidemiological consequences of European arrival. It was the turbulence of colonization and not genetic liability that created Indians' devastating susceptibility to imported pathogens. 17. These new interpretations have not yet displaced theories of immunological determinism from academic or popular writing. Man can cite ongoing scholarship and find many enthusiastic readers. Explanations of Indian depopulation are stuck in a standoff, with revisionist scholars unable to quash the familiar narratives. Why does the stalemate persist? Many factors contribute. First, the different narratives reflect choices between different worldviews. At the broadest level, they reflect a choice between styles of historical explanation, one biological and deterministic, the other social and contingent. At a narrower level, they reflect a choice between styles of epidemiological explanation. As Charles Rosenberg illustrated, observers of epidemics have swung between two poles, one that emphasizes configurations within the affected society and another that emphasizes contamination by outside influences. Second, it is difficult to synthesize what is known into simple narratives. Because of the complexity of post-1492 history, specific case studies can be found and deployed in defense of each perspective. Third, too much remains unknown about the timing, extent, and causes of mortality. In an ideal world, definitive demographic data would constrain the stories that historians tell about Indian mortality, but this does not happen. As a result, Indian demography remains a Rorschach test in which scholars and readers project their assumptions, interests, and biases. Historians, scientists, and journalists still pick and choose their stories of encounter and epidemics and craft them into narratives that support either inevitable decline or contingent outcomes. Rhetorical sleight of hand remains widespread by both sides. Scholars interested in budging the conventional wisdom need to find new ways to channel the complexity of encounter and depopulation into persuasive narratives. They need to situate their work in broader projects to root out the stereotypes that still consume writing about American Indians. This project will require scholars and activists to dismantle a pervasive ideological system. Competing narratives of susceptibility. Recognition of Indian mortality and speculation about its causes began soon after Europeans' arrival in the Americas. Peter Martyr d'Anghira wrote one of the first histories of Spain's exploration of the Americas. His work, which became one basis of the Black Legend, placed blame squarely on the Spanish. He decried how the Indians, simple poor men never brought up in labor, do daily perish with intolerable travail in the gold mines. Others, brought to such desperation, killed themselves. Forced labor was compounded by war, famine, and then epidemics, strange diseases. Consumed them like rotten sheep. Bartolomé de las Casas, who witnessed colonization firsthand, condemned his countrymen, who behaved like ravening beasts, killing, terrorizing, afflicting, torturing, and destroying the native peoples. English colonists offered diverse explanations. Although providential explanations were widespread, being good Aristotelians they saw multiple other causes at work simultaneously, including diet, living conditions, and behavior. The diversity of possible explanations allowed them to emphasize whichever ones were most expedient, a pattern that persisted over centuries of contact. In the 19th century, American historians began to rewrite the histories of European conquest. They moved away from narratives that praised divine providence and focused instead on heroic epics that celebrated the achievements of Spanish conquistadors. William Prescott's widely read History of the Conquest of Mexico and History of the Conquest of Peru defined this genre. As he explained in the preface to his Mexican history, the subversion of a great empire by a handful of adventurers, taken with all its strange and picturesque accompaniments, has the air of romance rather than of sober history. The Aztecs, repeatedly described as primitive savages, were awed by Spanish horses and guns. Castilian valor, or rather Castilian arms and discipline, proved triumphant. Prescott did not ignore disease. He explained how smallpox had struck Mexico, sweeping over the land like fire over the prairies, smiting down prince and peasant, and adding another to the long train of woes that followed the march of the white men. But disease does not figure prominently in his account of European success. Prescott's epic set the tone for several generations of scholarship. 19. Disease began to make an increasing impression first on physicians, then on historians, in the late 19th century. A.B. Holder, who worked as an agency physician on the Crow Reservation in Montana in 1892, was impressed by the Crows' susceptibility to disease, that their resistance to disease is much less than that of the civilized races. I have seen the evidence at the bedside, in watching them yield and die from diseases that I felt sure any stout white man had easily thrown off. William A. Jones, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, noted in 1904 that American Indians had not yet acquired any immunity against measles and pneumonia. Physician Woods Hutchinson concluded that they provided a highly susceptible host for tuberculosis. By 1920, the previously unexposed populations of American Indians had been described as nearly virgin so far as tuberculosis is concerned. Facing a parallel situation, medical authorities in South Africa similarly identified susceptible Africans as virgin populations. The historiography took a dramatic turn in the mid-20th century, when writers backed away from their focus on European cultural superiority and turned instead to microbes. This move had several origins. Demographers, including Woodrow Borah, Sherburne Cook, and Henry Dobbins, used the potential impact of massive epidemics to justify their high estimates of pre-contact populations. Dobbins, for instance, described Indians as a virgin population of susceptible individuals lacking immunities. Historians, such as William McNeill and Alfred Crosby, collected examples of how disease had shaped the course of human history. Equipped with Crosby's concepts of Columbian exchanges and ecological imperialism, many historians welcomed epidemics into their narratives. As Pekka Hamalainen described, the result was what might be called a biological turn of American colonial history. Suddenly the conquest of Native America seemed a product not so much of Europe's techno-organizational superiority as of blind biogeographic luck. The narratives of this biological turn, especially its recurring refrain of no immunity, have circulated widely. Consider three widely read examples: Alfred Crosby, Jared Diamond, and Charles Mann. Crosby offered a retelling of the Thanksgiving legend in American Heritage in the fall of 1978. English colonists did not carve Plymouth out of the 20 wilderness. Instead, they built it atop the lonely ruins and overgrown fields of an abandoned Wampanoag village. It was pestilence that had cleared the way for this tiny foothold in New England, and the shadow of death would be a major factor in giving the settlement form and substance in the months ahead. Europe, as Crosby explained, had experienced a golden age of pathogens that left Europeans with some kind of acquired immunity that the Indians lacked. This contrast had tragic consequences. Innocent of immunity or experience, the Indians were helpless. Epidemics devastated the tribes like an autumnal nor'easter raking leaves from the trees and held the Indians at bay until the English were well established. Although Crosby's American Heritage essay focused on Plymouth, his other works, especially the Columbian Exchange, provided the grand narratives. Native Americans, long isolated from other humans, fell victim to deep historical forces. Those creatures who have been longest in isolation suffer the most, for their genetic material has been least tempered by the variety of world diseases. These ideas continue to be taught and cited decades later. Crosby's impact has now been eclipsed by Jared Diamond's Guns, Germs, and Steel. Winner of a Pulitzer Prize, Guns, Germs, and Steel remained on the New York Times bestseller list for over 2 years and sold over 1.5 million copies. When President Clinton awarded Diamond a National Medal of Science, he cited, among other things, Diamond's exceptionally creative scholarship. What drew this praise? Diamond offered an astonishingly simple explanation of how Europeans came to dominate so much of the world. Human history hinged on the shape of the continents. The east-west axis of Eurasia allowed easy sharing of domesticated crops and animals and new technologies, while the north-south axis of the Americas impeded such exchanges. Eurasians acquired a host of pathogens from their domesticated animals and evolved substantial resistance to the new diseases. When the two populations met, up to 99% of Americans died. The main killers were Old World germs to which Indians had never been exposed, and against which they therefore had neither immune nor genetic resistance. Astute readers will recognize that this is nonsense. American Indians have 21 immune systems, encoded in their genes, that provide considerable resistance against pathogens. Yet Diamond makes this claim time and time again, not just in his popular writing but also in scientific journals. Rehashing the basic narrative in Nature in 2007, Diamond and his colleagues described how previously unexposed Native American populations had no immunity or resistance. The torch lit by Crosby and Diamond has been picked up by science journalist Charles Mann, whose 1491 won the National Academy of Sciences Keck Award for the Best Book of the Year. Jumping across time and place, he told familiar stories about New England in 1616, Hispaniola in 1493, and Peru in 1532. The Incas, as he described them, were a setup for disaster. Smallpox radiated throughout the empire like ink spreading through tissue paper. Mortality was dire because Indians had never been exposed to it. They were virgin soil, in epidemiological jargon. Inspired by Bora and especially Dobbins, he described how epidemics spread farther and faster than colonists. Epidemics shot out like ghastly arrows from the limited areas they saw to every corner of the hemisphere, wreaking destruction in places that never appeared in the European historical record. As he explained in 1493, thousands of years of European epidemics played out over just decades in the Americas. Trusting the highest estimates of pre-contact population, Mann astonished his reader. Virgin soil epidemics might have killed about 1 out of every 5 people on Earth. Although I have focused on these 3 widely read exemplars, claims of no immunity circulated far and wide. In the 1960s, for instance, Aidan Coburn gave virgin soil theory the blessing of evolutionary biology, noting that the dramatic susceptibility of American Indians to European diseases was the typical reaction of a herd to a pathogen not previously exposed. Archaeologist Bruce Trigger described Indian mortality as a cruel and fantastic example of natural selection. William McNeill, whose 1976 Plagues and Peoples did so much to put disease on historians' radar, described how Indians were radically vulnerable to the disease organisms while the Spaniards were nearly immune. Crosby offered his own much-cited definition that same year: virgin soil epidemics are those in which the populations at risk have had no previous contact. 22. With the diseases that strike them and are therefore immunologically almost defenseless. The idea even propagated in the work of the most careful and accomplished historians, those committed to writing Indian history that took Indians seriously. Francis Jennings mourned the Indians' lack of immunity. Indeed, if there is any truth to biological distinctions between the great racial stocks of mankind, the Europeans' capacity to resist certain diseases made them superior, in the pure Darwinian sense, to the Indians who succumbed. James Axtell described how smallpox, measles, and all the others careened unchecked through the virgin soil populations of the New World. Richard White told how Indians, isolated from European pathogens, had not been selected over time for resistance to such diseases, leaving them doomed to die. Colin Calloway echoed this: with no opportunity to build up immunological resistance, Indians were doomed to die in one of the greatest biological catastrophes in human history. Counter-narratives to virgin soil theory emerged almost immediately. As some physicians began writing about virgin soil populations in the 1920s, whether focused on American Indians or on South Africans, their colleagues began to express doubts. As Christian Macmillan has shown, doctors of the Indian Medical Service became skeptical about the assumptions of virgin soils and racial inferiority in the 1920s. They increasingly turned to the problems of poverty and socio-economic deprivation to explain the high prevalence of tuberculosis on the reservations. Lewis Dublin, the famed statistician of the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, reviewed the problem in 1942. He dismissed notions of inherent racial susceptibility and condemned researchers who blamed Indian bodies when the real cause was Indian poverty. This sensibility slowly worked its way into the historical literature. Crosby provides perhaps the most interesting and important example. Even though he wrote evocatively about disease, evolution, and genetic susceptibility in the Columbian Exchange and American Heritage, he struck a different note in his classic 1976 essay in William and Mary Quarterly. He described the classic no immunity model and then disavowed it: medical data on living American Aborigines do not sustain. 23. It, and the scientific community inclines towards the view that Native Americans have no special susceptibility to Old World diseases that cannot be attributed to environmental influences, and probably never did have. Noting that smallpox could cause terrible mortality in disease-experienced Europeans, Crosby concluded that the genetic weakness hypothesis may have some validity, but it is unproven and probably unprovable, and is therefore a weak reed to lean upon. What is more, we have no need of it. He instead emphasized the many environmental factors that might have contributed to American Indian susceptibility to Old World diseases, including lack of childhood exposure, malnutrition, and the social chaos generated by European colonization. Many scholars working on Indian depopulation in the 1980s and 1990s echoed this sense of contingency. Linda Nuzon, struck by variations in the mortality experienced by different Central and South American populations, emphasized how the pre-contact structure of Indian populations and the nature of the Spanish colonial regime powerfully influenced what fraction died. Stephen Kunitz also compared the disparate outcomes experienced by similar groups. Why was mortality higher among the Hopis than among the Navajos or higher among Samoans than Hawaiians? Even though they were all supposedly virgin, the different populations responded differently to introduced diseases. The kind of colonial contact was of enormous importance. By 2000 so much work had emerged about the complexity and contingency of the encounter that two works, Alcon's A Pest in the Land and My Virgin Soils Revisited, could offer synthetic reviews. Alcon argued that there was nothing fundamentally unique about the disease experience of Native Americans. All human populations have experienced devastating epidemics. What was unique for the Indians was European colonization. Had Indians simply experienced new pathogens, their populations would have declined and recovered, as happened in Athens, Rome, and medieval Europe. The burden of European colonization explains the delayed or failed recovery of indigenous American populations. Many 24 writers in New Spain in the 16th century recognized that mortality rates varied from one place to another and that the outcomes depended on the timing, duration, and nature of the colonial encounter. Warfare and slavery put particular stress on Indian populations. In sum, it was the disruption of day-to-day activities so crucial to the survival of any society that seriously undermined the demographic resilience of Native American populations. For when I first encountered the literature on the Columbian encounter as a medical student, I was startled by the ubiquitous and impossible assertions of no immunity. Reading more, I found the work by scholars who emphasized contingency, as well as work in medical anthropology about social suffering and embodiment. When I returned to the medical literature on race, genetics, and immunology, I found more reasons to be skeptical of the simplistic claims made by Diamond and so many others. It became clear that virgin soil theory and its claims of no immunity had powerful and promiscuous appeal. They provided an alternative to human-centric histories, something that became increasingly attractive as environmental history rose to prominence. They shifted blame off Europeans and the Black legend and onto morally neutral biohistorical forces. As Lawrence Summers, then president of Harvard University, described in 2004, the vast majority of suffering that was visited on the Native American population as the Europeans came was not a plan or an attack, it was in many ways a coincidence. The narrative simultaneously shifted blame away from the failings of Indian societies and onto their inexperienced immune systems, something that was simply the result of quirky geography. Virgin soil theory resonated with powerful narrative tropes, telling how virgin Indians yielded to potent European pathogens. By representing Indian mortality as the product of a unique historical immunological moment, the collision of two long isolated populations, it created a buffer between the horrors of the past and our present. It was not simply a question of getting the history right. Historical narratives inform how we think about health, inequality, and human agency. Alcon argued that virgin soil theory portrayed Indians as uniquely powerless victims of historical forces, a form of stereotyping that restricted their agency. It also obscured the 25 Impact of what Europeans actually did: the warfare, violence, forced labor, migrations, and disrupted social and political institutions. Massimo Livi described how virgin soil theory obscured other factors, and germs instead of humans became almost the sole agents of the American catastrophe. In its oversimplified and extreme version, the American catastrophe became a natural, ahistorical event, thus absolving the historian from further analysis. The crucial point for me was a simple one: Indians were not born vulnerable, they were made vulnerable, a distinction with great significance for contemporary health policy. Indian mortality may have arisen from nothing more unique than the familiar forces of poverty, malnutrition, environmental stress, dislocation, and social disparity that cause epidemics among all other populations. Historians needed to move beyond no immunity and emphasize instead social and environmental contexts. Only then can they overcome the widespread public and academic appeal of immunologic determinism and do justice to the crucial events of the encounter between Europeans and Americans. Advancing the evidence base. By 2003, a decade after the aborted celebrations of the Columbian quincentenary, two competing archetypal narratives offered explanations of Indian depopulation. One emphasized the biological and deterministic, the other the social and contingent. Over the next decade, work continued by scholars in many fields, especially in archaeology, to strengthen the case for contingent outcomes. These efforts take up four crucial topics: the high counters, the delayed introduction of new pathogens, the multiple causes of susceptibility, and the resilience of native populations. The popularity of virgin soil theory and its claims of no immunity have long been tied to the high estimates of pre-contact populations claimed by Bora, Dobbins, and others. In his 1998 Numbers from Nowhere, David Henige criticized these assumptions. In a 2008 review, he renewed this criticism and castigated the continued circulation of high estimates of pre-contact populations, from diamond to man, estimates for which there is no evidence whatever. 26. He was especially vexed that standards of proof in the debate have not changed during the past 10 years. This was not hard to explain: no further evidence has come to light to strengthen the hand of any of the combatants. Henige argued that the success of the high counters was due in no small part to the high-octane capacity of numbers to convince, beguile, and deceive. Livi, meanwhile, has offered a detailed reanalysis of one of the high counters' favorite exemplars, Hispaniola. While many writers have suggested a pre-contact population as high as 8 million, Livi uses knowledge of Taino agriculture, gold production, social structure, and post-contact demography to show that the population was likely no higher than a few 100,000. These critiques do not deny that significant population loss occurred. Instead, they bring the losses into a range that can plausibly be explained without resort to fantastical assumptions about the state of Indian immunity. Traditional virgin soil narratives also describe how European pathogens spread more quickly than Europeans, wiping out Indian populations that had not yet been colonized. The most extreme claim, made popular by Dobbins, argued that smallpox swept the hemisphere in the 1520s, decimating groups decades, even centuries, before close European contact. Careful work has now undermined this claim. For decades some scholars had acknowledged that certain pathogens actually spread slowly. Crosby, for instance, noted in the Columbian exchange that there was no smallpox in the Caribbean in the first 25 years after Columbus. Livi, who looked closely at records from Hispaniola, has shown that this was not limited to smallpox. For 1518 there is no trace of major epidemics. Other case studies have backed this up. In the conventional narratives of La Florida, for instance, Hernando de Soto led his expedition from Tampa Bay through northern Florida and into the interior of North America, introducing germs that wiped out Indian populations. When archaeologists have looked closely, however, they have not found evidence of this. Dale Hutchinson, for instance, participated in a detailed analysis of Tatham Mound, a burial site along de Soto's route. When the team looked at written records from Spanish explorations, they found scant evidence of early epidemics. Archaeological remains confirmed this. The mass graves that are often 27 associated with mass death are not present. Rather, an orderly placement of individuals into a mound with associated artifacts was found. The evidence supports the silence in the historic records regarding illness as an immediate and universal factor in depopulation. Epidemics were also slow to emerge in the southwest. Although Spaniards encountered the Pueblo Indians in 1540, there is no evidence of major epidemics for nearly a century. As Eleanor Barrett concluded, the silence of records from the 16th century Spanish exploring expeditions to New Mexico on the subject of disease and the apparent absence of large-scale reduction in the number of settlements during that time combine to reinforce the idea that the Pueblo population did not suffer epidemics of European diseases until the 1636–41 period. 5 more remote groups avoided new epidemics even longer. Timothy Brotz shows that the Yavapais of the Colorado-Gila River region were likely spared smallpox until the 18th century. Similar stories have emerged from detailed studies throughout North America. In contrast to Dobbins's claims of hemispheric smallpox in the 1520s, Gary Warwick found stable Huron-Petun populations between 1475 and 1633. There is no evidence of 16th century disease epidemics or depopulation. Even though contact between southeastern tribes and Europeans began in the 1500s, Paul Kelton found no evidence of serious epidemics until the late 17th century. The spread of the Columbian exchanges human-to-human diseases thus was not an automatic consequence of their introduction to a virgin population. Does the lack of evidence of epidemics mean that no epidemics took place? It is certainly possible that epidemics afflicted populations without leaving a trace in the archaeologic or historic records. Historians, however, should be cautious before concluding without evidence that epidemics did take place. In some cases the evidence of absent epidemics is quite good. Stephen Haeckel's analysis of mission burial records showed that even though the Spanish arrived in California in the 18th century, measles and smallpox did not devastate the California missions until 1806 and 1833. Himalayanan has shown that the Comanches, empowered by horses, initially prospered from their encounters with Europeans and did not face significant epidemics until after 1840. 28. When epidemics did strike, the impact was not always catastrophic, at least initially. Yavapai mortality, for instance, was much lower than among the more heavily colonized Pueblo peoples and Quechuas. Only after their confinement on the Rio Verde Reservation in 1871 did they bear the full brunt of disease. And Carlos and Frank Lewis examined records of the Hudson's Bay Company and found that smallpox, which struck in 1781–82, actually killed far fewer Indians than previous scholars assumed. The fur trade, for instance, returned to its pre-epidemic levels within 6 years of the epidemic. Similarly, the Comanches endured episodic smallpox epidemics in the late 18th and into the 19th century without substantial population losses. Only after 1840, and in the setting of drought and famine, did the Comanches suffer seriously from smallpox and cholera. They managed to begin to recover in the mid-1860s, when the flood of immigrants after the Civil War broke their power once and for all. These cases, which range from Florida to California and the Hudson Bay, all show that dire epidemics were not the inevitable outcome of encounter, spreading ahead of the European advance. Instead, they often arrived only decades later in the setting of encounter-induced social disruption. This, in turn, demonstrates another key point, one that has also been carefully documented over the past decade: epidemics were but one of many factors that combined to generate the substantial mortality that most groups did experience. As Livy Bacci observed, the long-term impact of the new diseases was increasingly severe the more damaged the demographic system and the more crippled its ability to rebound after a shock. Specific case studies have made this case in considerable detail. Livy Bacci's work on Hispaniola demonstrates this well. Spaniards confiscated Taino labor, disrupted subsistence activities, displaced populations, and undermined living conditions. Neither the Black Legend, with its exceptional cruelty, nor the virgin soil paradigm, with its disease-related mortality, are required to explain the extinction of the Tainos. The unsettling normality of conquest was sufficient cause. Spanish Florida has again been studied most closely. Larson's team has worked to shift the focus off disease and onto other factors, including the impact of population relocation and aggregation, changing 29 patterns of work and physical activity and labor exploitation, and shifts in diet and nutrition. Groups that entered only into trade relationships with the Europeans sometimes did fine, whereas colonized groups subjected to changes in diet and lifestyle suffered seriously. Hutchinson, for instance, shows that it was not the initial contact that caused problems but the imposition of colonial regimes and the disruptions that stemmed from conflict between French, English, and Spanish settlers. It was not simply new diseases that affected native populations, but the combined effects of warfare, famine, resettlement, and the demoralizing disintegration of native social, political, and economic structures. In this volume, Larson has framed his findings in terms of structural violence. La Florida is an exemplar of structural violence, as native populations in this setting were dominated and exploited by a European power, so much so that the entire social fabric of these societies was altered in profound ways and with social and biological consequences. Specifically, the study of health outcomes in this region reveals a subtle, sometimes invisible record of violence, not in the form of trauma and obvious injury but in the form of illness, morbidity, and increased physical activity and workload owing to labor exploitation. Similar stories can be found throughout the Americas. NewsOn has compiled data about pre- and post-contact population size to calculate depopulation ratios. Her work has revealed ever finer evidence of variable outcomes. Not only did mortality vary between highland and lowland regions, it also varied within those regions, depending on the intensity of Spanish settlement and the types of activities that were established there. Imposition of mining, for instance, was more disruptive than agriculture, while cotton mills did the least damage of all. The weight of the colonial regime often determined whether populations recovered when epidemics did strike. Alan Covey and colleagues analyzed a 1,569 survey of 800 households in the Inca heartland and found that the double burden of epidemics and Spanish colonization was what eroded populations. Even Anne Romanovsky, who at times had followed Dobbins quite closely, has come to recognize the complex determinants of outcome. What actually happens when a pathogen meets a population varies according to a whole set of factors, including 30. Population distribution, concomitant infections, diet, individual and group genetics, as well as the strain of the pathogen itself. In a 2009 study of San Marcos Pueblo, Romanovsky and her colleagues found that social conflict, not disease contact, was the key explanatory variable. Barrett has shown that even though Pueblo Indians were spared early mortality in the 16th century, they suffered terribly during the 17th, with populations falling by 75% between 1600 and 1680, the result of epidemics, disrupted subsistence, forced labor, lost land, Apache raids, disrupted trade, drought, and famine. In his study of California missions, Haeckel found that while epidemics did take a toll, more mundane causes of death, violence, workplace accidents, and natural disasters were also significant. Life in a colonial, pre-modern, pre-industrial, pre-antibiotic society was dangerous for Indians and non-Indians alike. Scholars of early New England have done similar work. Suggesting leptospirosis as the cause of the 1616 epidemic along the Massachusetts coast, John Marr and John Cathy emphasized not no immunity but the barefoot Wampanoag's chronic exposure to the waterborne pathogen. Genetic weakness was not as important as the intimate and repeated exposure to an infectious agent among the Indians not shared by Europeans. When Indians adapted to English settlement and began to raise their own livestock, they were drawn into increasing conflict with the English over control of land. Virginia Anderson showed how these tensions contributed to King Philip's War and the ensuing decimation of the Indians in southern New England. The situation in the southeast is especially revealing. As Kelton has shown, Spanish colonialism had a light touch in this region, introducing trade but little more. This changed in 1692 when slavers based in South Carolina moved into the Indian interior. Thousands of natives huddled in fortified, compact, and unsanitary towns, where the fear of being captured kept them from going out to hunt game or harvest crops. It was into this new social landscape, one dramatically altered by non-epidemiological aspects of colonialism, that smallpox did the most damage it would ever do to the region and its people. It was not pathogens alone but pathogens in the context of slavery that wreaked havoc. English-inspired commerce in native slaves was the element of colonialism most responsible for making indigenous peoples across the region vulnerable to newly introduced diseases. In this volume, Kelton examines Cherokee experiences during the American Revolution. To punish the Cherokees, who sided with the British, armies from North and South Carolina brought total war to Cherokee towns. By waging a scorched earth policy, something completely intended, they purposely altered material conditions knowing that severe human suffering and fatalities would result. Catherine Cameron looks more broadly to show how captive-taking and warfare both exacerbated Indian mortality. Studies of Plains tribes, meanwhile, have emphasized the importance of the physical environment. Adam Hodge has shown that while smallpox spread throughout the Great Plains in the early 1780s, its local intensity varied. Close attention to the interrelationships among climate fluctuations, wildlife population demography, and food shortages can throw new light on the environmental and cultural factors affecting disease epidemics. Northern tribes, for instance, had been weakened by starvation, the consequence of a powerful La Nina climatic episode. Blanca Tavias argued that Blackfoot mortality should not be traced solely to lack of immunity. Instead, it depended critically on the consequences of their transformation from a nomadic to a sedentary existence. Mary Ellen Kelm emphasized the inadequate food and appalling sanitary conditions prevalent on reservations. More than any other factor, environmental conditions probably contributed to the continued prevalence and virulence of infectious diseases in Aboriginal communities. Human agency, not microbes, was the key. Aboriginal ill health was created not just by faceless pathogens but by the colonial policies and practices of the Canadian government. Raymond Abamsawen, reviewing the fates of the First Nations more broadly, supported this analysis. The First Peoples of Canada fell prey to the Old World infectious diseases not upon contact, as the germ theory would require, but after their pattern of life and relationships with the natural world were increasingly and drastically altered. Farther north, beyond the 32 temperate Neo-Europes, outcomes were even more heterogeneous. As Liza Piper and John Sandlows have shown, mortality depended on the synergistic effects of epidemics, malnutrition, and economic imperialism. The simultaneous progression of colonization and environmental change occurred not as an all-encompassing invasion along a single line of advance, but as a series of sporadic and limited changes on the uneven border of a broken frontier. Recent scholarship has focused not only on diseases per se but also on how Indian societies responded. Traditional virgin soil narratives described how maladaptive Indian behaviors, the result of having not co-evolved with the pathogens, accelerated the spread of epidemics, and how the unstoppable mortality led to the collapse of Indian religious and cultural practices. The counter-narratives have taken many forms. Alcon's A Pest in the Land worked to demystify Indian reactions to the epidemics. Although the record is full of stories of epidemic-induced disillusionment and horror, similar scenes have occurred throughout human history, as seen in the literary and artistic responses in Europe to the Black Death, the emotions experienced, the explanations offered, and the treatments adopted by Native Americans all demonstrate the universal nature of the human response to epidemic disease. Other recent work has taken this revisioning further. It has documented adaptation, accommodation, agency, and even limited recovery in the face of dire mortality. Kelton's analysis of southeastern Indian experiences with smallpox provides one of the most carefully argued examples. Native Americans were capable of responding creatively to epidemics and avoiding complete physical and spiritual destruction. Religious leaders, for instance, offered explanations that reinforced tribal beliefs, led ceremonies to regain divine favor, advised their communities about possible responses, and improvised treatments for the new disease. Hull told a similar story in Pestilence and Persistence. The archaeological record shows that the Yosemite region had endured repeated episodes of population loss, even before European arrival, and the Yosemite Indians had developed cultural systems to manage these losses. This skill set equipped them to manage the turbulence of European arrival. 33. The outcome of specific colonial encounters was the result of choices made by those who participated or survived, exercised within the context of both their own personal experience and the experiences of their ancestors that were preserved in oral tradition. This was not unique. She examined the reactions of 10 other native groups and found widespread evidence of the ability of the native people to make decisions, chart their own course, and persist in the midst of colonial upheaval, often drawing on a dynamic long-term history and inherent cultural flexibility in order to do so. Carey Inglis documents similar resilience among native Hawaiians confronted with the challenges of leprosy. They pushed back against a government policy that banished thousands to a remote peninsula on Molokai, challenged the terms of their confinement, demanded better care, and would not let themselves be forgotten. In this volume, Hull extends this analysis and situates Indian agency in the context of community resilience. Criticizing the simplistic narratives of Diamond and Man, she calls for more careful work. The issues of health and survival are much more complex than we are often led to believe. It is a disservice to both descendant communities and our collective heritage and history to ignore the myriad factors that contributed to when and how native peoples confronted such challenges to survival, and how groups, if not many individuals, often endured. Time and time again, scholars working to document the complexity and contingency of epidemics have concluded with summary statements that advocate for more nuanced analyses. Kelton, in this volume, wants scholars to critically examine and carefully contextualize the evidence that is used when discussing colonial germs and their impact on indigenous peoples. Only then will they be able to purge the Alti memories and frontier mythology that contaminate so many analyses. Brendan Rensink warns that hemispheric generalizations divert historians away from a meaningful understanding of historical causality. To presume that the tragic fate of many indigenous peoples was unavoidable precludes carrying out any inquiry into the causal relationships between cultures, empires, and individuals. Hutchinson agrees, treating disease as a force capable of reducing entire populations to 34. Mere remnants of former civilizations also reduces the scholarship we practice to mere before and after pictures of monocausality rather than to processes of evolving biological and social relationships. Himalayan critiques the grand, large-scale biohistories that obscure as much as they reveal. Preoccupied with global patterns, they often distort the realities on the ground, where Europeans did not expand as a monolith and Indians did not die in the aggregate. He wants historians to envision alternative narratives that focus on the interplay among political, economic, cultural, and biological forces. Deborah Martin, in this volume, calls on historians to see through the superficial epidemics and recognize the underlying structures. While epidemics were horrifying and caused untold thousands of deaths, the relentless domination and subjugation of the Pueblo people was likely much more of a factor in explaining the impact of contact on biological and cultural adaptation. The Spanish needed labor and resources in their quest to conquer and colonize, and so the forces that produced morbidity and mortality in Pueblo groups were a formulation of many injustices, including coercion and mistreatment. Only by acknowledging the creeping genocide will scholars be able to understand what really happened. Some scholars are optimistic that the tide has turned. Warwick Anderson believes that the old biological histories are largely out of fashion. Historians, especially those working on contemporary indigenous issues, now are more likely to address the lasting effects of racial discrimination, dispossession, family disruption, poverty, social marginalization, and limited access to health care. The editors of this volume similarly describe a shift that has taken place since the 1992 quincentenary, The fate of indigenous populations in regard to health was much more complex, involving, at the least, interactions among the environment, demography, disease ecology, cultural practices, and political economic forces and power. However, they go on to warn that we cannot disregard the seductiveness of a simple, unicausal explanation. The very explanations that historians and others have worked so hard to rebut remain popular. As Macmillan reminds us, virgin soil theory is not a thing of the past. Scientists continue to search for 35 genes that link race and disease susceptibility, while writers like Diamond and Mann keep claims of no immunity in the popular and academic spotlight. The persistence of simplicity. There is good reason to be concerned. Despite the quality of the careful work that now documents the problems with high counters, the delayed and contingent arrival of epidemics, the multifactorial causes of Indian susceptibility, and the resilience of Indian communities, simplistic biohistories and their claims of no immunity circulate widely. The problem is not confined to the popular literature epitomized by the work of Charles Mann. Instead, the traditional narratives circulate widely in academic writing, sometimes even in the writing of those who explicitly critique it. Some scientists continue to seek evidence of genetic or other immunological liabilities. Magdalena Hurtado and colleagues, for instance, studied the northern ache's high susceptibility to tuberculosis and speculated about their low genetic diversity and diminished cell-mediated immunity. James Riley, seeking to explain high smallpox mortality rates, concluded that the novelty of the disease caused a particular problem. Mothers who had not had smallpox could not pass protective antibodies to their developing infants, and they could not care for their young children when they themselves were sick. Others did not study Indian immunity directly but instead made assumptions about it to explain other findings. In his History of the Yavapais and Other Southwestern Tribes, Bratz described the impact of smallpox and measles. Southwestern peoples had not yet developed immunities to these germs, had little understanding of how they spread, and died in astounding numbers. Diana Lauren, writing about the eastern woodlands, exhibited a common mix of speculation and confidence. While the exact numbers will perhaps never be known, it can be said with some certainty that many eastern woodlands Indian people were unable to survive introduced diseases such as epidemic syphilis, smallpox, and tuberculosis. Eric Jones and Sharon DeWitt modeled the spatio-temporal dimensions of 36 Indian mortality in New England and found that the western Abenakis along the Connecticut River had the highest mortality. Why them? Jones and DeWitt speculated about differences in mitochondrial DNA haplotype diversity and other genetic variants that altered susceptibility to disease. A striking example can be found in Sherry Fields' discussion of the diseases of colonial Mexico. She followed Diamond's basic narrative quite closely and emphasized stark biological differences between the Europeans and Americans. Spaniards had evolved at the crossroads of Europe and Africa, in cities filled with sewage and rodents, and without regular bathing, their skin, hair, body fluids, and breath swarmed with pathogens. This left them immunologically privileged, in possession of one of the most evolved immunological systems in the world at that time. Native Americans, in contrast, had no previous exposure to the crowd diseases that had forced the immunological systems of Old World people to erect defenses. Columbus exposed the immunologically naive inhabitants of the New World to the immunological supermen of the Old World. 6. It was no surprise that Old World epidemic diseases found very receptive hosts for their pathogens in the virgin soil populations of the New World. With no immunity, they suffered a virulent, and from the point of view of the sufferers, incomprehensible onslaught of disease. As they died, they could only watch in awe as the Spanish survived. The Spaniards' immunological systems indeed made them seem superhuman in the eyes of the natives being destroyed incomprehensibly by pestilence. 7. Equally striking is the way in which writers continue to blame Indians for their own mortality. Bratz described how the Yavapais, initially protected from Spanish smallpox by their isolation, brought the disease on themselves. According to Yavapai oral tradition, this contact first occurred when Yavapai raiders swept down on disease-ridden Pima villages. Lawrence showed how Indians in early New England exacerbated the epidemics in two ways. First, native trade networks, so useful for transporting objects and ideas, also carried lethal pathogens to other native peoples. Second, native healing traditions, such as sweat lodges, tended to exacerbate conditions and caused the 37 diseases to spread faster. Warwick described how, among the Iroquois, the deep spiritual concern for sick relatives, long house living conditions, and lack of quarantine heightened their mortality. Dixon emphasized the Kansas maladaptive funerary customs. When relatives died, Kansas families sacrificed horses and food, fasted, went on raids, and hunted less, all of which exacerbated mortality, creating a vicious cycle of increasing starvation, illness, and death that accelerated their population collapse. The synergy of disease, famine, and cultural practices was like a flaming match meeting a powder keg. The powder keg of death customs was fine by itself. Disease and game depletion created a flame that burned plenty of those it touched. When these elements combined, Kansas losses exploded. Even Himalayan, normally so impressed with Comanche success, joined this bandwagon. As Comanche power increased, their growing horse and bison herds overgrazed the prairie, leading to famine, while their slave raids increased their exposure to pathogens. Charles Mann was not an outlier when he described how Indians accelerated their own epidemics, so somebody would get smallpox, and the whole village would come around and try to comfort that person. They would all get sick, they'd flee in panic, they'd run to the next village. They'd spread it there. Despite decades of work in history, anthropology, and archaeology, man can endorse the estimates of high counters, channel Dobbins's and Diamond's faith in no immunity, blame Indian suffering on Indians, and remain in the good company of many scholars who would agree with him. The resilience of narratives. In a review of recent work on disease in early American studies, Kelly Wisecup contrasted two visions. Ottawa Andrew Blackbird, writing in 1887 about an epidemic in the 1750s, focused on European deception and trade, highlighting the importance of human agency during the encounter. Diamond, writing in 1997 about hemispheric patterns of mortality, emphasized inevitable forces of genetics and human biology, the product of macro-scale forces of human evolution and global geography. Wisecup placed contemporary writers into one of these. 38. Camps: the biological approach and the historical cultural approach. This is the phenomenon that interests me. There are two competing narratives. Each has a compelling logical structure, whether of evolutionary biology or of social contingency. Each has well-documented cases, of tribes who collapsed without having ever seen Europeans and of those who escaped disease until worn down by the oppressive forces of European colonial regimes. Given the choice between these two worldviews, readers must decide what makes a historical narrative persuasive. One initial challenge is that each camp relies on speculation, assumption, and rhetorical gambits. Many of the most deterministic accounts of mortality rely on specific assumptions about what might have happened. Mann, for instance, acknowledged that there is no direct evidence of the hemispheric epidemics described by Dobbins. He acknowledged Hennige's critiques of the high counters. He described how archaeologists such as Douglas Yabelaker and Dean Snow have found no evidence of early epidemics and, in fact, found evidence of stable 16th-century populations. But none of that cooled his enthusiasm for catastrophe. He simply asserted, the high counters seem to be winning the argument, at least for now. Similarly, he admitted that his discussion of whether Columbus's crew introduced malaria is highly speculative, to say the least. But that did not give him pause, yet the impossibility of finding definitive answers does not mean historians should stop seeking them. His standard of evidence is not whether a claim is true or even likely to be true, but that it would not be completely wrong. 8 cavalier assumptions are not limited to popular writers. Dobbins and all of the high counters assumed there was high mortality before Europeans made their first population counts and that, as a result, demographers can multiply those counts to account for 50%, 90%, or even 99% prior mortality. Crosby generalized as well. He based his theories on the reports of horrendous epidemics and steep population declines, confirmed in many cases by recent quantitative analyses of Spanish tribute records and other sources. Did similar epidemics occur outside of New Spain? English and French records were not as definitively supportive. This did 39. Not mean that these Europeans introduced fewer epidemics. Instead, he asserted, it could simply be that the French and English did not keep continuous records until the 17th century, by which time at least some of the worst epidemics of imported diseases had probably already taken place. It is not unreasonable, in Crosby's view, to assume that many of the most important events of Aboriginal history in British America occurred beyond the range of direct observation by literate witnesses. Confronted with a dearth of evidence on early epidemics on Hispaniola, Noble David Cook proposed a clever hypothesis: an early, unrecorded epidemic of smallpox did take place, granting acquired immunity to the population, something that accounted for the lack of another epidemic until 1518. Like Crosby, he suspected that the colonists, often ill-prepared and struggling to survive, were poor record keepers. Archaeologists sometimes invoke a similar dodge. Why do many skeletal series show little change in health in the early years of Spanish colonization? As News on Anubelaker reminded us, bone keeps imperfect records. Traumatic events, such as epidemics that are noted in the documentary sources, left no mark on the skeleton. The imperfection of the documentary and osteological records empowered scholars to speculate and assume. Although southwestern epidemics are documented only for the 17th century, Bratz explained that early epidemics cannot be ruled out. The diseases could easily have moved on to the Zuni and Hopi villages and their trading partners. As Barrett noted, although no evidence of such epidemics in the Rio Grande region prior to the 1630s had yet been discovered, elsewhere most such disasters began near the time of contact, and it is likely Puebloans suffered a similar fate. Although the first major epidemic began in 1629, it is difficult to believe that the Pueblo population had not been previously affected by epidemics of European diseases, particularly smallpox, during the 100 years that had elapsed since Spaniards first entered the region. Like Cook, Barrett speculated about undocumented epidemics that struck, conferred immunity, and then receded until a new generation became susceptible, a cycle that could have run several times before good record keeping began. This is a just-so story that would make Rudyard Kipling proud. 40. Where no evidence exists, writers turn to the realm of the possible. Romanovsky and Patricia Galloway, for instance, wanted to understand the impact of the De Soto expedition even though limitations of the extant sources preclude definitive conclusions. And so, informed by the perspective of infectious disease, they speculated about possible routes or types of infection that could have been transmitted. Spaniards and their livestock could have transmitted 19 named pathogens. Romanovsky and Galloway placed their bets on smallpox, pertussis, typhoid, and venereal syphilis, a quartet that is more than sufficient to have caused high levels of mortality among the non-immune. 9 such assumptions have been widely criticized. Richard Steckel complained that writings about pre-Columbian health and demography are characterized by an unusually high ratio of debate to factual information. Hennig noted that the assumptions of the high counters need not be accepted by anyone who might choose to reject them on any of a number of grounds. Kelton warned scholars not to assume that every possible epidemic was an actual epidemic, a style of speculation that detracts from the more potent and devastating aspect of colonialism. While these criticisms are easy to make, it is important to acknowledge that the advocates of contingent mortality also rely on significant assumptions. When I encountered the two competing narratives, one evolutionary and biological, the other contingent and social, I was drawn to the contingent. As an undergraduate, I worked with Stephen Jay Gould, whose tastes in evolutionary theory lean toward the accidental and contingent, not the deterministic and inevitable. This colored my thoughts. A key argument in My Virgin Soils Revisited hinged on the interpretation of depopulation ratios, which varied from 3:1 to nearly 60:1. Is this really evidence of contingency? Even the low estimates indicate very high baseline mortality, for instance, 75% for 4:1 depopulation. This could be explained in two ways, either a shared genetic vulnerability, whose final intensity was shaped by social variables, or a shared social experience, of pre-existing nutritional stress exacerbated by the widespread 41. Chaos of encounter and colonization. Both positions are defensible, and I had and have no way of answering this question. I hedged and asserted that while high mortality must have been a likely consequence of encounter, it was not necessarily the inevitable result of inherent immunological vulnerability. I then executed a sleight of hand. Because scholars and readers generally balk at attributing the high prevalence of AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa to the genetic deficiencies of Africans, they should be equally cautious about using no immunity to explain the devastation of America. While this argument has rhetorical appeal, it would not convince a logician. Many scholars have given up hope for a definitive resolution. Hennig does not think that data will ever resolve the ambiguity. But since the debate is based on argument rather than evidence, it is hard to see just what could ever bring it to an end, or even to give one side or another a decided advantage. Romanovsky and her colleagues agreed, given that the same documentary sources are frequently employed to argue all sides of any question, current investigations are inadequate for falsifying any position or for building new knowledge. Unfortunately, the stakes of the lingering debate are substantial. Debates about contact demography are not technical academic questions but important moral ones. Livy Bacci argues that the size of pre-contact populations must be known so that we can understand the real magnitude of and moral responsibility for what happened next. So the assumed dimensions of the population at contact are a relevant aspect of judgment when assessing the impact of the new pathologies or of confiscation of labor, or of the atrocities perpetrated on the demographic collapse. This puts a clear burden on current scholars. Because ongoing writing will involve scholars passing judgment on patchy data, it is essential that they understand explicitly the assumptions on which their judgments rest. Moreover, this problem of assumption, interpretation, and moral consequence is broader than just the literature on demography and depopulation. Daniel Usner sees it as but one example of how scholars write about Indians, one that is only slowly starting to change. Recent attention to medical discourse over American Indian health has been especially informative in demonstrating how much can 42 be learned through this kind of analysis. He sees less to praise in other areas of Indian scholarship. Reading widely in recent work, he demonstrates how language about American Indian livelihood has operated as an instrument of colonialism. The ideological use of notions such as backwardness, wastefulness, idleness, and timelessness through writing, illustrating, painting, or photographing proved to be as damaging as the material impact of unfair or coercive market forces. James Merrill makes a similar point in his 2012 reflection on the current state of Indian history. Even though modern scholars believe that they have moved past the narratives and assumptions of past generations, the hard truth is that most of us still use much of the same stale rhetoric as traditional colonialists. He believes that the theater still resounds with words drafted ages ago by people with an agenda, words that have been weapons. We are all, in more ways than one, colonial historians. In the never-ending struggle to come to terms with early America, as a 20th-century philosopher put it, we have met the enemy and he is us. Swedlund agrees. The discursive practices we employ to talk about the history of Native American health still often carry the echoes of past colonial studies. How should we move forward? Scholars must continue to do their part to find valuable data that have not yet been found, in hopes of proving Usner and Romanovsky wrong in asserting that empirical data will never settle the debates. Beyond that, they have two choices. They can embrace both narratives, acknowledge that the determinists and the contingents have both produced powerful arguments and detailed case studies, and as a result, give both a seat at the table. Or if they believe that such compromise is not warranted, they need to figure out how to make the case for contingency more persuasively and more publicly so that books like Diamonds and Mans become more difficult to publish. Acknowledgements. This chapter would not have been possible without the intrepid work of my research assistant, Alison Kramer, and the invaluable feedback. 43. From Alan Swedlund, Catherine Cameron, Paul Kelton, and the other participants in this project. 2. Population decline and culture change in the American midcontinent, bridging the prehistoric and historic divide. George R. Milner. The early steps of what enabled Old World peoples to push aside the original inhabitants of North America, especially deep in the interior beyond the ken of European observers, are only imperfectly understood. Along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts and in the arid Southwest there is a reasonably continuous, although biased, written account of events from the 16th or early 17th century onward. Elsewhere, archaeological data must be harnessed to later historical sources to identify what happened. One such place is the American Midwest and Upper South. It is widely recognized that North America's native population was greatly reduced over hundreds of years, reaching a low point in the 19th century, but there remains considerable uncertainty about the magnitude and timing of that decline and attendant cultural change, as well as what was ultimately responsible for the profound transformations that occurred. New diseases certainly figured prominently in that process. There are, however, two different views of the role of epidemics in population decline and societal change during the early post-contact period, especially the 16th century, when written documentation is sparse. The simpler scenario, forcibly argued by Henry Dobbins, holds that massive population losses took place both early and uniformly across the entire continent as a result of newly introduced infectious diseases that repeatedly swept unimpeded across much or all of North America, with virtually everyone suffering from each outbreak. Significant reduction occurred in the 16th century, so acute crowd diseases necessarily. Population decline and culture change. 51. Played a major role in this version of events. These particular diseases were not geographically limited by indispensable animal reservoirs or vectors. 1. The pathogens were directly transmitted from one person to the next. The time between exposure, sickness, and either death or recovery was short, and survival was accompanied by lifelong immunity. Epidemics struck the peoples of eastern North America repeatedly at intervals of less than one generation, to judge from Dobbins's Florida Timucuan example. That implies a heavily populated land with frequent intergroup contact. To facilitate pathogen spread, people had to be continuously distributed across the eastern woodlands and elsewhere to the extent possible given environmental constraints. Stated baldly, all equally productive places were equally occupied. Because Europeans had yet to establish much of a presence on the continent, the initial and dramatic decline was not attributed to war, slavery, or the forced appropriation of labor. Its simplicity, a single causal mechanism uncomplicated by heterogeneous cultural and natural landscapes, holds a certain appeal. That was especially true when Dobbins, building on his earlier work, published his influential account of post-contact collapse, arguing that eastern North America was a single epidemic region. Given the state of archaeological knowledge at that time, this position could be neither supported nor refuted for the critical 16th century. Nevertheless, it soon gained traction, partly because eminent scholars such as Alfred Crosby and William McNeill were also calling attention to the devastating impact of new diseases on recently contacted native peoples. The alternative scenario was certainly no less horrifying for the people involved, but the initial eastern woodlands population was smaller, settled areas were dispersed, and pathogens spread irregularly beyond initial outbreaks. So during any particular disease episode, some groups were hard hit while others were spared. That produced a mosaic of suddenly weakened and still strong populations, thereby upsetting long-standing relations among spatially discrete groups. When the irregular spread of high-mortality diseases was first raised as a possibility, it too lacked strong archaeological support. Yet soon thereafter information consistent with that scenario began to be assembled. The direct effects of disease. were worsened by ineffectual care and the disruption of essential household tasks when numerous people became sick simultaneously, much like what occurred in mid-20th century outbreaks of measles in isolated villages deep in the South American rainforest. The immediate death toll from epidemics, however, was not the entire story, since excess mortality also led to a loss of cultural knowledge and traditions, disrupted finely balanced alliance networks, and interfered with the acquisition of food by normally self-sufficient communities. Historians have recently directed attention to the reinforcing debilitative effects of disease and social disorder, including raids for captives, in eastern North America, especially for the 17th century onward. At this point, there can be little doubt that historic period population declines and localized recoveries, cultural change and group movement and reconfiguration varied both temporally and spatially. Yet for the 16th century, the situation is somewhat simplified, since direct contacts with Europeans in eastern North America were quite limited relative to those that took place later on. So the effects of epidemics that spread well beyond direct encounters between natives and newcomers are of primary importance. The systematic detection of diseases such as measles and smallpox is impossible with archaeological materials, but the conditions favoring one disease and population scenario over the other are identifiable and potentially measurable. They include the size and organization of societies, their distribution, and interactions among them on the eve of contact. As a step in that direction, this chapter focuses on the several hundred years extending up to and including the 16th century. Variation in population densities across the eastern woodlands, the distribution of settled areas, and the nature of intergroup relations at the close of prehistory set the stage for what happened when Europeans arrived. Study region. The primary area of interest, for convenience referred to as the mid-continent, extends from the Great Lakes southward to the interior plateaus and from the western edge of the Appalachians to somewhat beyond the population decline and culture change. 53. Mississippi River. During the late prehistoric and early historic periods, this region was settled by villagers who cultivated crops, notably maize, but also relied heavily on wild plants and animals. Much of this area, present-day Tennessee and western Kentucky, extending up the Ohio River to southwestern Indiana, and along the Mississippi and its principal tributaries into southern Wisconsin, was dominated by Mississippian chiefdoms during the late prehistoric period. These societies varied in population size, geographical extent, and organizational complexity, and they featured distinctive stylistic traditions, notably in pottery and domestic architecture. In fact, the largest prehistoric settlement in eastern North America, the Mississippian site known as Cahokia, is located in the Mississippi River Valley in Illinois. Despite outward appearances, these societies shared similarities in socio-political organization, including ranked kin-based groups with prominent people inheriting or otherwise acquiring key political and ritual positions. Elsewhere in the mid-continent, tribal scale groups, also a heterogeneous category, lacked well-developed and reasonably fixed social hierarchies and hereditary leadership positions. None of these groups, including those referred to as Oneota and Fort Ancient, approached the number of people who lived in the society centered on Cahokia. Nevertheless, these societies could be as large as, if not bigger than, typical Mississippian chiefdoms. So regardless of how one might classify these mid-continental societies according to archaeological or societal characteristics, there was considerable overlap in their overall population sizes as well as those of their constituent communities. Late prehistoric depopulation, movement, and warfare. For over 30 years, archaeologists have recognized that by the close of the 15th century, locally important large centers, typically marked by earthen mounds, were abandoned throughout the Ohio-Mississippi River confluence area southward to southeastern Missouri. Skepticism greeted Williams's initial discussion of this so-called vacant quarter, although it is widely accepted today. The extent to which widespread depopulation accompanied societal change, as opposed to a dispersal to sites that are hard to detect, was less certain for many years. It now appears that Williams's original vacant quarter was much too small, and the number of its inhabitants indeed plummeted. In fact, much of the Midwest and Upper South was depopulated. Clusters of settlements, none particularly large, were separated by often vast tracts of unoccupied land. Once settled areas no doubt remain unrecognized by archaeologists because of imperfect survey knowledge and imprecise temporal controls. Nevertheless, the general outline of the 16th century occupation is clear. A sparsely settled mid-continent is remarkable because only a few centuries earlier, several of the biggest and most organizationally complex societies in prehistoric eastern North America were located in this region. In addition to Cahokia, large sites included Kincaid and Angel in the lower Ohio River Valley, Aztalan in southeastern Wisconsin, and many other smaller but still locally prominent centers. All such towns were associated with outlying settlements, producing pockets of population surrounded by unoccupied, but not necessarily unused, land. There is still uncertainty about the timing of population decline and chiefdom collapse. Yet by the end of the 13th century, transformations in the socio-political landscape were underway from Aztalan southward to the central Illinois River Valley and Cahokia. It would take another century or more for population decline and chiefdom dissolution to follow their course, including the disappearance of formerly impressive centers such as Cahokia, Kincaid, and Angel. By circa 1300, if not before, warfare threatened the very survival of some communities, such as the Oneota villagers at Norris Farms in the central Illinois River Valley where at least one-third of the adults were. Figure 2.1. The locations of archaeologically identifiable early 16th century population aggregates are indicated by dark shading. Large shaded areas tend to represent places that are poorly known or those occupied by people who moved often. Occupations are surely missed, but the mid-continent was certainly thinly occupied relative to the Deep South and Atlantic seaboard. 56 Gr. Milner. Killed in ambushes. Other communities also suffered great losses, so conflicts that produced many casualties were not confined to a short time interval. In fact, intergroup relations worsened throughout much of the northern eastern woodlands during the last centuries of prehistory, to the extent that increasing numbers of settlements protected by palisades reflect troubled times. Population movement accompanied warfare, such as the arrival in the Illinois River Valley of the Norris Farms community, as shown by both cranial morphology and artifacts. It was part of a southward expansion of Oneota peoples, the outermost edge of which reached the Cahokia area about 200 kilometers farther south. The geographical distribution of Oneota groups was generally increasing at that time, also extending westward onto the plains beyond the Missouri River. Entire communities moved, but so too did smaller numbers of people, probably down to single individuals. At Norris Farms, about 1/2 of the mtDNA hypervariable region I sequences examined to date are indicative of separate maternal lineages. That could indicate flexible marriage patterns whereby women came from different places, or a community that routinely incorporated captives or the remnants of formerly viable villages. The latter is consistent with hard-pressed historic period Iroquois groups that took in people of diverse backgrounds, including erstwhile enemies. Flexible group membership to meet the exigencies of the moment is also suggested by artifacts and domestic architecture at other mid-continental sites from roughly that point onward, although supporting evidence is not as strong as it is for Norris Farms. Situationally advantageous coalitions of people from different cultural traditions should not surprise us, especially when the very existence of threatened groups hung in the balance. After all, ways of life were generally similar, despite stylistic distinctions in material culture. Such arrangements, perhaps adopted only during the worst times, allowed groups to maintain or increase their strength, boosting their chances of survival. Despite fewer people occupying the mid-continent during the 16th century, those who remained still had to contend with troublesome intergroup relations. Known population aggregates are situated farther apart than they would be by chance alone. So these groups, they were few and scattered relative to the situation several centuries earlier, actively distanced themselves from one another. East and south of the mid-continent there are many sites with remnants of defensive walls or the skeletons of people who died in attacks. Of the sites with temporal spans encompassing part or all of the 16th century, those with palisades or casualties are mostly distributed from southern Ontario and upstate New York to eastern Tennessee, as well as in the lower Mississippi River Valley. Spatial variation in archaeological evidence for warfare can be attributed to occupation density and information quality, as well as the prevalence of conflict. Although not all areas are equally well documented, there is enough information to think the overall picture is unlikely to be wide of the mark. That is, the patterning reflects reasonably well the distribution of people and the places where intergroup conflict frequently broke out. Of particular importance are the sparsely settled mid-continent and a paucity of palisades and casualties in heavily occupied parts of the Deep South and Atlantic seaboard. The density of pockets of population in the crescent of conflict-prone societies meant that these people were unable to move as far from their enemies as their contemporaries in the thinly occupied mid-continent. Archaeological evidence is consistent with the few written accounts dating to this period, notably from the mid-16th century De Soto expedition, which encountered large numbers of determined warriors in some parts of the southeast, including the lower Mississippi River Valley, where many settlements feature defensive works. The big question is what set forces in motion that led to chiefdom collapse and depopulation across much of the mid-continent. The principal candidate is climatic deterioration following the medieval warm period when Mississippian societies expanded northward as far as Wisconsin. It tipped the balance for societies perched precariously on a knife edge between success and failure by raising the specter of famine. Figure 2.2. Settlements with defensive works and sites with warfare casualties dating to the 16th century are unevenly distributed across eastern North America. The mid-continent is bordered on the east and south by many sites with those two markers of conflict. Population decline and culture change 59. While eroding the legitimacy of chiefs and souring relations among increasingly desperate groups. Uncertainty stemming from unpredictable crop or wild food yields presumably aggravated tensions that existed in the mid-continent since the late first millennium AD. By circa 1300, if not earlier, the depredations of enemies, who perhaps also felt the pinch of hard times, presumably added to the difficulties of acquiring enough to eat. That could have happened when the frequency or length of foraging expeditions were curtailed, crops and stored foods were destroyed, or settlement decisions emphasized safety at the expense of easy access to resources. Taken together, climatic change and intergroup antagonisms increase the risk of severe shortages occurring in back-to-back years, a challenging situation for anyone relying on subsistence systems with modest surplus, storage, and transportation capacities. While the initial push can probably be attributed to climatic change, it is unlikely to have been the sole reason for the difficulties people experienced. Poor intergroup relations contributed to excessive conflict-related mortality, forced movement, and inefficiencies in subsistence practices. These tensions almost certainly had far-reaching and long-lasting effects as they rippled outward to involve groups elsewhere, aggravating any existing resource-related problems people might have experienced. Early epidemics and the mid-continent. Two aspects of the mid-continental occupation are of primary importance when envisioning what occurred in the 16th to early 17th centuries, the distance between population aggregates and the nature of interactions among them. The distribution of people is considered first because it is easier to measure than the frequency and nature of contacts along with the numbers of people who participated in them. During the 16th century, the mid-continent was not as heavily occupied and pockets of population were more widely distributed than they were to the east and south. A physical separation of groups would have impeded the wide dissemination of diseases transmitted through direct human contact, including measles and smallpox. For these diseases to extend across much, or all, of the mid-continent, infected people would have had to travel between clusters of settlements, crossing tens, if not hundreds, of kilometers on foot or by canoe. Distance alone would have interfered with the spread of crowd diseases that are at the heart of the scenario that features frequent and widespread 16th century epidemics. It might be argued, although not convincingly, that contacts among scattered population aggregates were sufficient for diseases to pass unimpeded from one group to the next, regardless of the distance that separated them. 16th century mid-continental groups certainly communicated with one another. That is indicated by a thin veneer of non-local artifacts and raw materials in site assemblages overwhelmingly composed of locally derived items. Objects from distant places include disc pipes dating to the 15th through 17th centuries, many fashioned from Minnesota catlinite. The long-distance movement of items also included a few European-derived artifacts that reached the Middle Ohio River Valley by the late 16th century and Illinois by the early 17th century, if not several decades earlier. Despite the peaceful communication that took place, intergroup relations were often dominated by quite the opposite tendency, active avoidance of one another. Widespread hostilities meant that contacts often were infrequent, fleeting, and violent. The disc pipes are instructive because at least some of them might have been used in ceremonies associated with settling differences and forging alliances among groups, much like the historic period Calumet ceremony. So while there is evidence for communication among widely separated groups, most face-to-face meetings presumably involved relatively few people who only occasionally met by chance or design during attacks or in various peaceful social interactions. Eventually mid-continental groups suffered like everyone else. Major historic period losses attributable directly or indirectly to new diseases probably began in earnest during the 17th century. They are unlikely to have taken place before the early 1600s, when the first substantial disease-induced declines occurred among the Iroquois and Hurons in upstate New York and southern Ontario, respectively. Yet even among closely allied Iroquoian groups, initial drops in population did not occur simultaneously, most likely because of the nature of contacts among them. There is some archaeological evidence for a reduction in population around that time in one part of the upper Mississippi River Valley. At the southern end of Lake Michigan, there was a strong Oneota presence into the early 17th century, and shortly thereafter these people were replaced by newcomers to the area. Determining what can be attributed to disease as opposed to other societal disruptions, notably, famine and war, is a major challenge since they were not independent events, as shown by the 17th century reduction of the Hurons. Whatever took place, major changes occurred before the late 1600s, when the French explorers Jacques Marquette and Louis Joliet, followed by others such as René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de la Salle, encountered relatively few people in their travels through the mid-continent. A dispersed settlement pattern and uneasy social relations provided a protection of sorts against epidemics, although marked population decline, once initiated, could have taken place rapidly. Dean Snow and Kim Lanphier have argued convincingly that a sustained European presence consisting of people of all ages, including children, supported by reasonably frequent transoceanic voyages, was needed before repeated and widespread epidemics in the interior were likely to occur. Local outbreaks could be devastating, but they were often sharply circumscribed by the irregularity of contacts among neighboring but spatially and socially discrete groups. Yet occasionally outbreaks involved enough separate groups to increase the chance that pathogens might spread far beyond the initial point of introduction, perhaps through multiple routes, striking populations previously isolated by distance and infrequent intergroup contact. While there was a distinct tendency for mid-continental population aggregates to be widely spaced, there were places where discrete clusters of settlements were situated close to one another. Spatial and social proximity is perhaps best illustrated by four ancient groups in the Middle Ohio River Valley. The risk of an acute crowd disease being transmitted among closely allied groups would have been high once it made its way to one of the affiliated clusters of settlements. At that point, a pathogen could have been carried by infected but still ambulatory people who fled the initial outbreak to seek refuge with close kin elsewhere. Late prehistoric legacy. The distributions of 16th-century settled areas and conflict-prone groups provide a context within which early contact period developments noted in historical documents can be interpreted. Several places known for warlike societies, including the lower Mississippi River Valley during the mid-1500s and southern Ontario and western New York a century later, were not only heavily populated by the standards of the time but also had long histories of intergroup conflict quite separate from European influences of any kind. It is not surprising that antagonisms would last for generations, as small-scale societies generally find it difficult to escape cycles of violence fueled by revenge killings. The mid-continent's turbulent history extended well into the post-contact period. To the extent that Kentucky's dark and bloody ground captures a sense of the dangers people faced, it does not need to be explained as an isolated or necessarily historic period phenomenon. Instead, what demands attention are the processes of cultural and population change that by the end of prehistory resulted in a largely abandoned but still bitterly contested land, and how this situation evolved following the arrival of Old World peoples and everything else that followed in train. Centuries of hostilities, for example, ultimately proved to be an impediment for those who attempted to forge durable coalitions among disparate groups to resist the Euro-American onslaught, including Tecumseh's failure to do so. The wide spacing of mid-continental groups and troubled relations among them were not sufficient to keep these people safe from epidemics forever. After all, they still maintained some contact with one another, as seen most clearly by their possession of non-local items. Newly introduced diseases, when they arrived, accentuated the decline that was already several centuries in the making. That helped establish conditions necessary for a partial population replacement in the Midwest, at least by the mid-17th century. Population decline and culture change 63. By the mid-1600s, and throughout the subsequent century, large and small groups were moving into and through the Midwest, especially the western Great Lakes area. Presumably this process started well before such movements were recorded by Europeans. In northern Illinois, for example, replacement is indicated by the sudden appearance of a distinctive pottery style associated with groups that eventually would give the state its name. A mostly empty land, it was sparsely occupied for centuries and probably emptied still further when epidemics fingered their way into the interior would have been inviting to those displaced from traditional homelands by incursions of other native peoples and Euro-Americans. Historic period groups in general had to replenish their numbers to survive, with the Iroquois and Creeks being highly successful in doing so. There was no shortage of remnant groups that urgently sought to join whatever still powerful society would take them in, including former enemies. The need to maintain a sufficiently large number of people extended down to individual communities, as there is no obvious decline in southeastern settlement sizes from the 16th through 19th centuries, despite a much reduced population overall. Incorporating people of diverse origins to form viable groups was not a new practice, because several centuries earlier depleted communities such as Norris Farms apparently did the same. Pandemics versus localized outbreaks. Thus, when we return to the two scenarios for the early spread of acute crowd diseases, the archaeological evidence for the first century or so following the European landfall in North America decidedly favors one over the other. In fact, it is hard to imagine how the position vociferously championed by Dobbin's multiple devastating epidemics spread repeatedly across vast areas, up to the entire continent, could be supported given current archaeological knowledge. That is because the person-to-person spread of the great killers smallpox and measles would have been greatly facilitated if eastern North America had been heavily populated and the members of culturally and spatially distinct groups had maintained frequent contact with one another. Neither is indicated by the evidence at hand. Archaeological work instead points towards spatially and temporally variable population loss and societal change. To the extent that early post-contact depopulation was attributable to epidemics, it is because high mortality diseases spread irregularly, fingering their way into the interior through a series of chance occurrences. Nevertheless, by the late 17th century, when French explorers first entered the lower Mississippi River Valley, this fertile land was only sparsely occupied, despite having been, relatively speaking, rather crowded several centuries earlier. This near abandonment is all the more remarkable because in the mid-16th century these societies were powerful enough to threaten De Soto's men, and the area had a long record of settlement extending deep into prehistory. The Coosa chiefdom in the southern Appalachians, which was composed of several spatially discrete but politically affiliated pockets of population, likewise figured prominently in De Soto's journey. There is evidence to suggest that only several decades later the chiefdom had suffered reverses, including population decline, and its people had begun to move elsewhere, although not all agree with that assessment, citing conflicting Spanish accounts. While the precise timing of the demise of formerly strong southeastern chiefdoms and accompanying depopulation remains to be determined, their experience appears to have been different from that of tribal-scale groups elsewhere. Marked population reductions occurred among the Iroquois and Hurons in the Northeast during the early 17th century, and they took place in Piedmont, North Carolina only later in that century. So it appears that organizationally complex societies suffered as early as, and quite possibly before, relatively acephalous societies in places that lacked regular contact with Europeans. Tending to hit chiefdoms somewhat earlier is consistent with what is expected of population decline and culture change. 65. Diseases with short incubation and symptomatic states that are transmitted directly from one host to another. There was simply a greater chance that pathogen transmission was interrupted in areas where atomized tribes were common as opposed to those dominated by chiefdoms, especially where the latter were large, tightly knit, and closely allied with their neighbors. Greater temporal precision, preferably down to the decade level, is required for multiple places to fully understand the pattern of population reduction in the eastern woodlands. Available information, however, raises the possibility that socio-political organization, and all it might imply, had an influence on which interior groups were most at risk for early disease-induced declines in population. Rapid, massive, and demoralizing losses of life from various diseases were only the start of the problems people faced when the entire fabric of society was ripped apart. Many simultaneous deaths exposed military vulnerabilities and disrupted essential household and community functions. What followed in the wake of an outbreak could have been as devastating to local groups as the original losses of life. Warfare, in all of its forms, is highlighted here for the simple reason that conflict can be measured with available archaeological data. Intergroup conflict likely contributed to a more rapid population decline and greater cultural disruption than would have been the case with disease-induced mortality alone. Communities depleted by illness would have been tempting targets to enemies who had scores to settle. They were thereby pushed to extinction as independent entities when obliged to join others to survive. To avoid attack, people might have abandoned villages, fields, and stored food, adding hunger to their list of ills. People weakened by famine from war-related interruptions in their food supply would have been more susceptible to both long-established diseases and Old World introductions. The Hurons who fled their homes in the mid-17th century were reduced to dying skeletons eking out a miserable life. These people totally without means to guard against the famine were attacked by a contagious malady, which carried off a great number of them, especially of the children. Immunologically compromised through malnutrition, their resistance was lowered to all manner of infectious diseases, with predictably dreadful results. More than 150 years later and far to the west, the Lewis and Clark expedition encountered Shoshones who avoided their enemies by retreating to a remote area where they suffered great hardships for the want of food. Malnutrition, no matter how it came about, certainly worsened the outlook by affecting the sufferer's susceptibility and response to infection, with mortality rates increasing accordingly. The long-term impact of high mortality diseases must have differed from one place to another, depending on the number of deaths and the timing of the outbreak. Some seasons, such as when people are engaged in planting and harvesting, require far more intensive labor than others. Anything that interfered with the acquisition of food and its preparation for long-term storage, particularly during critical seasons, would have had a lingering effect on already depleted groups that later lacked what they needed during lean times of the year. Disease and depopulation in context. In the mid-continent, migration, conflict, and widespread depopulation were deeply rooted in prehistory. There is no doubt that the Euro-American presence in North America posed significant challenges to long-established ways of life and in due course profoundly altered native societies. The processes that ultimately led to population and cultural collapse, however, cannot be neatly separated into what took place before Europeans arrived as opposed to what happened afterward. The spread of new diseases and the economic and political agendas of European nations must be viewed in the context of highly dynamic socio-political and demographic landscapes that had long and complex histories extending back many centuries. By late prehistoric times, much of the mid-continent was sparsely settled, surviving groups had spaced themselves as far apart as possible, and organizationally complex chiefdoms had vanished. When new diseases were introduced, isolation by distance likely impeded the spread of pathogens transmitted through direct person-to-person contact. Looking at eastern North America as a whole, we might reasonably suppose that newly introduced diseases such as smallpox and measles fanned out across the land in a markedly uneven manner, striking some groups but not others in each outbreak. That is much different than the scenario in which epidemics are said to have been both frequent and far-reaching, affecting virtually everyone from the 16th century onward. The use of large depopulation figures, such as by Dobbins, that are universally applied to all peoples occupying enormous areas ranging up to the entire continent in order to estimate the pre-contact population size is based, explicitly or not, on the latter, and likely erroneous, assumption. We are still far from a complete picture of what happened in eastern North America, when those changes occurred, and why they did so. The historical record tells us that depopulation and cultural change during the 17th century and beyond were complex processes that are not reducible to a single cause, no matter how much disease resulted in excess mortality. There is no reason to suspect that the preceding 16th century, poorly documented in written records, was any different in that regard. High mortality epidemics must be put in an appropriate cultural context, one that features a discontinuous population distribution and long-standing cooperative and antagonistic relations among socially and physically separate groups. Acknowledgements. George Chaplin produced figures 2.1 and 2.2 based on our work together, partly through grant-supported research. Emily Zavodny helped collect information on sites with Palisades and victims of violence. 3. Colonialism and Decline in the American Southeast. The Remarkable Record of Law. Florida. Clark Spencer Larson. A fundamental influence on shaping culture and biology in the modern world was the expansion of the European sphere to regions of the globe well beyond continental Europe. This expansion of European peoples, foods, diseases, and social values set into motion irreversible and dramatic changes in health, foodways, living circumstances, and lifestyle for all native populations. Following his 5-year voyage around the world, a young Charles Darwin famously noted, "Wherever the European has trod, death seems to pursue the aboriginal." This and other 19th century scholarship would inspire the direction of future study of the impacts of Western colonization, especially creating a focus on native population size reduction. Book titles in the 1980s and 1990s on the history of population in native New World settings tell the story, Their Number Become Thinned, American Indian Holocaust and Survival, and Born to Die. This modern body of work addresses the question, why was there such a remarkable reduction in native population size across the Western Hemisphere, beginning with early European exploration? In regard to the dominant body of scholarship, the answer to this question is best summarized by Alfred Crosby in his reference to the impact of Europeans' arrival in the Americas, namely that T was their germs, not these imperialists themselves, for all their brutality and callousness, that were chiefly responsible for sweeping aside the indigenes and opening the Neo-Europes to demographic takeover. In this vein, Noble David Cook argued that we need to identify the sicknesses, date their first and subsequent appearances, and ascertain the rates of morbidity and mortality. Numerous historians. 75. Spent the better part of the past several decades doing just that, searching high and low through archives and libraries to identify population numbers, deaths, descriptions of diseases, and catastrophic health outcomes. In retrospect, though, what did we gain from this singular focus on European-introduced disease and population decimation? It is abundantly clear that in most settings, their number did become thinned. But is that all there is to understanding this dynamic period of human history and the people involved? In a word, no. From my vantage point as a biological anthropologist, there is much more to be gained by developing an understanding of the profound and varied changes in health and population dynamics in the colonial era and the economic, social, and behavioral circumstances leading to these changes. Moreover, decline and collapse at various times in the evolution of humans can rarely be attributed to just one factor, including disease. This chapter focuses on the human experience viewed from the record of bioarchaeology, the study of human remains from archaeological context. It shows how colonialism's impact on native health is far more than germs. Here, I discuss one of the most comprehensively studied colonial-era regions in the Western Hemisphere, La Florida, named by Ponce de Leon in 1513. It was in that year that he and his crew set foot on North American soil north of Mexico, the first of the major European powers. This remote frontier was one of Spain's first footholds during the early years of exploration, providing the stage for native exploitation and decline and setting into motion a series of expeditions and later settlements across the southern part of the continent from Florida to California. Numerous and diverse tribes were encountered by Ponce de Leon and later explorers in the region of the modern states of Florida and Georgia, but colonization efforts would eventually focus on several key tribal groups, Guils on the Georgia coast and Timucuas and Appalachians in northern Florida. Our knowledge of the native people and the records of bioarchaeology, ethnohistory, and archaeology in this region are among the most comprehensive for any colonial setting, making possible a well-informed perspective on the impacts and consequences of European colonization, beyond the simple framework of disease and disappearance. The goals of this chapter are threefold. First, to discuss the region of La Florida, viewing the impacts, changes, and adaptations from the perspective of human biology. Second, to place these changes in the regional context of extraction of resources from the tribes exploited by Spain. And third, to examine the social context of health and inequality, revealing a record of structural violence at both a regional and a local level. This chapter focuses primarily on what we have learned from the bioarchaeological record for the region of La Florida, encompassing the period from 1565, the year of the founding of the capital and administrative center at St. Augustine and early attempts at missionization, to 1706, when the last of the mission centers was abandoned. It makes the case that domination and exploitation of a subordinate native society by an intrusive dominant society had profound, and largely negative, implications for the viability and survival of indigenous populations. The case of La Florida. More than disease, death, and decline. Spain took a serious interest in La Florida, especially after setting eyes on the landscape and the people occupying it and realizing the economic potential in agricultural production, especially via exploitation through various means, including a mixed strategy of proselytization and resettlement of native people. Here and throughout the New World, missionaries were at the forefront of establishing relationships with native groups and founding strategic outposts, an important step in establishing Spain's dominance across a highly varied and complex social, cultural, and economic landscape. At the time of initial contact, indigenous communities coming under the control of Spain pursued various modes of food production reflecting their habitats and cultural histories. Some were hunter-gatherer fishers exclusively, such as in the Florida Peninsula, whereas others were at least in part dependent on farming, especially maize, such as along the Georgia coast and in the Florida Panhandle. From the start, the process of missionization entailed a goal of regional homogenization of native lifestyles and foodways, emphasizing agricultural production for supplying food to natives, to Europeans, and in some instances, for export. This homogenization process was also extended to transforming the native belief systems to Christianity. The material successes of this transformation are illustrated by the presence of religious structures and the near-universal mode of European-style burial interment, placing the deceased in shallow pits, which were located in the church floor or sometimes in the region immediately outside the church in consecrated ground. Most of the settings coming under the auspices of the Spanish colonial system were agricultural and had a chiefdom form of social organization, built around maize production. These agricultural chiefdoms and their social hierarchies were instrumental in facilitating the assimilation of native societies into the La Florida colonial system. Most of the chiefdoms became subordinate elements of a Spanish colonial hierarchy centered on labor tribute and the food produced by this labor. This system of labor tribute had been in place long before Ponce de Leon set foot in Florida. The Spanish successfully tapped into the native social structure whereby chiefs, who were on top of the native hierarchy, served as the direct subordinates to and interfaced with the Spanish colonial authority centered at St. Augustine. With this system serving as the conduit to labor tribute, labor exploitation, and food production via chiefly authorities, the missions provided a combination of spiritual center, labor source, and breadbasket. Importantly, the chiefdoms retained some autonomy from the Spanish newcomers, especially pertaining to the preservation of a social hierarchy of elites and subordinates. Although the system described here worked well in various places and at various times, in the end, it did not survive. The accumulated pressures of piracy, slave raiding, and encroachment by British interests to the north in the later 17th century and conflicts between chiefdoms led to the abandonment of the region by the much reduced population from the Georgia coast and Florida panhandle. Many refugee groups retreated to St. Augustine, whereas others fled westward to Alabama, and some became assimilated into the Seminoles, a new tribal identity in peninsular Florida. In this respect, there were profound implications for the viability of these groups here and elsewhere in the Southeast, including increased mortality rates, declining ability to reproduce, and the inability to recover from colonial traumas, such as 79. From introduced disease and enslavement. Complementing the extraordinary ethno-historic record is an equally extraordinary archaeological record of La Florida. In no other region in the Americas is the archaeology of the contact between Spaniards and the natives they encountered so well documented. Archaeological excavations at numerous missions and other historic era localities have produced a remarkably complete picture of what life was like during the late 16th, all of the 17th, and the early 18th centuries, including settlement and habitations, architecture, material culture, and inferences drawn about native societies. A regional bioarchaeology of La Florida. There are areas of the Americas where there exists a large and comprehensive record of ethnohistory, archaeology, and bioarchaeology dating to the colonial period. However, for various reasons, often the study of the biological component of the record is either non-existent or superficial. Owing to the collaborations between bioarchaeologists, ethnohistorians, and archaeologists in the context of organized research programs throughout Spanish Florida over the past 4 decades, there is a comprehensive understanding of key biological changes reflecting the colonial strategies of Spain in regard to foodways, food production, and labor, as well as a picture of changing social relations. Viewed broadly under the arena of ethnogenesis, or the development of new ethnic and cultural identities and social relationships, the hegemonic Spanish system involving the domination by a colonial authority over native societies resulted in profound changes in native peoples socially, culturally, and biologically. Moreover, the reduction system involved the concentration or reduction of once relatively dispersed populations clustered in small villages into larger, more densely crowded mission centers and their associated villages. This planned redistribution of population served to manage native populations more effectively, as well as to increase the efficiency of agricultural production and labor in general. Foodways and nutritional transitions. The success of the Spanish colonial system was dependent on a significant increase in maize production, in considerable excess of what was being produced at the time of first European contact. Presumably, an increase in maize production would also translate into greater relative consumption of maize by native populations. Therefore, it is critical to understand whether this major economic shift brought about by increased maize production did in fact lead to substantial changes in native diets. While the study of preserved plant and animal remains from archaeological contexts is informative regarding various aspects of pre-contact and colonial-era food consumption in this region, far more informative is the documentation and interpretation of carbon and nitrogen stable isotope ratios by the native consumers. Analysis of a large record of isotope variation from human remains from La Florida reveals a significant change in diet reflecting a concomitant reduction in the use of animal sources of protein, including seafood for coastal populations, and an increase in the use of domesticated plants, especially maize. The isotopic record shows that the adoption of and increased dependence on maize began several centuries prior to the arrival of Europeans, circa AD 1000 to 1200 on the Georgia coast and Florida panhandle and following European contact in peninsular Florida. In general, and predictably, the diet became more homogeneous across Spanish Florida, replacing what had once been a highly localized and diverse dietary landscape. Other evidence, based on microscopically visible damage on occlusal surfaces of teeth, reveals trends that show the shift from consumption of relatively hard-textured, abrasive foods to relatively soft-textured, less abrasive foods. In some settings, such as among the Guels and Timucuas, there is a trend toward a reduced number of microware features, indicating decreased consumption of abrasive foods. In addition, there is evidence for regional variation in microware, including an increased abrasiveness of diet in some settings, such as at San Luis de Apalache at the far western end of the Mission System in the Florida Panhandle. We have interpreted the San Luis microware record as showing relatively low levels of maize consumption and greater access to livestock in this setting than elsewhere in Spanish Florida, which is consistent with ethnohistoric, ethnobotanical, zoological, and isotopic evidence. It is clear, then, that the dietary changes occurring across most settings were driven by the aforementioned economic interest in and exploitative strategies put into place by the Spanish colonial authorities. That is, diet changed simultaneously with the introduction of the food tribute system described above. Our analysis reveals that this dietary shift had important implications for the oral and general health of native populations. In regard to oral health, maize is a carbohydrate, which is a central dietary factor in promoting dental caries. Dental caries is a disease process resulting from the byproducts of the bacterial fermentation process taking place in the mouth as bacteria metabolize the carbohydrate-rich diets. These byproducts, especially lactic acid, dissolve the tooth enamel, creating the cavities so prevalent in populations that are heavily dependent on carbohydrates. Predictably, the elevated consumption of maize by Mission Indians resulted in an increase in dental caries, especially in the later Guel descendant group on Amelia Island following the abandonment of St. Catherine's Island. While certainly not life-threatening, dental caries promotes gingivitis and periodontal disease, which in turn contributes to poor general health, especially in later adulthood. Health and well-being in a dynamic landscape. In addition to its cariogenic properties, maize is deficient in several amino acids, rendering it an incomplete protein. These nutritional deficits can result in the disruption of the cells that are responsible for enamel development, resulting in growth arrest markers called hypoplasias. In the mission settings of northern Florida, 83. The great majority of individuals display these defects. Moreover, there is a tendency for the defects to be wider in the mission settings, suggesting a longer duration of stress. In addition, our analysis of microscopic growth-related defects in tooth enamel called Wilson bands shows that these defects, like enamel hypoplasias, are much more prevalent in the Mission Indians than in their prehistoric ancestors. Several other indicators of health status are consistent with the profile of increased stress and declining health, especially in the contact era. In this regard, comparison of pre-contact and mission-era communities reveals an increase in cribra orbitalia and parodic hyperostosis, cranial pathological conditions that have been related to chronic iron deficiency anemia. As a result, the body attempts to compensate for iron deficiency by increasing red blood cell production, a process taking place in bone marrow regions of the skeleton. In particular, Marrow expansion in these instances is a response to deficiencies in red blood cells and/or hemoglobin. Both the severity and the prevalence of cribra orbitalia/parodic hyperostosis increased dramatically in the colonial era and reflect a major nutritional decline relating to iron metabolism. The practice of relocation of native groups to mission centers also had the predictable health outcomes involving a record of increasing infectious disease. Comparisons of pathology representing specific diseases are now well documented in the region in the late prehistoric and contact era, especially lesions consistent with a diagnosis of tuberculosis and treponematosis. The overall deteriorating circumstances of misionization for native peoples, especially population aggregation and poor living conditions, suggest that the cause in this setting is largely infection and the associated inflammatory response. Lifestyle changes and behavioral adaptations. In addition to fundamental changes in foodways and nutritional outcomes, the most profound change to occur in the lives of native peoples in the post-contact era was the labor demand placed on them in this highly exploitive system. The labor pool needed to support Spain's imposed economic model was already in place at the time of initial contact by Europeans, that is, the men, women, and children living in the communities that later came to be associated with the mission centers. Bioarchaeology provides an important avenue for reconstructing and interpreting physical activity, workload, and lifestyle. The human skeleton presents a record of lifestyle and activity by reflecting the accumulated bony responses to lifestyle and workload, especially in two key ways. First, bone as a living tissue responds to activity in highly predictable ways, reflecting levels of mechanical demand associated with habitual activity, such as long-distance travel in some settings. Second, heavy mechanical demand on the joints of the skeleton, if sufficiently prolonged and severe, will result in articular damage and other pathological alterations collectively called osteoarthritis. Osteoarthritis, a disorder caused largely by wear and tear on joints of the skeleton, provides a record of the degree to which the Spanish labor system impacted its native participants. For this setting, application of biomechanical engineering principles to bone size and shape has provided an avenue for reconstructing behavior and lifestyle. In particular, this approach is based on the phenomenon that the bone tissue in a living person alters itself in response to activity-related demands. Simply, greater demand or stress on bone, such as use of the arms in lifting or the legs in walking and running, will result in increased bone development over the course of a person's years of growth and development and adulthood. For example, a person who is engaged in heavy physical labor throughout his or her lifetime will have larger bones when viewed in cross-section than someone who leads a relatively sedentary lifestyle. In fact, comparison of human populations around the world and in specific regions shows predictable variation reflecting the level and type of mechanical loading. In such biomechanical analyses, anthropologists apply principles used by civil and mechanical engineers when designing materials for the construction of various kinds of structures, such as buildings and bridges. In particular, these materials are designed so that they are best suited to hold up under very heavy weights. For example, the iconic I-beams universally used in the infrastructure of buildings and bridges are used based on one key theory discovered by engineers many years ago. That is, the farther the material is distributed from a central 85 longitudinal axis, the better it is able to resist deforming or breaking. Specifically, engineers and anthropologists use cross-sectional geometric properties called second moments of area to analyze the rigidity or ability of bones to resist bending and torsion during activities, such as walking and running or lifting and carrying. Our findings show that compared to the late prehistoric native populations, the second moments of area are considerably greater in cross-sections of arm and leg bones among the Mission Indians. These findings can be interpreted in only one way, namely, that the Mission Indians had a lifestyle involving very heavy physical labor, especially in the late Mission populations in Guil. Importantly, the record of biomechanical adaptation shows some interesting differences in comparison of adult males versus females. Comparisons of archaeological populations from a range of prehistoric and historic settings in North America show a decline in differences between men and women over time. That is, sexual dimorphism declines among agriculturalists compared to hunter-gatherers, with very few exceptions. Males and females become increasingly similar in the structural properties of their limb bones. Interestingly, the two mission settings from GWIL, first Santa Catalina on St. Catherine's Island and later on Amelia Island, show marked differences in the ratio of 9/E in the femur midhaft in comparing males and females. This ratio reflects front-to-back bending of the femur relative to side-to-side bending, providing an indication of degree of mobility. In both missions, numerous males have considerably higher 9/E ratios, indicating much greater levels of mobility than their female counterparts. Almost certainly, and at least for some communities, these differences indicate the use of male draft laborers who traveled long distances for various labor projects. The temporal trends in osteoarthritis prevalence for the GWIL series are consistent with the observation of increased biomechanical loading and increased work demand in the mission period. That is, there are dramatic increases in osteoarthritis, especially in the vertebrae. In addition, 5 of the 56 individuals studied from Santa Catalina to GWIL on Amelia Island display spondylolysis, a fatigue fracture involving the lower back caused by heavy mechanical loading. It is not possible to tell exactly which specific activities were involved in explaining the changes in workload and lifestyle that have been documented in parts of La Florida. However, the ethno-historic record and especially written accounts about life in colonial communities make clear that Indians were subjected to very heavy labor relating to the economic structure of the Spanish colonial system, namely, focused on the production and distribution of crops, especially maize. In addition, this repartimento draft labor system involved the use of hundreds of Indian laborers who traveled by foot for the distribution of food across La Florida, as well as draft labor at St. Augustine to produce the necessary food for the city. By some estimates, 1 million pounds of maize was produced each year in the mid-17th century, much of it in the GWIL and Apalachee provinces. In a nutshell, native labor was the driving force behind this extractive system put in place by Spanish authorities. In a very real sense, the biological changes documented in the remains of colonial-era native populations show that these groups underwent excessive labor demand, almost certainly caused by a dominant authority exploiting a subordinate group. Moreover, in addition to the circumstances leading to poorer health owing to nutritional decline, exposure to infectious disease, and the impact of newly introduced pathogens, the native population declined at a time when the Spanish authorities were most in need of them as a labor source. In fact, outside of St. Augustine, the authorities were entirely dependent on the native labor pool for maintenance of this extractive repartimento system. The labor system could possibly have sustained itself well beyond the 17th century. However, the influence of external forces would ultimately exceed any balance provided by a native population struggling to adapt. In 1659, native groups from north of La Florida moved into the region armed with English-supplied firearms, affecting this and other areas of the southeast. For the province of GWIL, this action forced the abandonment of all mainland mission Indians to the coast. In addition, the Yamassees, another tribal group relocated to the coastal region during the later colonial period, were incorporated into the sphere of Spanish authority. It has long been assumed that a mission cemetery and church located near the Santa Catalina de GWIL Cemetery on Amelia Island, Florida, was the mission Santa Maria. 87. De los Yamasee, representing a later mission-era population. I speculated, however, that the cemetery was likely earlier than the Santa Catalina Cemetery and may, therefore, be from the original pre-GWIL, Timucua population. Analysis of the 9/E ratio in the femur midhaft shows a level of sexual dimorphism very much like prehistoric agriculturalists, and the series displays relatively low levels of nonspecific infections, just 6% of individuals. Moreover, the stable carbon and nitrogen isotope values are also more like those of prehistoric agriculturalists less focused on maize than the GWIL mission populations on St. Catherine's Island or the later population on Amelia Island, further supporting the notion that the so-called Santa Maria de los Yamasee mission and cemetery were associated with the Timucuas and not the Yamasees. Indeed, new biodistance and mortuary analyses of the Santa Maria Cemetery remains from Amelia Island are more consistent with Timucua and not Yamasee people. Therefore, the pattern described here shows that the workload and behavioral adaptation of the native people in the early mission period were similar to those of their prehistoric ancestors and preceded the influences of labor tribute developed to its fullest in the late mission period. Structural violence, more than just broken bones. The historical and archaeological records suggest that for many of the tribes of La Florida, elites exacted labor and other tribute from non-whites. By linking into the system, the Spanish authorities recognized an opportunity to establish an economic foothold and sustainable production. As described in this chapter, there is a comprehensive record of health outcomes and behavioral adaptations demonstrating the profound alterations in quality of life for the native communities across La Florida. Hagen-Klaus has made the compelling case that health outcomes derived from bioarchaeological contexts provide an important record of violence, not in the form of fractures, decapitations, and dislocations but, rather, in forms that are more harmful, widespread, and enduring than those that produce broken bones and weapons injuries. Violence viewed from this perspective is but one element of a continuum of social behaviors, interpersonal and intergroup, described by Yuan Galtung as structural violence. That is, the behaviors are structural because they are defined within the context of existing political, economic, and social structures, and they are a record of violence because the outcomes cause death and debilitation. In other words, we are seeing a collective of social structures, institutions, and policies that suppress the ability of members of native societies to reach their full potential. I believe that the record of structural violence revealed by the comparisons of health and behavioral outcomes in contact-era skeletons from La Florida underscores this important point and is certainly revealed in this setting via bioarchaeological study. La Florida is an exemplar of structural violence, as native populations in this setting were dominated and exploited by a European power, so much so that the entire social fabric of these societies was altered in profound ways and with social and biological consequences. The most obvious cultural consequence was the replacement of traditional religious institutions with European Christianity. This is obvious in the sense that native mortuary ritual changed from traditional mound burial to placement in European-style cemeteries, often within the church. This replacement of traditional social and cultural behaviors was accompanied by a dramatic shift in expectations involving labor tribute and the movement of entire communities to settings that were more readily exploited by church and civil authorities. The study of health outcomes in this region reveals a subtle, sometimes invisible record of violence, not in the form of trauma and obvious injury but in the form of illness, morbidity, and increased physical activity and workload owing to labor exploitation. Most importantly, structural violence is tied to population outcomes, namely, the reduction in health and well-being led to an inability to reproduce and recover from the colonial traumas of disease, poor diet, and labor demands. The record of structural violence described here is not to say that overt violence was not present in this setting. Indeed, historical records on the early years of exploration talk about conquest and the violence that Spaniards directed toward native people. Moreover, there is a bioarchaeological record of violent injury resulting from malicious intent, but it is rare. At the Tatham 89 mound in west-central Florida, dating well prior to the mission era, circa AD 1525-50, Hutchinson has documented the only record of violence involving the use of metal-edged weapons. In this setting, some 18 skeletal elements, mostly limb bones, display damage caused by metal-bladed instruments. The site is likely one of many villages visited by Hernando de Soto's exploration through the region in 1539. At San Luis de Apalache, an adult male from an elite grave interred near the altar likely died from a gunshot wound. Far more profound than these few instances of interpersonal violence, however, is the record of structural violence in La Florida, and it is striking in its similarity to other settings of the Americas colonized by Spain. Like La Florida, In the Lambayeque River Valley of north coastal Peru, the Spanish authorities recognized the economic potential of the region, including especially the exploitation of local native populations for labor. Unlike La Florida, where labor was exploited for primarily agricultural production, the Muchic people of Peru were viewed as an important labor source in mining operations, especially the mining of gypsum. Within a half-century of initial contact, the conquest of the region resulted in fundamental changes in the political and economic landscapes, accompanied by forced resettlement, a labor tax, and the general deconstruction of traditional native social structures. Analysis of a large series of late pre-contact skeletons and post-contact remains from San Pedro de Morope revealed a pattern of change in morbidity remarkably similar to that of La Florida. In a comparison of the pre- and post-contact Lambayeque Valley Muchics, an extraordinarily high increase in the prevalence of dental caries, parotid hyperostosis, and osteoperiosteitis has been documented. Like the record of structural violence in La Florida, labor exploitation by the dominant Spanish authority in Peru is well displayed in an elevated prevalence of degenerative joint disease. However, reflecting the different kind of labor in comparison with La Florida, the prevalence of degenerative joint disease among the Muchics is most pronounced in the shoulder, elbow, wrist, hand, and knee joints. While these specific differences between La Florida and the Lambayeque Valley reflect differences in labor, the overall record of elements of structural violence is similar: the manipulation of native labor toward privileging the economic gains of the superordinate Spanish society at the expense of the subordinate native society. Equal before God. Santa Catalina de Guil and health outcomes. Different health outcomes in comparison of social classes within chiefdoms like those associated with La Florida do not appear to represent structural violence. Structural violence is a concept applied to settings involving the planned application by a major dominant authority exerting social, political, and economic control over a subjugated non-dominant society, such as in the case of the many settings of colonization across the globe by major European powers, including, as in this setting, Spain. This is not to say that chiefdoms and their unequal components do not produce different health outcomes. Indeed, there are numerous instances in prehistoric North America where elites and non-elites display different outcomes in health. Social hierarchy and variability in access to resources may have been in place in the region prior to the arrival of Spaniards. The Spanish recognized the different classes in the chiefdoms they encountered and tapped into the established social hierarchy for extracting labor tribute. On the Georgia coast, in particular, the Guils had social ranking, with a smaller elite class likely controlling food and other resources. Analysis of the distribution of types and quantities of burial-related material culture provides one important avenue for estimating the general degree of social differentiation within this society. Contrary to the expectation of church doctrine, interments in some native cemeteries during the mission era have been found in association with material culture, some including elaborate grave goods. The most spectacular in this regard is the church cemetery at Santa Catalina de Guil on St. Catherine's Island. This cemetery contained an extraordinary record of material culture, including some 70,000 glass beads, largely from rosaries, ceramic plates and other vessels, crucifixes, religious medallions, and a mirror. In addition, at the altar end of the church, the remains of one individual were found in association with a coffin. The distribution of this material culture was not random, the more elaborate grave. 91. Inclusions and greater density of these inclusions tended to be associated with the altar end of the church. These grave inclusions were likely the personal possessions of the deceased or those of close relatives. This assumed pattern of ownership suggests that individuals interred closest to the altar were of higher ranks than individuals interred farthest from the altar. To document a potential relationship between health and rank, we analyzed indicators of physiological stress and diet with reference to the association with three distinctive clusters of burials, namely, the front, middle, and back thirds of the church, here called the altar, mid-nave, and back nave. Comparison of individuals from the three clusters revealed a near statistically significant association between location and hypoplasia, higher-ranked individuals tended to have no hypoplasias, whereas lower-ranked individuals tended to have hypoplasias. We interpret this record to suggest that the higher-ranked elites had lower levels of physiological stress than the lower-ranked sub-elites in GWL society. Analysis of the distribution of dental caries provides an even more compelling case for the relationship between health and status. In this regard, the lowest frequency of individuals having dental caries was in the altar area versus the midnave or the back nave. The difference between altar and other areas is statistically significant. The differences between the midnave and back nave are not statistically significant. This record suggests that elite individuals had a different experience in diet and oral health than non-elite individuals. That is, higher status individuals consumed a lower amount of cariogenic foods than did lower status individuals. Overall, then, diets of non-elites were more dominated by protein-poor maize than were those of elites. These findings suggest that social inequality is expressed in health and access to resources. Individuals nearest the altar had greater access to meat and resources to mitigate stress during growth and development and adulthood. GWL social positions were not preserved in name only, for their positions represented tangible differences in stress and access to quality dietary resources. Stress and diet among the GWLs were 92 C.S. Larson. Factors of socially constructed statuses, as well as later ways in which individuals mediated the colonial landscape through individual action, and the GWL setting at Santa Catalina was likely part of the larger fabric of structural violence representing a record of social inequality. We do not know whether colonialism created or exacerbated inequality and health disparities in La Florida, where the brunt of structural violence was greater for the lesser elites than the higher elites. What the record does show is social differentiation in health in the contact era and that elite individuals were more buffered from structural violence than were non-elite individuals. Other intra-community comparisons of morbidity reveal similarities and differences across La Florida. For example, at San Pedro y San Pablo de Petale in Apalache Province, like Santa Catalina de GWL in GWL Province, there was a higher prevalence of hypoplasia in the altar end of the church. Similarly, the diachronic comparison of earlier and later series at San Martin revealed an increase in dental caries, a pattern also shown in ancestral descendant comparisons in GWL. In contrast, in Petale and San Martin cemeteries in Timucua Province there is a random distribution of dental caries, suggesting little or no variation in diet by social class. For all bioarchaeological research in mission cemeteries, the focus of study has been on each skeletal assemblage as representing a single temporal unit. Future research will explore the possibility that health variation may be at least in part temporal. Perhaps, then, earlier deaths at Santa Catalina de GWL were interred closer to the altar than later deaths. If that is the case, then caries variation may simply reflect an increasing emphasis on carbohydrates over the 80 or so years of the history of the church and cemetery. However, at this point of study, the health record described in this chapter is far more consistent with expectation for a socially stratified society, whereby there are clear differences in access to quality nutrition in subordinates versus elites. The cumulative process of structural violence. An important theme for colonial-era La Florida is the presence of structural violence, subjugation, and exploitation of subordinate native societies by a dominant Spanish authority. Viewed from this perspective, 93. Native groups were weakened by a host of factors affecting health and well-being, including labor exploitation, an increasing reliance on poor-quality protein, and the impact of European-introduced diseases. The key lesson to be learned is that the singular focus on germs is only a part of the complex story of why these and other societies in the Americas saw decline and disappearance. These declines did not happen in weeks or months. Rather, it was the cumulative insult of increasingly poor circumstances that promoted population loss, perhaps the most important of which was structural violence and its contribution to the inability to rebound in the face of declining living conditions. For Beyond Epidemics, a bioarchaeological perspective on Pueblo Spanish encounters in the American Southwest. Deborah L. Martin. Tourists flock to the American Southwest in part because it is home to many groups of Native Americans whose tribal names are familiar and iconic in the collective national imagination. The Southwest is one of a small number of places in the United States where Native groups were not completely decimated by the colonial encounter or relocated to reservations far from their homelands. The reservations that they live on today are the same spaces that their ancestors lived for hundreds of years. Patricia Limerick argues that all of the American Southwest has essentially been museumized, beginning in the early 1800s when tourists discovered that these ancient/modern pueblos could be visited. Tourists hope to see ancient customs and traditions enacted for them in ways that let them imagine what life was like for Native people prior to contact. Simultaneously and at odds with this romanticized version of the past, the most popular narrative of colonial contact has been written about as the history of interactions among disparate peoples. Shaped the modern world through conquest, epidemics, and genocide. Part of the lure and charm of visiting these areas is the wonder that Native people still exist at all, given the popularized notions about the epidemics that occurred during the contact period. Tourists are at once lulled into imagining a disease-free and violence-free world prior to colonial contact and are then told to imagine an explosion of epidemics and violent encounters that led to a pacified and diminished people that can be seen today. Emphasizing epidemics is as problematic as emphasizing the idealized disease-free paradise that indigenous people must have lived in prior to 1492. Bioarchaeological and other scientific data reveal that life on the ground as farmers in the desert Southwest was not a paradise. In the Southwest, life prior to contact was challenged by dietary and health issues compounded by sporadic small-scale warfare and interpersonal violence. And at contact, epidemics were only one of many challenges faced by Native people. Spanish colonization tactics and Pueblo resistance. The indigenous Pueblo people of the Southwest have not become extinct, nor have they been assimilated into the dominant culture. An understanding of their long in situ histories, particularly with respect to health, presents a unique opportunity to understand biological stress and its interplay with environmental and cultural variables over long periods of time. Beginning with the Columbian Quincentennial in 1992, there was an explosion of bioarchaeological studies, meaning studies focused on what the human skeletal remains revealed about age at death and pathology before, during, and after contact. These studies provided biological data that helped to make an assessment of the impact of colonial expansion on indigenous populations. Because of the focus on biological human remains, these studies provided important insights into what life was really like prior to and during the contact period. This was especially true when there were chronological series that spanned the pre-contact and contact periods. Bioarchaeological studies provided important correctives to the narratives about life before, during, and after colonial expansion in that they helped establish baseline data regarding patterns of morbidity and mortality. This information is crucial because it permits an analysis of what transpired with contact within a much more dynamic, complex, and nuanced context. Both Clark Spencer Larson and George Milner demonstrate with regional case studies that while epidemics were part of the story of what transpired at contact, epidemics by no means were the only important factor to consider. 101. Via a complex interrelated set of goals that included misionization, labor exploitation, and the necessity for females by the all-male armies, epidemics were not the only or primary source of sickness and death at contact. Massacres and other fear-invoking and terrorist activities were palpable forces in the colonial experience for Native men, women, and children in highly variable ways in the Southwest. For the Pueblo Indians in the 1500s, historian Ramon Gutierrez suggests for one group living at the Pueblo of Acoma that the Spanish not only controlled all labor and hence political economic aspects of power but also controlled sexual intercourse, marriage, and reproduction. Yet these narratives demonstrate agency and nuance as well. Gutierrez theorizes that in Pueblo traditional societies, females had power to control factors having to do with households and with their sexuality and reproductive capabilities. Historian James Brooks adds many additional dimensions to understanding the motivations of the Spanish colonists in the Pueblo Southwest with his unpacking of the role of captivity and slavery within and between various indigenous groups, as well as the imposition of particular kinds of marriage rules and the incorporation of captivity and slavery into new definitions of family. Catherine Cameron provides examples of the complex ways that indigenous systems of captivity and slavery were exploited by various other groups. Mark Simmons documents the role of massacres and intimidation in the colonial process. In retaliation for native resistance, the Spanish would often burn at the stake whole villages. Catherine Spielman and colleagues have provided archaeological and bioarchaeological evidence supporting these claims using data collected from pre-contact and contact human remains and detailed excavation data on diet, subsistence strategies, and gendered labor patterns. What these kinds of studies reveal are Pueblo groups who increasingly were forced to hunt more, farm more intensively, and succumb to harsh assimilation tactics to meet the Spanish tribute levies that increasingly defined their lives. Thus, focusing solely on the effects of germs and epidemics and not on the everyday practices and experiences of native people misses the point about the ways that Pueblo people adapted to, resisted, were transformed by, and succumbed to colonial rule. This is an important part of the historical narrative that is not represented in popular writing. What historians, ethnographers, and archaeologists reveal in this volume is that while epidemics were important, there were many other factors that contributed to subordinating and remaking the indigenous presence into a controllable part of the political-economic Spanish superstructure. Applying the concept of creeping genocide to the Southwest in the Pueblo Southwest, it is clear that while indigenous people did suffer from sporadic and variable waves of epidemics that have been well documented, small-scale warfare, burning at the stake, taking of lands, fragmentation of communities, extraction of labor and taxes, use of captives and slaves for labor, and extreme forms of misionization and assimilation are important forces to consider in the ultimate transformation, subordination, and depopulation of groups in the Southwest. This constant wearing down of Pueblo people resulted in one of the few successful rebellions by native people against their colonizers, the Pueblo Revolt of 1680. It is a useful heuristic to frame these other factors as a form of genocide. However, genocide as a label is fraught with legal and modern definitions that may or may not capture the collective activities of the European colonists. For the colonial invaders and the ways that native people experienced this invasion, Norbert Finzes used the work of Mark Levine, who coined the phrase creeping genocide to capture the complexities of colonization. This distinguishes genocide from the more straightforward colonial encounters that were accomplished through outright slaughter of all people encountered. In a survey of colonial encounters from historic to contemporary cases, Levine notes that most genocides do not follow an absolute trajectory but are usually aborted at some point or, possibly, succeeded by a return to other carrot-and-stick strategies of forcible integration or exclusion, even in some instances, running parallel to genocide itself. This is more in line with what has been documented for the Pueblo people. While sometimes whole villages were massacred, the colonial violence visited upon the Pueblo people was more sporadic, with the intent to communicate fear and to force particular kinds of behaviors rather than to exterminate all of the native inhabitants. In thinking, then, about the different events, practices, and activities related to colonization that constitute creeping genocide, we can see epidemics in the Pueblo Southwest as one part of an intertwined and systematic set of culturally and politically motivated practices that colonists implemented. Creeping genocide is a useful framework to use because it permits individual events to be seen within a much larger, enmeshed, and dynamic set of processes. When massacres, enslavement, harsh taxation, and assimilation failed to work, stronger tactics were operationalized that led to things such as broken treaties, more massacres, separation of children from families, forced assimilation, and the creation of reservations as marginalized welfare states. Eleanor Barrett suggests further the ways that the introduction of encomiendas also contributed to hardships and depopulation. The importance of identifying these collective tactics as creeping genocide is that it brings into sharper focus important analytical binaries such as resistance and compliance, adaptation and death, agency and pacifism, and identity and assimilation. There are likely more factors at work than can ever be reconstructed historically or archaeologically for native groups, but it is important to try to look for connections among different underlying political economic processes. In this light, creeping genocide can be seen as a continuum of everyday practices. Captivity, enslavement, losing lands, forced misionization, forced detentions, forced exoduses, forcing religious conversion, expulsion, confinement, rape of women, and torture or public brutalization of resistors, warriors, and elders. All of these are part of the everyday experiences that deserve attention. These processes accumulate so broadly and often invisibly that one literally has to excavate a wide variety of sources to unearth them. To pave over this complexity with a single narrative about the impact of epidemics is a flawed scientific approach to explaining the impact and legacy of colonial encounters in the Southwest. Creeping genocide abounds in the world today, making the studies in the current volume all the more relevant. Levine argues that not only is the destruction or attempted destruction of Fourth World peoples central to the pattern of contemporary genocide, but, by examining such specific examples, we can more clearly delineate the phenomenon's more general wellsprings and processes. In fleshing out what really happened and what was really experienced by people under colonial attack, new models for prevention and intervention in today's secular and religious wars may emerge. A confluence of factors on the eve of contact study of the ancestral Pueblo groups during the period preceding the colonial presence offers important insights into mechanisms underlying cultural processes, adaptability, and behavioral flexibility in a fluctuating, unpredictable, and marginal environment. Without information derived from archaeological and bioarchaeological sources of this pre-contact period, it would be nearly impossible to estimate the full impact of the changes and transformations wrought by colonial encounters. While there were many interrelated factors at play, climate change, endemic disease, and small-scale warfare are three interrelated challenges for which there is an increasingly rich set of supporting data. Determining how the Pueblo people coped with and reacted to outside and inside forces impinging on their communities and being able to measure levels of short and long-term adaptability under multiple stressors are fundamental to addressing the impact of colonization. The 200 or so years preceding the arrival of the Spanish were extremely difficult for Pueblo farmers, yet there is strong evidence for resilience and survival during the confluence of these factors that included environmental uncertainties, chronic and persistent disease loads, and sporadic warfare and violence. Knowing this context makes even more remarkable the ways that various Pueblo groups persisted and survived given the additional stressors of the colonial encounters. Environmental marginality and climate change. An impressive wealth of archaeological data for the Southwest exists because of intensive excavation and study since the 1890s. The reconstruction of environment, climate, trade networks, population movements, settlement patterns, ceramic and lithic technology, architecture, diet, subsistence activities, and other facets of ancient Pueblo life has provided a great deal of data, recently summarized by Linda Cordell and Maxine McBrien and John Kantner. The many archaeological reconstructions of Pueblo people's environment and subsistence strategies suggest that they were constantly challenged by the vicissitudes of farming in an arid and marginal environment with periodic and long-lasting droughts. Constant movement and migration involved small-scale and larger region-wide patterns of leaving older communities and establishing new communities. This was part of an adaptive strategy to marginal and water-poor microenvironments, but it was also a deeply embedded part of Pueblo ideology. According to Cordell and McBrien, the eve of contact was a turbulent time that produced large-scale depopulations through a process of residential mobility. Particularly, between AD 1250 and 1450, there is evidence of severe and long-lasting droughts, arroyo entrenchment, falling water tables, and major changes in rainfall periodicity. Yet throughout this period, overall population size continued to grow and Pueblo groups formed complex regional and interregional alliances, practiced risk avoidance strategies, shared resources, exchanged goods between regions, moved around the landscape to maximize resource acquisitions, and traded for non-indigenous items with people outside of the boundaries of the Pueblo Southwest. In the broadest picture, institutionalization of cooperative ventures and formation of local and distant alliances were likely dominant political economic activities solidified through complex sodality, kin, clan, locality, marriage, and trade relationships. As resources dwindled and the ability to maintain large and dense population centers decreased, massive migrations and population movements have been documented. Crop failure, empty storage bins, and food shortage may have caused lean years and even starvation. This brief overview of the environmental challenges posed in the 200-year period prior to the arrival of the Spanish is important because it shows that Pueblo people were already under quite a bit of strain without interjecting contact into the picture. Furthermore, the 1500s continued to have problematic climatic shifts with the onset of the Little Ice Age, during which colder weather patterns made farming even more challenging. Endemic diseases. The Southwest in the late pre-contact period was a highly interactive and dynamic region with networks that were far-reaching. Trade goods found at sites revealed connections to the California coast, Mexico, the Great Plains to the east, and the Great Basin to the north. Bioarchaeological research conducted on human remains from this period from the archaeological sites of Hauicu, San Cristobal, and Pecos dismiss any notions about a disease-free paradise on the eve of contact. Techniques for the identification of pathologies related to communicable diseases such as Staphylococcus and Streptococcus infections, malnutrition, iron deficiency anemia, and traumatic injuries show frequencies within the burial populations by age and sex that are equal to or worse than frequencies discussed for other New World pre-contact populations. These occurrences of pathologies and underlying disease stressors were also present in the time periods leading up to the 1200s. Studies have noted the ubiquity of health problems throughout the Southwest and for all pre-contact time periods. In part because of the climate changes and unpredictable weather patterns that started in the 1200s, cultivation of crops and availability of local resources made these health problems all the more problematic, and increases in almost all categories of disease are higher when compared to earlier groups. While the frequencies of pathologies such as nutritional anemia and infectious diseases suggest that they were ubiquitous across the Southwest, demographic trends in age at dying reveal patterns of differential survival. For example, developmental and endemic health problems such as nutritional anemia and infectious disease were less of a problem in the small dispersed farming hamlets that existed prior to the 1400s versus the aggregated villages found along the Rio Grande River at the time of contact. High rates of dental disease across 15 communities ranging from AD 900 to contact had a mean of approximately 50% of the dentition from individuals showing caries and about 30% showing abscesses. Cranial lesions indicative of some kind of nutritional problems are consistently represented across all sites and most age categories, with the highest rates in children from some of the larger and later communities. Small-scale warfare, raiding, and interpersonal violence in the 200 years or so prior to contact, the skeletal remains reveal evidence for sustained but highly variable behaviors that led to interpersonal conflict, various forms of violence, raiding, ambushes, possible cannibalism, massacres, enslavement of some captives, small-scale warfare, unequal distribution of high-quality food resources, and shifts in sexual division of labor. Around AD 1150 and onward, researchers suggest that there was a collapse of the Chaco Canyon populations, which represented a powerful sphere of influence. This collapse caused population movement and growth of population sizes in other regions. While the period of AD 900 to 1150 has been thought to be relatively peaceful, there is compelling data to suggest that warfare became more pronounced. The osteological record indicates the probability of large-scale village massacres in places such as Castle Rock and Cowboy Wash. However, the assemblages and burials found at these sites are not composed simply of dead bodies struck down while fighting. There is a remarkable range of variability in the kinds of corpse treatment, rituals for burial of the dead that are unique to this time period, and cases of violent deaths. In addition, there is skeletal evidence documenting victims of violent interactions who escaped death. Healed traumatic injuries and head wounds are present at many Pueblo sites but seem to have increased during the 12th and 13th centuries. The underlying causal relationships between violence and food shortage, warfare and competition, warfare and social stratification and intimidation and dominance by non-Pueblo outsiders have been developed, emphasizing and incorporating select data from the osteological record. Christy G. Turner II and Jacqueline A. Turner have focused exclusively on disarticulated human remains, that is, human bones located in non-burial contexts. Collectively, the archaeological data on fortification and strategic location and the osteological data on victims and mass graves suggest that fighting in the form of ambushes, raids, skirmishes, or attacks by a group of aggressors may have been the status quo in many parts of the pre-contact Southwest. Jonathan Haas, and Winifred Creamer, and David Wilcox and Haas provide detailed overviews of archaeological data that demonstrate evidence of sustained intervillage conflict. The authors of these studies conclude that violent interactions between groups increased over time, starting around AD 1150 and continuing through the 1400s. The building of defensive architecture and the strategic location of sites by the Pueblo people. There is compelling circumstantial evidence to suggest that people were in a mode of constant vigilance. In summary, the osteological evidence for violence is highly varied. Stephen LeBlanc and Signe Larald provide overviews of human remains found in numerous contexts suggestive of different kinds of violence. In particular, they present reviews of the skeletal evidence for paramatum fractures, embedded stone points, burials with unusual mortuary treatment, and trophy skulls. Turner and Turner present 76 sites that show signs of interpersonal violence and ritual destruction of bodies. These include disarticulated, broken, and burned human remains. Thus, a wide variety of forms of violence as interpersonal strife, as performative rituals, and as endemic warfare and raiding were intrinsic to Pueblo cultures prior to contact. These kinds of violence have not been considered when forms of violence introduced by the Spanish are discussed. 109. The bioarchaeological data present a complex picture for the existing Pueblo communities on the eve of contact. Mass slayings, individual dismemberments, burning, possible cannibalism, scalping, intentional injury, witch execution, raiding for captives, and hand-to-hand combat have been documented on the human skeletal remains from the Southwest. However, the relationship of these signs of trauma and violence on the bodies to other political, economic, and ideological currents has not been fully examined. These cases of violence may represent a more large-scale and integrated system of power dynamics and forms of social control in addition to performances meant to intimidate, shows of force, aspects of coercion, or even conflict resolution. Complexities at contact. The long history of human occupation in the Southwest is defined simultaneously by change and resiliency, and persistence and continuity. Thomas Sheridan and Nancy Pearzo state that for the people of the Southwest, it is the persistence of ethnic identity in the face of constant change. Conquest, persecution, exile, and in some cases attempted genocide that is unique and remarkable. There is a striking degree of biological and cultural continuity among many indigenous groups still living in these regions. For example, the Hopi people and their ancestors have lived on Black Mesa, Arizona, since AD 200. Hopi communities have very strong ties to their ancestral homelands, and they use information derived from archaeology, ethnohistory, and interviews with elders to identify ancestral sacred sites and locations. The Southwest in general was a challenging place to live. Bioarchaeological data combined with archaeological patterns of movement and settlement suggest that droughts punctuated various times and regions particularly severely. Yet at the time of contact, there were large settlements along the Rio Grande to the east and in the northern and central parts of Arizona. Without even bringing in the stresses of contact, on the eve of contact there were signs of increasing disease stress and violence along with increasing population size, intensification of agricultural practices, greater emphasis on public architecture and trade, and the appearance of large regional systems. 110. Spanish exploration and colonization of New Mexico led to profound disruptions, as Pueblo land, labor, and other resources were usurped and the Pueblo economy and culture were threatened by new invaders and by the introduction of Old World diseases, smallpox, measles, and other epidemic diseases. Whatever the range of reasons for Pueblo migration in the pre-contact periods, Spanish colonization of New Mexico in 1598 clearly added new and in many ways terrifying dimensions to the process of site abandonment. Before colonization in 1598 there were 75 to 90 occupied pueblos in the Rio Grande drainage. By 1643 only 43 remained. Even those pueblos that persisted experienced population losses. As example, the population of Pecos declined by 40% between 1622 and 1641. Although it has been hypothesized that diseases like smallpox reached the Pueblo region before or shortly after European contact in 1539, a stronger case is made for the introduction of disease following Juan de Onate's founding of the first Spanish colony in New Mexico in 1598. The spread of epidemic disease after this date over hundreds of miles via native populations is indicated in Jesuit missionary documents from northern and western Mexico. Epidemics are also noted in the missionaries' burial books, reports, and chronicles from the 1600s and 1700s. The relatively high incidence of cranial trauma following European contact is consistent with archaeological and historical evidence of warfare and violence, including increased warfare among the Pueblo people themselves and with their Athapascan and Plains neighbors, all of whom found their lives transformed by epidemic diseases, guns, horses, and massive economic disruption. The Spanish explorers and missionaries wrote about the relative wealth of the large villages like Hauicu and San Cristobal with their fields of corn and cotton. While they often misunderstood and misrepresented the native peoples and their political and religious systems, these early visitors left accounts that are 111. Unanimous in their glowing commentary on the wealth and quality of life enjoyed by the Pueblo people. They did not write about natives of the greater Southwest as sickly, starving, and barely able to survive to adulthood. Rather, they described strong, agile, and corpulent people who lived into older adulthood. Considering the historical record, one could argue that warfare, famine, disease, and environmental degradation were more of a problem in 16th century Europe than in the communities encountered by the Spanish in the Southwest. The earliest epidemic mentioned in written records for New Mexico occurred in the 1630s, which is well after contact. Henry Dobbins has argued that disease spread as far north from the basin of Mexico to the various pueblos as early as the 1520s. He suggests that there were at least two major waves of epidemic diseases prior to Marcos Deniza's expedition to Zuni in 1539 and Coronado's expeditions in 1540. Daniel Ref's careful reconstruction of 16th and 17th century epidemics in what was called northern New Spain include a smallpox pandemic, measles and smallpox epidemics. Embedded in this narrative of the constancy of epidemics is also a range of things that do not fit the pattern. E. Charles Adams demonstrates that the Hopis were not subject to any sustained contact until after the Pueblo Revolt in 1680. The Zunis put up a relatively successful resistance to Coronado and his army, and Zuni was not in contact with the Spanish until 1629, when missions were built. By 1630 there were almost 100 churches that had been built in pueblos in the southwest, but the actual number of priests and colonists remained low in the 1620s but escalated as more colonists steadily arrived. Some of the epidemics noted above in the 17th century were likely the result of demographic disturbances ranging from complete abandonment of some pueblos to the migration of individuals and families. Diseases would have easily spread during these interactions with the Spanish and internal movement within and between native communities. Looking to the bioarchaeological record for the larger proto-historic sites of San Cristobal and Hauicu as well as Pecos Pueblo and Stoddard, and I argue 112. That epidemics were actually only part of a suite of existing and new conditions that people were reacting and responding to. Pueblo resilience. The complicated and entwined forces at work in the years leading up to contact and then throughout the period of colonial expansion can best be described as creeping genocide. But it is misleading to characterize epidemics as the leading reason for the depopulation of Pueblo groups in some of the regions. While epidemics were horrifying and caused untold thousands of deaths, the relentless domination and subjugation of the Pueblo people was likely much more of a factor in explaining the impact of contact on biological and cultural adaptation. The Spanish needed labor and resources in their quest to conquer and colonize, and so the forces that produced morbidity and mortality in Pueblo groups were a formulation of many injustices, including coercion and mistreatment. In contrast to the myth of the disease-free paradise, the syntheses of bioarchaeological data from the Southwest reveal high levels of biological stress prior to contact and especially in early historic populations. The indigenous peoples of the Southwest have always been in a state of growth, migration, decline, and movement. The themes of migration, movement, and hardship tempered with a respect for the challenges of nature and climatic events in their everyday lives are strongly entwined in their oral narratives. Long-term cultural longevity cannot be understood on the basis of data reduced to events such as epidemics or counts of skeletal pathologies. The archaeological and historical records of the Pueblo Southwest and the native peoples' histories document a persistent hold on traditional values and a commitment to place and land along with a resiliency and flexibility in adapting to novel and challenging ecological, political, and cultural conditions. That the combined forces of creeping genocide did not completely undermine Pueblo people's capacity for resilience in the face of enormous odds is nothing short of remarkable. There are lessons to be learned from these groups because although they have carried a morbidity burden that appears to be unparalleled in the Western Hemisphere, they remain vibrant and viable cultures today. Demographically, their numbers have continued to rise and may currently be at sizes replicating those at contact. 5. Identity erasure and demographic impacts of the Spanish caste system on the indigenous populations of Mexico. Gerardo Gutiérrez. The Spanish caste system should be understood as an ideology/practice that created hierarchical categories of people to discriminate against individuals based on fictions of purity of blood, genealogy, religion, class, and occupation. Marital and extramarital interracial unions in Spanish America led to the emergence of an admixed population that the colonial system attempted to monitor and control through the creation of racial labels. In this chapter I analyze the unstated rules governing the Spanish caste system and their long-term demographic and social impacts on the indigenous populations of Mexico. Beyond germs, guns, and steel, there were culturally constructed principles of exclusion based on folk racial concepts that began operating in the earliest stages of the Spanish colonial system, a process that eventually placed the vast majority of the Indian population in the lowest status of the colonial caste system. 1. Despite the abolition of the caste system in 1822, the pervasive ideology of allocating political and economic opportunities based on phenotypic characteristics continued to operate strongly, upholding the permanence of stigmatized groups. These cultural practices promoted the erasure of indigenous identity and rejection of the Amerindian phenotype. This chapter examines the negotiated identities of race, class, and status in Mexico since the colonial period and argues that people phenotypically and culturally regarded as Indian were subjected to social and legal discrimination that have kept the indigenous groups in a state of structural poverty, affecting their socio-economic status, well-being. 120. G. Gutiérrez. And health. Moreover, admixture became a process through which the progeny of indigenous individuals were assimilated into the dominant Spanish system. Interracial unions contributed to an apparent decrease in indigenous population numbers due to changes of identity and erasure, a variable that is not fully considered in normal demographic studies. Throughout this chapter, I refer to race as a cultural construct that uses phenotypic and cultural variability to socially create discrete classes of people on which social advantages or prejudices are imposed. Rules and principles of the Spanish caste system. In the Spanish language of the colonial period, caste referred to a lineage of descendants from known parents and the conflating belief that gentry/villainy and phenotypic and behavioral traits passed from parents to children through the blood. 2. Beginning in the medieval period, a hierarchical system of social status was practiced in Spain around the concept of limpieza de sangre, or purity of blood, in which the genealogical line of each family was carefully and sometimes legally monitored, with the ultimate goal of preventing marriage and procreation between people of different estates, particularly between nobles and commoners or between Christians and non-Christians. These ideas on the segregation of different estates and religions were brought to the New World and adapted to the colonial reality, an arena where people of 3 different races met and interacted in ways never seen before in Europe. The Spanish colonial caste system rested on the simplistic notion that the noblest people of the realm were those who could trace their ancestry to Christian families of the northern Iberian kingdoms who fought in the Reconquista or wars to recover regions under the control of the Muslim caliphates. Individuals from these families were called hijistolgos, and their blood was considered pure without the taint of commoners, Jews, or Muslims. After arriving on the shores of America, all Spaniards immediately claimed hidalguía, or noble status, and believed themselves to be pure bloods, regardless of their former status in Spain. Furthermore, 121. All indigenous people of the Americas were reduced to a unique group label, Indian, which ignored and erased pre-Columbian distinctions or self-identities. Through an aggressive evangelization program, most indigenous people in contact with the Spaniards became Christians, and because Indian blood was considered to be untainted by African or Moorish ancestry, their descendants had the potential to be transformed into Europeans after 3 generations of consecutive marriages with Spaniards. And so, Spanish imperial ambitions included not only policies of religious indoctrination and replacement of native cultures but also bureaucratic and legal mechanisms for biological promotion and demotion. As long as Spaniards married with Spaniards and Indians married with Indians, the system was quasi-neutral, in the sense that marriage considerations were based on the wealth and status of the participant families. Demotion mechanisms operated primarily on mestizos whenever any of these individuals decided to marry or procreate children outside of the Spanish group. If mestizos decided to marry with Indians, the process of demotion was reversible, and mixed heritage descendants could again start moving toward the idealized goal of becoming European by marrying continuously with Spaniards. In contrast, caste demotion became quasi-permanent when any individual of Spanish, Indian, or mestizo heritage decided to marry or procreate with African partners. The colonial bureaucracy soon recognized a castizo caste, consisting of individuals resulting from the union of mestizos with Spaniards. 3. If a castizo married another Spaniard, the offspring of that couple was legally recognized as Spaniard. This designation was necessary for inheritance purposes, since many Spanish conquistadors and colonists legally recognized some of their mestizo children. This practice also increased the number of Spanish people, which was always numerically low in comparison with either the surviving Indian or the imported African population. The introduction of African slaves in Mexico produced the mulatto caste. Further accommodations were required to address the admixture of an African and Indian, which came to be known as lobo, and the admixture of an African with a mestizo, reported in the 18th century as either mulatto tornaatras or lobo tent en el air. 4. The stigma of marrying or having sexual intercourse with an individual of African descent seemingly emerged from the condition of slavery to which African populations were subjected during Portuguese expansion into Western Africa in the early 15th century, as well as centuries of constant skirmishes and captive taking between Mediterranean Europeans and dark-complexioned practitioners of Islam from northern Africa. This stigma profoundly impacted the choice of marrying with an African, because this act could taint the blood of one's descendants, condemning them to those castes that could never achieve limpieza de sangre and effectively curtailing their offspring's access to positions of political and economic power. Nevertheless, recent historical studies have shown how some African descendants in Mexico and Latin America resisted and coped with the most oppressive features of Spanish colonialism, gaining special status above that assigned to Indian populations through work as overseers or in the militia. After the War of Independence, the admixed African population, Pardos or Morenos, managed to blend into the emerging mestizo culture of Mexico, mitigating the stigma of slavery. At the same time, the culturally and phenotypically Indian groups became the center of political argument as they were identified as the population that was impeding the progress of the new republic. The visual expression of the Spanish caste system by the early 18th century, the caste system had created a convoluted typology difficult to explain or manage through verbal means. Moreover, judging from the long lists presented by José Pérez de Baradas, it is obvious that many labels are confusingly repetitive, with the use of the same name to describe different combinations or using different names to describe the same interracial combination. This indicates that if such categories were used, they were applied unsystematically and opportunistically, perhaps more to offend equals, mock superiors, or exercise power over lesser castes with denigrating labels. Hence, the caste paintings of late colonial Mexico may be considered the materialization through visual means of the racial values that had emerged after 2 centuries of Spanish rule and intensive interracial unions. These paintings were designed to reduce 123. The complexity of a diverse and heterogeneous population into compartmentalized racial categories based on the concept of limpieza de sangre. They also represented an attempt to justify the colonial status quo of socio-economic inequalities that allocated special privileges to Spanish colonists, together with a handful of Indian and African allies, while forcing the rest of the populace to submit to exclusionary policies. As an artistic genre, caste painting seems to have appeared almost spontaneously in 1711. It consists of sets of 16 or 20 canvases depicting scenes of quotidian life of intercaste couples, usually with one of their offspring. Diverse landscapes, tools, dress, and social activities are used to highlight slight variations in skin color, facial features, and hair texture of the individuals portrayed as representative of their castes. Beyond racial diversity, the visual representations of castes and their verbal labels capture the daza, or the self-evident, unquestioned, and undisputed natural order of the Spanish caste system and its ideology of imperial domination. Therefore, the caste paintings of the 18th century should be analyzed not only as artwork created for powerful patrons but also as the product of 2 centuries of European colonialism in which new racial values had achieved maturity. For the first time, close contact between all humans in a spatial context of multi-continental empires created hybrid individuals who escaped early 16th century boundaries of white, black, red, and yellow designations for people. It is not a celebration of plurality, however, but rather a lamentation of the unintended consequences of imperial expansion, a situation no one wanted to occur but that no authority or formal institution could prevent, despite very vocal opposition to interracial unions from the beginning of the Spanish imperial quest. It has been argued that the caste paintings represent a failed attempt to organize the new complexity of colonial interraciality, with people bypassing categories through economic achievements. Indeed, many individuals manage to outmaneuver the system, but to date no one has attempted to quantify the number of individuals who escaped the exclusions of the caste system through personal success. There were always legal loopholes allowed by colonial authorities, depending on political circumstances and economic convenience, but such loopholes could always be closed if so desired by a vengeful bureaucrat or a jealous neighbor. As modern scholars, we may find it easy to opine that the caste system was failing by the end of the colonial period. Nonetheless, those who painted these caste scenes and their patrons were living their own present, and in their lifetimes the racial organization of the colonial society was the normal order of things. Caste paintings not only highlighted the exclusionary practices associated with colonial racial values but also promoted the permanence of the system and its strong regulation to prevent racial mixtures perceived as socially dangerous, especially those composed of Indians and Africans and, even worse, those who had blood of all three racial groups. Caste paintings depict what made sense to the artists and the unquestioned world in which they lived, which is why they provide rare access into the core of racial values and attitudes forged in Spanish America. In addition, these paintings encapsulate a veritable handbook of marriage strategies indicating the right steps for Indian and mestizo parents to take for their progeny to become legally Spaniard, or how they could stay or revert to the Indian estate, a strategy for some descendants of Indian rulers, who had to remain legally Indian to continue enjoying special privileges. Caste paintings also present the dire consequences of incorporating suspicious blood into the family genealogy. Interestingly, colonial people had an alchemical notion of how blood mixed, which depended on the number of marriages that a family line had made with other castes. Such genealogical accounting became the province of elders who helped police the caste system and its associated socio-economic rewards and punishments. The reappearance of undesired phenotypic traits supported the practice of long-term blood purification through well-designed marriage patterns. Of course, this process required Spanish blood, and there was always a scarcity of Spanish fiancés and fiancées in the geographical vastness of the empire to fuel a virtuous cycle of caste promotion. Thus, the system was always at risk of being engulfed by Indian and African blood. The only option available for most well-to-do families in the colonies was to recruit light-skinned mestizos into the formation of the so-called Spanish group. Legal artifices were also put into place to maintain the system for the not-so-rare situation of two seemingly pure-blood Spanish parents procreating a child with a strong recessive Indian or African phenotype. In those situations, such individuals underwent a bureaucratic process to obtain a certificate of purity of blood, guaranteeing for all legal purposes that such person was to be considered a Spaniard. This legal procedure was popularized by the phrase "que se tenga por español." To facilitate the identification and understanding of the most typical folk racial labels found in the surviving caste paintings, I summarize them in Table 5.1. The percentages of blood in Table 5.1 refers to the number of grandparents from the three parental populations, thus, 100% equals 4 grandparents from the same parental population, without mixture. 50% means 2 grandparents out of 4 from a particular parental population in the first generation of mixture, 25% is 2 grandparents out of 8 in the second generation of mixture, 12.5% represents 2 grandparents out of 16 in the third generation, 6.25% represents 2 grandparents out of 32 in the fourth generation, 3.125% is 2 grandparents out of 64 in the fifth generation, 1.5625% is 2 grandparents out of 128 in the sixth generation, 0.78125% represents only 2 grandparents of a specific parental population out of 256 in the seventh generation, and so on. It is interesting to assess some of the patterns in 18th century caste typology as depicted in the caste paintings by plotting the percentage of parental blood for each category in a ternary chart. The first thing to note is that castes are closed groups that represented discrete categories, as opposed to the range of phenotypic variability of actual individuals. This closed categorization effectively reduced individuals into idealized groups often subjected to social and legal discrimination. The only 2 explicit exemptions to these discrete categories are seen in cases of promotion or return to the Spanish or Indian groups. This transformation was technically permitted only to mestizos after 2 generations marrying consecutively with Spaniards or Indians. In theory, after reaching 87.5% of blood of a specific 127 parental group, those individuals were considered pure bloods again. These spaces provided the much-needed escape valves to allow the game of passing, in which some individuals, especially bicultural mestizos with the right phenotypes, could be considered Spaniards or Indians. Surprisingly, the variability along the Spanish-African axis offered fewer defined castes than along the Spanish-Indian axis, perhaps because once a mulatto married another African, their children automatically reverted to Africans. 5. Actually, things were not much different if mulattoes married with Spaniards, because in the fourth generation, Strong African phenotypic features were believed to reappear, which would lead to classifying those children as a Negro returned backwards. This suited the caste system by keeping most individuals of African descent in servitude to Spaniards, without regard for Spanish grandparents, based on the belief that Spanish blood was lost in that racial mixture. Along the Indian-African axis, there is another gap in caste representation in the space between Lobo and African categories. Again, any offspring of these two classes was most likely to be considered African. Curiously, the continuous mixtures of Lobo descendants with Indians were tracked until the 7th generation. Perhaps this was a scare tactic to prevent Indians from marrying with Africans. Those individuals in the 10th NLR category theoretically had 127 Indian grandparents and only one African. As long as racial mixture involved only two parental groups, things were relatively easy to follow, and even the 7th generation 10th NLR category was generally understood. Complexity ensued when individuals of the mulatto, mestizo, Lobo, and their related mixed castes began to intermarry. These castes mixed three different types of blood and required special knowledge to crack the alchemical numbers. The mathematical challenges of estimating the participation of each parental population in their blood undoubtedly aided in the stigmatization of these castes. Frustration and mockery toward these low castes is expressed with labels like I don't understand you, which involved the mixture of one Indian and one African to produce a Lobo offspring, who married an Indian and had an Albarazado, who married a mulatto to produce a Barcino, who Spaniards and were particularly targeted as concubines. The defeated Aztecs painfully described how during the abandonment of Tenochtitlan, the Spaniards posted themselves along the few causeways leaving the island and were selecting and seizing all women of yellow bodies. The phrase that some women were very beautiful for an Indian is recurrent in the accounts of the conquest and indicates the practice of selecting Native American phenotypic traits similar to European ones. This in turn created a pool of phenotypically light-skinned mestizos who were easily assimilated into the Spanish group. Spaniards born in America were self-conscious about their mixed heritage and were the ones who worked the hardest to purify their blood. Toward this end, successful Spanish families of New Spain literally embarked on importing bridegrooms from the Iberian Peninsula for their daughters, creating a society in which European phenotypes were highly appreciated and promoted. The traveler Gemelli observed this situation in 1697, noting that wealthy families from Mexico City paid large dowries to marry their daughters with Spaniards from Spain, even if those individuals were poor. The above-mentioned practices indicate that demographic figures for mestizo individuals according to Aguirre and Cook and Borah greatly underestimate the actual numbers. Not only were the Spaniards relying on mestizo individuals for partners, but it is also apparent that Indian males and females began doing the same. I suspect that the mestizos reported in Table 5.3 are those whom no one wanted to claim and were considered illegitimate by both Spaniards and Indians. The continuation of this process in other regions subtracted many fertile indigenous women from the pool of available marriage partners for indigenous males, immediately affecting demography and provoking changes in the genetic and phenotypic composition of indigenous populations. Indeed, genetic samples of 9 self-identified Indian groups in Mexico present admixtures with Europeans that range from 8.8% for the Huicols to 37.3% for the Huaxtecs, indicating that there are no pure Indian populations in Mexico. Table 5.3 demonstrates that regardless of the collapse of the indigenous population, the native group continued to be the largest demographic group of New Spain in absolute numbers. However, one does see a dramatic increase in the relative number of Spaniards, mestizos, and Africans and their related castes during the 17th century to a point that in the mid-18th century the non-Indian population was approaching 40% of the total population. The number of mestizos finally caught up with the African castes by the second half of the 18th century, which suggests that the Spanish group became more closed and selective in the acceptance of newly created mestizos. When the Spanish and Indian groups ceased absorbing mestizos, the mestizo population grew rapidly, surpassing the African group. The consolidation of the mestizo group seems to have lowered the population number of the Indian group. Demographically speaking, Any Indian marrying outside the group would be counted as a permanent loss, since technically that individual, together with his/her children, would add to the number of mixed heritage people. And so, even when the Indian group grew in absolute terms, it still consistently lost its percentage of demographic dominance, a pattern that has continued until the present day. In the year 2000, their number was estimated to be 6,044,547 people, but their demographic participation in the total population was only 7.1%. These numbers represent the demography of erasure, meaning that even though phenotypically Mexico continues to be strongly indigenous, beginning early in the colonial era an indigenous identity was often not beneficial, so people would use interracial unions to transform the identity of their children or sometimes even themselves by adopting the identity of their partner. Marriage strategies and the long-term impacts of the caste system on the economic status of individuals. The caste values that emerged during the 16th and 17th centuries were materialized in the caste paintings of the 18th century, and the associated linguistic and visual media helped to promote and recreate a racially oriented society that has continued impacting the well-being of those groups and individuals with strong indigenous cultures and phenotypes. The unfolding impacts of these racial values. 136 G. Gutierrez. And practices on the marital patterns of the late colonial period can be observed by studying the census of 1777, taken at the height of the popularity of the caste paintings. Cook and Borah used the census to show that while the colonial castes were not monolithic, they were neither porous nor breached easily. Marriage in colonial Mexico was not random but carefully planned following well-known caste divisions. Cook and Borah supported their argument by formulating the following hypothesis: in late colonial Mexico, the sole factor which determined the ethnic character of a marital or reproductive union was random propinquity or contact between individuals in an unrestricted environment. They then proceeded to test it by generating expected numbers of unions for specific parishes given the stated total number of individuals of each sex and caste and the probability that the combinations occurred from random propinquity alone. The expected numbers were compared to the observed numbers, and Cook and Borah measured the degree of the observed from the expected by taking the ratio of the two magnitudes. If the ratio equaled 1.0, then the unions were the result of random propinquity. If the ratio was larger or smaller than 1.0, other factors besides randomness explain the unions. In their experiment, Cook and Borah found that intragroup marriages always occurred at ratios 2 to 3 times larger than 1.0, meaning that the observed number of intragroup marriages was much higher than those expected under the random hypothesis. They also found that the ratio for extragroup marriages was always smaller than 1.0, meaning that the observed number of extragroup marriages was less than expected under the condition of random propinquity. Here, I reproduce their matrix for Antiquera, since the situation there was typical for many other locales. The general findings show that in 1777 only 9.047% of males and 9.029% of females married outside their caste group. This result indicates that no universal, consistent bias referable to sex appears to have existed and that with every caste group, the proportion of intragroup unions exceeds that of any extragroup combination. Therefore, the universal tendency in 1777 was for more men and women of every caste type to choose a legal spouse within the same group rather than 137. Intermarry with another group. The other interesting finding is that when Spaniards could not marry within their group, they tended to seek mestizos rather than mulattoes or Indians as marital partners. When Indians, mulattoes, and mestizos married outside their groups, they did not manifest any marked selectivity in the choice of spouse belonging to a particular caste. Unfortunately, the census does not provide clues as to extramarital patterns of individuals, because only legal unions were counted. Nonetheless, we can glean some information on illegitimate offspring from baptismal records of some parishes. Church documents from the early 18th century report that 17% of baptized children were illegitimate. Also noteworthy in the baptismal records is that all caste groups had similar proportions of illegitimate children. I assume that this was an open arena wherein interracial reproduction continued, despite the strict caste restrictions of the 18th century. The use of caste categories was forbidden after 1822, still, the quantification of the native population was reintroduced in 1895. 6. There is a significant change when comparing the last colonial tally of 1810 to the census of 1895. First, beyond any normal error in counting methodologies, it is difficult to explain the decrease in the native population without taking into account the likely change of identity by significant numbers of individuals who possessed both the cultural and phenotypic characteristics to join the mestizo group. This reinforces the idea that many individuals who used to be counted as Indians during the colonial period were actually Euro-mestizos and Afro-mestizos. Native groups under the colonial regime received certain protections and access to communal lands, and many poor mestizos and mixed Africans found it convenient to pass as Indians. This changed substantially with the liberal governments that ruled Mexico during the 19th century, when laws were passed to seize communal lands and being an Indian became the most negatively stigmatized status in society. Thus, these factors need to be considered when evaluating the dramatic increase of the non-Indian population from 2.4 million to 10.5 million people between 1810 and 1895. 7. The prerogatives and legislation put in place by the colonial regime to protect the communal holdings of the indigenous communities were seen as impediments to the full integration of the indigenous population into the Mexican state and were systematically dismantled during this period. In practice, the independent Republic of Mexico condemned all those who refused to abandon their indigenous identity. The continuation during the 19th and 139. 20th centuries of many of the exclusionary practices that emerged in the colonial period has reinforced patterns of structural poverty within the indigenous population. Poverty, hunger, and deprivation are directly associated with debilitating maladies and immunological deficiency that increase mortality rates. This was obvious during the last epidemic of cholera occurring in the transition period of the colonial regime to the independent period, when the disease decimated the poor of Mexico, who happened to be predominantly identified with the disenfranchised castes. This state of structural poverty and its associated diseases endures today. Genetic studies performed in Mexico over the past 30 years have identified that socioeconomic factors play a large role in the variation of ancestry informative markers in the population of the country, wherein low-income individuals and those from the lower middle class have higher percentages of indigenous aims, while individuals from the high-income class present a high percentage of European aims. Genetic studies are inadvertently corroborating what folk wisdom and socioeconomic studies were already demonstrating. Social class in Mexico is directly correlated with gene frequency distribution, such that individuals with high percentages of Amerindian aims and strong Indian phenotypes are usually poorer than those with higher European aims. Studies of mestizage demonstrate how Mexico's elites try to maintain or acquire more European phenotypic traits by attempting to marry their children with individuals exhibiting a more European phenotype. Interestingly, this process socially operates as intergenerational group selection, since grandparents and parents promote the acquisition of such traits by investing in sending their children to private schools in Mexico or abroad, where they are more likely to find European-like partners. Competition arises between siblings and close relatives to acquire and bank partners with the most European phenotypic traits, because extended family networking gains social prestige as more of the younger members marry into the right phenotype. Popular magazines depicting the lifestyles of Mexican elites, including their visits to exclusive resorts, malls, private schools, and hospitals of Mexico, the United States, and Europe, show that indeed they look European, and they enhance such looks through the conscious manipulation of their phenotypes to correct any trace of Indian somatic traits by dyeing their hair, using whitening cosmetics, wearing cosmetic contact lenses, or subjecting themselves to plastic surgery. This conscious and subconscious erasure and denial of the indigenous identity sheds light on the obsession and struggles of past and present-day Mexican elites to distance themselves from their Indian/African female ancestors by the creation of strict and artificial somatic labels and classifications. Because phenotype plays such a critical role in the actual opportunities that any individual will have in his/her lifetime, the unequal distribution of wealth affects the indigenous groups who continue to be the poorest and most marginalized of all social segments of Mexican society according to the official statistics of the Mexican government. The tyranny of pigmentocracia. The above described patterns created a system that has been called pigmentocracia in Latin America, or the political and economic system in which the allocation of wealth and political positions is based on slight variations of skin color and phenotypic features, whereby European features enjoy the highest status, followed by light-skinned mestizos, while those with African and Indian features occupy the lowest status. As we have seen in colonial demographic studies of the Mexican population in the 18th century, there was a conscious effort to create and maintain rules of exclusion based on folk racial categories known as the Spanish castes. Despite the genealogical fictions depicted in the caste paintings of this period, they nonetheless provide access to the core beliefs, values, and practices of the racial system imposed by European expansion on Amerindian groups. Even if in the long run mestizage has come to dominate the identity of Mexico, caste discrimination in the colonial period did affect the demographic health of indigenous groups due to the opportunity cost of removing a significant number of indigenous females of reproductive 141 age, which prevented demographic recovery from the overall effects of Spanish colonialism. These women and their offspring were permanently lost to the Indian group. Among the long-term impacts of exclusionary policies associated with the caste system were major changes in the erasure of identities, when most of the mixed people, given the opportunity, chose to be associated with the Spanish group more than with the Indian. This in turn has promoted a conscious process of trying to acquire European phenotypic traits to be passed on to the subsequent generation. With the rejection of the native phenotype, Indian and dark-skinned mestizo individuals have been deprived of economic and social opportunities during their lifetimes, subsuming them and their descendants into structural poverty. At the same time, economic opportunities have primarily been offered to individuals of European phenotype, a situation that created a ruling and plutocratic class phenotypically more European but still mixed that continues the relentless pursuit of becoming more white. According to popular lore, just a few more marriages would do it. Still, the problem remains, how to find partners of European descent in a country where 25 generations ago, 1,000 Spanish males decided to create a new Spain but forgot to bring their wives with them. It is time for Mexican society to confront veiled racial practices if the country aspires to improve its social and economic standing. It is time for Mexico to eliminate its pervasive colonial mentality. 6. Contagion, conflict, and captivity in interior New England. Native American and European contacts in the Middle Connecticut River Valley of Massachusetts, 1616 to 2004. Alan C. Swedlund. Most of us are familiar with the story of Governor Bradford and his fellow passengers settling in 1621 at Patuxet, to be named Plymouth by the English, and encountering their first natives. Samoset, a northern Abenaki, enters their encampment, addresses them in English, and informs them that he will return with the more fluent Tisquantum Squanto, who is a native of Patuxet. By this time, both men have traveled widely along the eastern seaboard, and Squanto, all the way to Spain and England. 1. This story, told in countless varying and undoubtedly inaccurate ways to school children and scholars alike, uncovers several themes of this book. Although American history textbooks often begin their section on New England with the Pilgrims and Indians at Plymouth, colonial historians have long known that by 1621 we are already several pages into the metaphorical chapter of native English encounters in New England. Conflict, captivity, enslavement, devastating disease, and displacement had all been in process for some time. Native communities from Maine to Long Island Sound had expanded on their traditional patterns of settlement rounds, interaction, and linguistic skill to include a new and more threatening group than they ever could have anticipated, and over the next several years their lives would be irrevocably changed. By 1629 the Massachusetts Bay Colony had been established, and by the early 1630s English fur traders were moving up the Connecticut River, leapfrogging the Dutch at Hartford into present-day Massachusetts. The great smallpox epidemic of 1633–34 brought European diseases inland, spreading westward through 147. What is now New York and beyond. The stage for a full catastrophe, or what Russell Thornton and David Stannard have called the American Holocaust, was now in place in the Northeast. In this chapter, after some brief remarks on European settlement of the Massachusetts coast, I focus attention westerly, away from the New England coast to interior New England, specifically, the Middle Connecticut River Valley, homeland of the Pecumtucks, Agawams, Norwaducks, Woronokos, and Secocas, at times all lumped together as Pecumtuck. These loosely confederated bands and communities were Algonquian-speaking, and they were closely related to the Nipmucks to the east and the Abenakis to the northeast. To the west and northwest between the Connecticut and Hudson rivers were the Mahicans, also Algonquian speakers, and farther to the west, the Mohawks and other Iroquoian speakers. To the south were the Mohegans and Pequots in what is present-day Connecticut and the Narragansetts of Rhode Island. At the edges of the core area of any of these groups, identities were more fluid and could shift or blend together in the 1600s and before, so the native community of Squaquag, where the town of Northfield, Massachusetts, is today, for example, has been variously identified historically as Pecumtuck, Nipmuc, and Sokoke Abenaki. The Connecticut River, with its headwaters on the Canadian border and its endpoint in Long Island Sound, is the longest, largest river in New England. It served as a major north-south transportation route for Native Americans for over 6,000 years and continues in that capacity to this day. In the center of the Pecumtuck homeland, at the confluence of the Deerfield and Connecticut rivers, is the intersection of a major east-west route going back many centuries, the Mohawk Trail. Though buffered somewhat from the initial European invasion by the English along coastal New England, the French to the north and along the St. Lawrence, and the Dutch in the area of Long Island and New York, the Middle Connecticut Valley was heavily impacted by European trade, disease, and occupation in a few short years. It may be true, as several have noted, that the epidemic of 1616–17 did not penetrate this far into the interior, but the great smallpox epidemic of 1633–35 affecting all of New England, New York, and adjoining Canadian provinces greatly impacted groups in the region. The purpose of this chapter is not, then, to find some area and population that can serve as a case study of isolation, independence, or control, but rather to look at a highly connected and integrated subregion of New England that was perhaps spared the first epidemic wave but was already enmeshed in dense intertribal relations and very quickly into the processes of European colonialism, with all its consequences. A purpose of this chapter, in addition to recounting a case study of contact, contagion, conflict, and captivity in one region, is to redress traditional narratives and offer some examples of more recent narrative styles and epistemologies. The Middle Connecticut Valley was a very important site of conflict during and around the time of King Philip's War, but its most well-known moment in contact period history is the famous and some have claimed infamous French and Indian raid on English settlers in Deerfield in 1704. The raid on Deerfield, and its subsequent captive taking, is an emblematic example of the complex interrelations among native and colonial settlements at this point in the history of the Northeast. The complexity of this period in the Connecticut Valley's history is easily subverted when attempting a narrow argument, and also the argument can easily become a gross oversimplification. I believe a more complete understanding comes from consideration of the multiple forces impacting the region and alternative ways of thinking about them. This would include consideration of ideas coming from some areas of post-colonial theory, which offer additional ways of understanding the history of contact and colonialism in America and which complement the rigorous historical and biocultural analyses recently offered by scholars. Specifically, these have to do with notions of epidemics and plague as categories, with embodiment of race and disease in native peoples, and with narratives of erasure of colonized people. These allow us to step outside of our usual epistemological boundaries when talking about disease and to find new ways to unravel and better interpret the colonial native experience. A few Euro-American and Native American scholars of the region have drawn our attention to how contact narratives have often overlooked or erased a more accurate and comprehensive Native history and point to the persistence and resiliency of Native Americans in New England to the present day. My argument, then, is that native depopulation in New England can only be understood as a multi-causal process, involving many factors of colonial occupation of a region inhabited by indigenous people, and that the narrative arc by which we historicize this encounter has often obscured the underlying processes involved. 150. Numbers and nosologies. Of those millions of indigenous people inhabiting North America prior to contact, perhaps 350,000 resided in the Northeast, according to Douglas Ubelaker, and the numbers for New England range from a low of approximately 60,000 to over 100,000. Neil Salisbury now estimates approximately 100,000 for southern New England alone, which I regard as reasonable. The vast majority of New England natives were concentrated in southern New England, where a more temperate climate permitted agriculture and more productive foraging. The Pecumtucks, depending on how they are defined, have been estimated at a low of 2,500 to 15,200. If these numbers can be accepted as rough approximations for the region in 1600, then we can reduce them by at least 50%, and some would argue as much as 90% in some locales, for the native population of New England by 1700. If I understand him correctly, Ubelaker would place the percentage reduction at about 58% of the total in 1600 for the Northeast as a whole, and this is well below historical estimates that often claimed as much as a 95% drop. Dean Snow and Kim Lanphier estimated losses of 80 to 90% in New England, with a 95% mortality rate for the Pecumtucks. These wide-ranging numbers leave much to be desired in terms of trying to assess actual population change resulting from early European contact in the Americas. While suggestive, they are inadequate to the task of making rigorous conclusions about the true magnitude of depopulation in the region. The study of human remains has a long-standing tradition in the history of health, but it is also fraught with political and ideological minefields. As is well known, thousands of burials were unceremoniously excavated and pillaged in the past without permission from or in consideration of native descendants. Furthermore, at least until the 1980s, the study of human remains by physical anthropologists had much more to do with a vulgar and simplistic study of human racial typology than with serious questions about Native American health. Small wonder, then, that there is great resistance among Native Americans to the use of human remains for determinations of health status. In recent years there are growing numbers of anthropologists who have renounced past practices and have worked in collaboration with Native representatives to study health in the past. A few anthropologists of these are themselves of Native ancestry. Paleopathology, sexing, and aging performed on a large skeletal series absent of historical documentation can provide a considerable amount of information on the overall health of a community and indications of average age at death. However, it must be added that in the Northeast, remains useful for assessment of past health are rare owing to poor preservation in the acidic soils of New England and New York. Post-contact information on actual human remains is similarly limited, although one skeletal series from Rhode Island, Site RI 1000, dated approximately to the mid-1600s and conducted in collaboration with the Narragansetts, provides a small glimpse of health at this time. There are 56 individuals, but the remains are skewed heavily to subadults and young females. Researchers reported a high number of infectious lesions, many suggesting tuberculosis, as well as frequent dental caries and some enamel hypoplasias. These indicators are difficult to generalize from, given the small sample size and the nature of the evidence, but they are consistent with a population that was under severe duress from colonial disruption. The lack of good direct physical evidence on the history of the health of New England's native population brings researchers back to the historical reports and documentation of European explorers, native oral traditions, fishermen, traders, settlers, and those who studied them. As anecdotal as these sources are, they generally report healthy and robust individuals at the time of earliest contact, but encounters shortly thereafter famously report empty villages and sickly or dying survivors. One of the most difficult contact epidemics to name was the one first reported, that of 1616-17. Before contact, the native population of northern New England assuredly would have faced periodic, seasonal 152 food shortages and would have been challenged by the long New England winters. Natives to the south would have fared better, no doubt, but New England winters even on Cape Cod and in Narragansett Bay can be harsh. When food shortages did occur, as they did from the outset for the Plymouth settlers, dietary stress and nutritionally related diseases would have been somewhat common before the Pilgrims arrived, but this leaves a very different morbidity and mortality profile from that of a severe epidemic. In addition, the alliances and networks established among native communities helped ensure that scarce resources would be shared and starvation usually averted. The epidemic of 1616-17 was a different matter. Although smallpox is believed to have been present in Newfoundland at least as early as 1610, medical historians reviewing early reports of the 1616-17 epidemic tended not to regard it as smallpox. Possibilities have included plague, yellow fever, chicken pox, hepatitis, and other diseases, the latest suggestion being leptospirosis accompanied by Weil syndrome. Regardless of the microbe involved and the name of the disease, it devastated the coastal areas of New England and led to numerous reports by explorers, fishermen, and prospective settlers up and down the coast about abandoned villages and dead being left unburied and lying above ground. Yet there is virtually no evidence that it moved very far inland. The frequency of contacts with Europeans or other Indians from coastal settlements was apparently too low or the contacts too sporadic for the infection to spread. Possibly lower population densities also reduced the spread, as did the transmissibility and incubation time of the pathogen. The epidemic of 1633-34 was more extensive geographically. The Connecticut Valley was very much involved, as was all of interior New England, and there is no debate that the disease was smallpox. It was noted among the English in Plymouth in the summer of 1633 and caused deaths, but most recovered. The same was not true for natives. Governor Bradford reported that it swept away many of the Indians from all the places near and adjoining and that the Indians were unable to bury all their dead. Bradford also reported that when smallpox came into the Connecticut River Valley in the winter of 1633-34, it caused such a mortality that 153 of 1,000 above 9,500 of them died, and many of them did rot above ground for want of burial. 3. Bradford described the presence of a Dutch trading party, who probably introduced the epidemic into the valley. Similar reports came from throughout interior New England, as well as from natives in New York and the eastern provinces of Canada. Many agree that the 1633-34 epidemic was probably the most devastating of all those in the 17th century, but there were other severe epidemics in New England of smallpox and other diseases that would have acted to further depress the native population and their ability to make a strong and sustained recovery. Recurring outbreaks of smallpox were the major problem. John Duffy records the occurrence of smallpox epidemics in 1648-49, 1666, around the time of King Philip's War, again in 1677-78 and 1689, and a major outbreak in New England and Canada in 1701-3. There was a major influenza outbreak in 1647 and again in 1675. These would have been accompanied by numerous local and regional outbreaks of measles, scarlet fever, and dysenteries including typhoid and the more common microbial causes. The epidemics also persisted into the 18th and early 19th centuries, afflicting native and English populations alike in what is now Massachusetts, including Plymouth, the Massachusetts Bay Towns, and the Connecticut Valley. In George Sheldon's History of Deerfield, he mentions provisions for a smallpox hospital in July 1776. Allegedly, Troops mustering in the area had brought the disease. In March 1793 the town also was asked to consider a smallpox hospital, which the town rejected for inoculations because of cases in town. In Stephen West Williams's 1842 address Medical History of the County of Franklin, he described the diseases and epidemics occurring to the English settlers of Deerfield from the late 1730s on. Among those he was able to document in the 18th century were scarlet fever epidemics in 1735 and 1740-41, measles in 1750, dysentery in 1751, canker rash in 1750, lung fever in 1775, smallpox and dysentery in 1777, and canker rash again in 1792 and 154. Intermittently to 1795. Dysentery and scarlet fever epidemics were common throughout the period and well into the 19th century, often most affecting infants and children. Despite claims of 80–90% fatality rates for the 1616–17 and 1633–34 epidemics, there are also claims of large settlements and populations of native groups living along the coast and in the interior of Massachusetts after 1634. Some of this would be attributable to population recovery and some to the fact that those natives in closest proximity to English settlements would have experienced the highest levels of mortality compared to those at farther distances and having less frequent direct contact. It is more reasonable to assume lower figures for the region as a whole, as has been suggested by several scholars, but also to acknowledge that depletion of the native population remained quite high as a result not only of a series of epidemic and endemic diseases but also of the disruption and dislocation of traditional native subsistence and residential practices. Malnutrition, relocation, disruption of community and family life, and depression of fertility, not to mention war and conflict, all came together to suppress the native population of Massachusetts and New England until at least the mid-19th century. Conflict and captivity in the Connecticut Valley. If the 1616–17 epidemic permitted the English to gain a beachhead in coastal Massachusetts by 1621, then it was similarly true that the smallpox epidemic of 1633–34 opened up similar possibilities in the Connecticut River Valley. Early Dutch efforts to come up the Hudson and Connecticut rivers initiated some early trade opportunities, but settlement was thwarted by a long-established and well-settled native population. The Dutch trade in furs eventually allowed them to establish a trading post at Fort Orange at present-day Albany, New York. The French, coming through the St. Lawrence River Valley, by this time were well engaged in trade with Algonquian and Mohawk peoples. Traditional conflicts that erupted from time to time prior to European contact were exacerbated by issues over access to these trading partnerships with the Dutch and French by the mid-1620s. 155. But the Middle Connecticut River Valley remained peripherally involved at most, primarily through connections with the Algonquian-speaking Mohicans to the west. In 1633, prior to the epidemic's arrival in the valley, Governor Winthrop of the Massachusetts Bay Colony declared the Connecticut Valley not fit for plantation, there being 3,000 or 4,000 warlike Indians, and also because of the challenges of passage on the river. By the winter of 1634, Bradford had made his observations on the impact of the epidemic. However, settlement up the Connecticut River was immediate. By 1636 there were agreements between the Pequots and the Massachusetts Bay Colony to allow some English settlement in the lower valley. But growing tensions between the Pequots, English, Narragansetts, and Mohegans soon led to the devastating Pequot War of 1636–37. Primarily waged between the English and the Pequots, the results were many casualties and many Pequots taken captive and forced into personal service by the English or sold into slavery to the West Indies. The Treaty of Hartford, signed in 1638, distributed some of the Pequot captives and granted the Pequot territory to the English of what had become Connecticut Colony. Space does not permit a detailed discussion of the English native engagements that followed in the Connecticut River Valley, a very superficial overview must suffice. In addition to the impacts of disease, conflict, and captive taking had risen to new levels once the English were fully involved. Competition for favorable trade relations with the Dutch and English resulted in very complex power relations among native tribal groups, which were unstable and constantly shifting. Captive taking was a tradition among and between Algonquian and Iroquoian speakers of the Northeast. This most often involved women and children and served to increase numbers as well as to create future kin and social alliances between the groups involved. The best known of these practices were the mourning wars of Iroquoian groups, who would capture individuals to ceremonially replace members of their own group who were lost to battle or sickness. With European trade, introduced diseases, and conflicts over territory, these captive takings and other interactions were greatly intensified in the 156, 17th and early 18th centuries. The English settlers moving into native lands raised the level of killing and altered the prospects, outcomes, and probably gender ratios for native captives. In 1635 William Pynchon, a member of the Massachusetts Bay Colony and a founder of Roxbury, led an expedition to homelands of the Agawams in the southern part of the Middle Connecticut Valley to farm, but also with the intention of establishing a fur trading operation with Indians up the valley. Agawam became the town of Springfield in 1640, and Pynchon, as magistrate, was well situated between Albany and Boston, with a large area occupied by potential native trading partners for furs, game, corn, and other commodities. The English towns of Northampton and Hadley soon followed, in 1654 and 1659, in the homelands of the Norwottucks. In 1667, a deed for a large parcel of Pecumtuck land was signed between the Pecumtuck sachem Chalk with John Pynchon, son of William, paving the way for an English settlement and fort. 3 more deeds followed in the same year. For there is a question whether Chalk was in a position to sign on behalf of the Pecumtucks and even as to the nature of his affiliation with the Pecumtucks. His children were apparently taken captive by the Pecumtuck leader Onapequin years earlier. Chalk was probably filling a vacuum in leadership and organization that had been created by events just a few years prior to 1667. In the 1640s the Pecumtucks had been allied with the Mohawks and Narragansetts in the fur trade and had been involved in wampum exchanges crossing through their territory. In 1663 a peace conference was held at Pecumtuck with English traders, Mahicans, Secocas, and Iroquois from Conowick, near present-day Montreal. However, only a year later a peace delegation of Mohawks to Pecumtuck resulted in Mohawk deaths. While conflicts with the Sachem Uncas and the Mohegans in Connecticut had involved the Pecumtucks and their former allies, conflict was now redirected toward these former allies. The 1665 attack on the Pecumtucks resulted in the destruction of their fort, numerous deaths, the taking of captives, and retreat of the survivors, possibly north, south, and east depending on where families had kin connections or other alliances. The Iroquois were now at war with the natives in the 157 whole area, and where the Mohawk Trail intersected the Connecticut River. Dangerous. The Pecumtucks were now quite dispersed, and while they were no doubt visiting and even temporarily residing in various parts of their homeland, the confluence of the Pecumtuck and Quinnetucket rivers was not only dangerous but also temporarily vacant and deemed abandoned by the English in 1667. The Massachusetts General Court granted authority for the settling of Pecumtuck in 1669, and by 1675, the year commencing King Philip's War, there were approximately 200 English residents. In the war, the Pecumtucks aligned with the Wampanoag leader Metacom, along with the Nipmucks, Narragansetts, and Abenakis. Indians from the Christianized praying towns like Natick joined the Mohegans and Pequots in siding with the English. In September 1675 a group of English troops accompanied by 14 Deerfield men were attacked by Metacom's forces south of the village. Casualties were high on both sides, including all of the men from Deerfield. The English abandoned Deerfield, and the Indians resettled and planted corn there the following spring. Successful raids on several Middle Valley towns, including Springfield, took place during that fall, though not each resulted in abandonment. Then, In May 1676, a company of 150 Englishmen attacked a large group of natives encamped at Pesquiampscut to fish at the falls, now named Turner's Falls on the Connecticut River, after Captain Turner, who led the expedition. As many as 300 natives were killed, and they were reported mostly to be women, children, and the elderly. The loss of women and children would be a crushing blow to the remaining Pecumtucks or any other native group whose population was declining. In June 1676, a large group of Englishmen searched both sides of the river, removing or pushing any remaining Indians farther north. The surviving Pecumtucks moved on to the mixed refugee settlement at Shattuck to the west, to the Penacooks eastward, or to join other native refugee groups in Canada. A year later, 26 Pecumtucks under the leadership of Ashbelin came back to the area from their refuge in French Canada and attacked. 158. Hatfield and Deerfield, killing several English settlers in Hatfield and one in Deerfield and taking several captives north, who were eventually released before reaching Canada. Pecumtuck was again abandoned by the English until 1680, when it began to slowly rebuild and had a population of approximately 200 individuals by 1688. A decade of relative stability and growth shifted dramatically to one of alert in 1691, when about 150 Pecumtucks and possibly others arrived from Shattuck and established an encampment in the valley not far from Deerfield, while also moving from place to place, even returning to New York and back. Tensions increased again in 1694 and 1695 with minor attacks on Deerfield. In 1701 a smallpox epidemic ravaged the St. Lawrence Valley, including several native Mohawk and Abenaki settlements. Then, in February 1704, the famous raid on Deerfield occurred by the French and their Indian allies, leading to over 40 English killed and 112 taken captive. It is estimated that of a raiding party that numbered more than 250, there were 48 French and Canadian troops and 200 to 250 from native communities. These were primarily Mohawks, Hurons, and Abenakis, but also included individuals and their descendants who were refugees from the Connecticut Valley and elsewhere. 5. From an English perspective, this is easily the most dramatic incident to occur in the history of conflict between native groups and English in the Pecumtuck homeland, but it was not the last. Additional raids on Deerfield occurred with the French Indian Party in 1709 and as late as 1746, when 4 English were killed and 1 was taken captive at the Bars section of Deerfield. At the site, a captive's collar, or prisoner's halter, of the Conowick Mohawks was found and retrieved. It is now part of the collection of the Memorial Hall Museum in Deerfield. In a close-up view of the history of conflict and captivity in the Middle Connecticut Valley, it is easy to lose focus on the broader context in which many of the examples described above took place. They were not in isolation from broader conflicts that were primarily the result of the series of French-Anglo, or French and Indian, wars that were being fought both in Europe and in America in the contest for 159 territory in North America. Native populations were clearly caught in between and formed alliances with the colonial power that they thought could best serve their own interests in trade and in the protection of their land. What could be considered raids or massacres or even battles up and down the Connecticut River Valley would probably seem more like skirmishes when compared to the whole of King Philip's War, the Pequot War, or Queen Anne's War. And the ratcheting up of lives lost over prior, traditional conflicts between native groups in New England is noteworthy. Also, in this litany of conflict and captivity between 1635 and 1746, it is easy to overlook the fact that friendly contacts and even close familial connections existed over time among and between native and English households. Our attention is easily drawn, as it should properly be, to the horrible treatment of the natives of Massachusetts before and after King Philip's War. The numbers killed, sold, or made to serve as indentured servants, as well as the many who were sold into slavery to other colonies as far as the West Indies, form the overpowering image. Yet despite these atrocities committed, there is also evidence on the local level of more friendly encounters and a persistence of Native Americans. There are numerous reports of visits between Pocumtuck descendants and those of other native affiliations who were associated with the raid on Deerfield. Deerfield descendants who chose to stay in Canada and married into native or French families made up a significant part of this periodic migration to Deerfield and the surrounding area. These sociable, and even familial, contacts recurred well into the Figure 6.2. Prisoner's Collar, Conowick Mohawk, circa 1746. 160. 19th and early 20th centuries and belie the sense of constant hostility and conflict represented by some of the early historical accounts. Recent research is greatly expanding our knowledge of these events. A tercentenary event commemorating the raid on Deerfield, held in 2004, punctuated this important dimension of the history of the Deerfield raid. Making sense. Documentation of the disease history and the history of conflict in a region, while essential to the task at hand, does not in and of itself provide a self-explanatory resolution to deeper questions about virgin soil populations, European diseases, or war, conflict, and captivity as causal explanations for the impacts on and decline of native populations in the Connecticut Valley or America, for that matter. Nor, after careful analysis, is there any way to apportion the relative effects of conflict, captivity, and disease in any rigorous or statistical sense. The difficulty of even measuring the magnitude of population at the time of contact and shortly thereafter underscores the challenges of estimation. And yet, in one sense, we have come to a general understanding of native population decline in New England. It is all of those things. Like all complex problems, the causes are multifactorial and difficult to measure, but there are some strong signals. We have been able to eliminate or greatly reduce the predicted effects of at least one variable as well. We no longer can make the case strongly that genetic or innate immunological deficiencies were key to the high death rates of native populations at contact. If lack of acquired immunity was a key factor, it was also exacerbated by the stress of malnutrition and inadequate opportunities for care of the sick. This Connecticut Valley example is useful from two perspectives. The first is the on-the-ground empirical evidence for population decline and displacement of the Pocumtucks and, by implication, other groups in western Massachusetts. The second is the erasure of that native population in narratives of contact period history that far exaggerate the 161. Demise or even claims of extinction of native people beyond the actual case. Population. English population growth was a highly significant factor in dominating and displacing native inhabitants. In Massachusetts, English settlement is central to understanding the experience of the native population. John Demos in Plymouth and Philip Graven in Andover showed us a long time ago the high fertility of colonial English families in Massachusetts. Households with completed fertility exceeding 7 children were the average. Communities were capable of doubling in size approximately every 20 years or less. The rapid intrinsic growth, coupled with high rates of English immigration, flooded the region with families looking for more land. In the Connecticut Valley, as in Deerfield, for example, mean completed family size was over 7 as well, and this persisted well past the mid-1700s. As new young families sought settlement up the Connecticut Valley, the demand for gaining title to native lands was considerable. As Salisbury states, ACH quest for land turned into a crusade against the savage Indians. With each encroachment, the ability for native settlements to maintain their own fertility and family structure was severely compromised. Governor Bradford's accounts of abandoned communities along New England's shores and on the banks of the Connecticut River, with skeletons or corpses lying on the ground, were true, no doubt, but the obstacles to recovery for the native population had less to do with their lack of immunity than the disruption and occupation of their settlements and foraging areas after these were occupied by the English. 6 and English settlements, too, had their bouts of epidemic disease, which could be quite serious. In the middle Connecticut River Valley, it is hard to make a strong case that disease was the predominant factor in native population decline, and for the New England region as a whole, as a cause of overall mortality, disease may have been closer to 50 to 60%, certainly not 95%. Furthermore, to the extent that disease played a major role. 162. In population reduction, and it had more to do with political and economic forces than the germs and diseases present. Despite the shift from marking disease as the major causal factor and instead making it only part of the equation, significant native population decline is still not in dispute for New England and other colonial regions in North America. However, the losses at their worst also have been further exaggerated by conventions in recounting this history. Erasure and persistence. Attempts to deny the presence of Native Americans in New England have a very long history. In some ways, one can say it began with the separatists and Puritans' first claims by Bradford and Winthrop that God had so favored the English that he had consumed the natives with a miraculous plague, whereby a great part of the country left void of inhabitants. Indians were everywhere in New England, and the earliest reports indicated that they were a strong and healthy race, yet the claims of their demise were almost instantaneous and persistent. Numerous authors have pointed to the changing narratives over time to account for ongoing losses. For example, Salisbury tracks the shift from God's will to the descendants of the Puritans' claim in the 19th century that it was the triumph of civilization over savagery and barbarism to mid-20th century claims of simple de facto cultural superiority over an inferior race. In George Sheldon's History of Deerfield, the decline of the Pecumtucks is portrayed as the result of the weaker race before the stronger and attributable to the same causes that have attended the march of civilization across the continent. By essentializing an inherent biological weakness in the Native American immune system, as some virgin soil proponents did, racialized explanations in one form or another persisted throughout the 20th century. 7. But the tenacity of this argument is not the main point I wish to make here. The persistent claims of their demise have overshadowed the evidence for persistence of Native Americans. There is a long tradition of regarding Massachusetts and the Middle Connecticut Valley as virtually devoid of an Indian presence after King Philip's War in 1677. Even though there was evidence to the contrary, and scholars from time to time made significant note of that fact. 163. Scholarship on native persistence in New England coalesced beginning in the 1990s. This can be marked, for example, by the 1997 publication of Colin Calloway's book After King Philip's War, Presence and Persistence in Indian New England, and perhaps also by some articles in the 1996 publication of a special issue of William and Mary Quarterly. Jean O'Brien dramatically enlarged on our recognition of the native presence and persistence in the Northeast with her 2010 book, Firsting and Lasting, Writing Indians Out of Existence in New England. Archaeologists are also involved in rewriting the history of native presence after contact in New England. As Rubertone has argued, by digging deeper into the historical archaeology and rich history of Native Americans, we are able to replace a narrative of colonized and marginalized peoples with one that renders them more visible. In the Connecticut Valley, the recent research and collection by Evan Heafley and Kevin Sweeney and Margaret Bruchak's 2007 dissertation and forthcoming book have gone a long way toward restoring a sense of ongoing connections and native presence in the valley. Already noted above were the occasional visits of natives from the refugee communities at Shattuck, Conowick, and Odenak, St. Francis, where Pecumtucks fled at one time or another in the past and from where their own descendants lived and traveled. Space does not permit detailed examples here, but the excellent research of Abenaki scholars Lisa Brooks and Margaret Bruchak on evidence in the historical record for native families scattered throughout the valley through and beyond the 19th century are great testimonies to both the ongoing presence of Native Americans and also the erasure of that presence in the valley, and in New England in general, by so many scholars in the past. Bruchak and O'Brien also provide insightful and informative analyses of the various means of erasure that were practiced from the late 17th century on, including the tendency for newspapers and town histories of the 19th century to mold stories about the last Indian and the vanishing Indian, referring to these tales as being part of a systematic literary erasure of the actual, physical presence of descendant native families. In Robert 164. Painter's work, he has been able to demonstrate how narratives created about Deerfield's colonial past have produced triumphalist allegories about the bloody massacre of 1704 and, almost simultaneously, the rise of a successful, iconic, and peaceful rural farming community. Through his analysis of material culture and the ethno-historical record, Painter also has shown how a cult of whiteness pervaded western New England and contributed further to the erasure of both Native and African Americans who lived in and around Deerfield and the Middle Valley. Writing on the process of erasure of Native peoples, Siobhan Hart argues that the production of historical narratives by a dominant group tends to elevate certain events, places, and pasts and marginalizes others. She adopts Michel Rolf Troerlet's useful critique of historical production as the process by which the recording of what happened becomes that which is said to have happened. Hart then proceeds to illustrate how this process has affected the history of the Pecumtuck homeland with specific reference to a particular archaeological site. Colonized bodies. European exploration and colonial settlement in Africa and Asia in the past were usually narrated in medical historical terms, as being about the fevers, plagues, and tropical diseases that afflicted the colonizers. America provided a counterexample, in that it tended to be narrated as a situation in which Europeans carried fatal diseases to a supposedly disease-free world. Both scenarios are exaggerated, of course, but in neither case do the Europeans get pathologized. The colonized were, in both cases. Asians and Africans were characterized as disease-carrying and dangerous, their environments pathogenic. America's natives were healthy in their Edenic natural habitat, but they were unable to withstand the diseases of civilization. Their constitutions were weak. They were not fit. Eventually, it was concluded that their immune systems were naive. They were not genetically adapted to modernization. Mary Ellen Kelm has written extensively on how Canadian First Nations peoples' bodies were racialized and deemed unfit and unhealthy in the past. She argues that processes of 165 colonization shaped Aboriginal bodies as missionaries sought to reform bodily practices and 19th-century medical men studied their health deficiencies and racial characteristics. They were, after all, a dying race. Of course, similar practices prevailed with the study of Native Americans by religious leaders, government officials, scientists, and physicians well into the 20th century. Pathologizing Native people goes hand in hand with silences and erasures in the production of historical narratives. Native numbers, Native lives. It is a very long stretch from the Pecumtuck homelands in the middle Connecticut River Valley to global proclamations about framing the history of disease in the Americas, but I cannot conclude this chapter without at least making reference to the fact that the discursive practices we employ to talk about the history of Native American health still often carry the echoes of past colonial studies. Fortunately, we are witnessing dramatic changes in the past several years by scholars who have examined those practices closely and opened our eyes to the ways in which indigenous bodies themselves have been colonized and scripted, the way plagues and epidemics have been used as means for blame and shame, and how increasing knowledge of genetics and immunity has reshaped our understanding of disease susceptibility and the nature of variation. 8. These understandings have resonance whether we are talking about New England, Mexico, and the Southwest, the Northwest Coast, Canada, or elsewhere, and they need to increasingly become a part of our empirically based historical and prehistoric studies on Aboriginal health. Callaway, Brooks, Bruchak, O'Brien, and others have described the long-standing mobility of New England's natives from very early times. Place names in a native language, like narrowly defined boundaries and tribal identities themselves, fail to capture the extended alliances and kin relations that varied but persisted for so many generations. But as the lucrative trade between New England's natives and Europeans diminished in importance and the demand for land and English settlement increased, Indians were increasingly driven out of their homelands and deprived of the traditional economic means. 166. To thrive. Forced relocations were greatly heightened by English and French occupation of homelands, especially after King Philip's War. This movement came with terrible hardship and was accompanied with significant losses caused by warfare and disease. However, The broad geographic dispersal of kin-based bands and communities and their frequent movements reinforced the perception that the decline from disease and hostilities was greater than actually may have been the case. Temporary and seasonal abandonments of core agricultural settlements also made it easier for the English to proclaim that epidemic disease had literally wiped out the inhabitants. I open this chapter with mention of the story of Samoset and Squanto and will close with a brief recounting of the stories of Ashbelin and Wattanummon. Samoset and Squanto serve to point out the remarkable paths and mobility of two Native Americans who were among the first to establish contact with the leadership on the Mayflower in 1621. Wattanummon and Ashbelin illustrate the extensive travels, complex interactions, and varied identities of two Native Americans who were resident in the Connecticut Valley at one time or another. Ashbelin was born at Norwottuck or Pecumtuck. He eventually found his way to a refuge in Canada. In the final throes of King Philip's War he returned to the Connecticut Valley in 1677 and led raids on Hatfield and Deerfield, taking prisoners who were eventually released while heading northward through Vermont. 15 years later, Ashbelin returned to Deerfield in peace and was identified as a Chattahoochee leader. One can assume that he lived temporarily in several different Native communities from New York to Vermont to French Canada over his lifetime. The even better documented Wattanummon was a member of the party that raided Deerfield in 1704. Variously identified as a Pennacook and a Pawtucket from the Merrimack River Valley, he also was for a time a Pigwacket sachem and also lived at Cowassuck, Chattahoochee, and Odanak. Because Ashbelin's, Choctaws, and Wattanummon's names are known, historians and tribal elders are able to track some of their extensive travel and residential locations over their lifetimes, but they stand for others as representatives of the commonality and complexity. 167. Of Native interactions in the 17th and early 18th centuries. These named individuals also remind us that the heavy losses of Native Americans in colonial encounters are not just numbers to be bandied about but the lives of thousands of resilient men and women in the face of disruption and dispossession. 7. The effects of warfare and captive taking on indigenous mortality in post-contact North America. Catherine M. Cameron. The size of the pre-Columbian indigenous population and the reasons for its decline were debated throughout the 20th century by historians, anthropologists, physiologists, and other scholars, and most emphasized introduced disease as the major cause of population decrease. Critics of this explanation point to problems with estimating pre-contact population size and with evaluating the length of time over which decline occurred in specific parts of the New World, a lack of consideration of cultural factors that affect disease transmission, and a neglect of other factors that may have had a serious impact on native health and mortality. I hope to contribute to this last topic by evaluating how European colonization transformed Native American practices of warfare, captive taking, and enslavement and the impact of these changes on the size of North America's indigenous population. While not downplaying the effects of disease on native mortality, I argue that indigenous captives acquired new values in international slave markets that led to a significant increase in the frequency and violence of warfare among indigenous groups to supply that market. Native Americans also fought one another over control of access to European goods and trading networks and fought with Europeans who were encroaching on the territory and resources they had traditionally used. Warfare caused many deaths, brutality toward captives shortened lifespans, and the disruptions of war also increased mortality. I use ethno-historic and historic accounts to describe warfare, captive taking, and enslavement among the indigenous people of three broad 175 regions of the post-colonial North American continent. My goal is to evaluate the consequence of these practices on Native American health and mortality. In this overview, I do not attempt to be precise about the impact of warfare, captive taking, and enslavement on indigenous population size. Instead, I use specific examples to show how the European intrusion transformed these practices, increasing the number of deaths and shattering indigenous societies. Mortality was caused not only by violence but also by the resulting social disruption that destroyed indigenous subsistence practices and the human community on which every individual relies. Indigenous warfare and captive taking. Before and after. The study of indigenous captive taking and enslavement in the New World is a relatively new field, and most sources are less than a decade old. Most scholars emphasize that warfare and captive taking were common practices in small-scale societies of North America prior to the arrival of Europeans. Archaeological evidence and the earliest historic accounts make it clear that pre-contact warfare could be violent and result in numerous deaths. Archaeology also attests to the importance of captive taking in pre-contact times. Both archaeological and early ethno-historic accounts reveal selective aspects of captive taking. Men were more often killed and women and children taken captive. For example, in the mid-16th century, the French explorer René Laudonnière reported that among the indigenous people of coastal La Florida, the kings make wars among themselves, always by surprise attack. They kill every male enemy they can. They spare the enemy women and children, feed them, and retain them permanently among themselves. In most groups, captives were incorporated into a variety of social locations. Some were maintained as slaves, while others became wives or 176 were adopted. Regardless of the nature of incorporation, most captives remained in liminal positions in the society of their captors. In pre-contact contexts, warfare was focused on male status striving. Captives were an especially prized product of war that significantly boosted the captor's status. Captive taking was often linked to an ideology that revered successful warriors. Furthermore, captives who were made slaves became degraded individuals whose mere existence served to highlight the power of their owner. Captives often became retainers or personal servants, which resulted in a public and ongoing display of the wide gulf in status between owner and captive. In the kin-based societies on which the study focuses, captives increased the captor's group size, and larger group size translated into greater power. Female captives did not simply create an immediate increase in group size, in addition, their reproductive abilities promised future population increase. In the continuum of value that captives offered their captors, ranging from prestige good to labor machine, prestige was predominant. But captives also provided labor to their captors, and the product of their labor could enrich their masters. As prestige goods, captives were often important items in alliance building between groups. In many parts of North America, warfare was one extreme of trading and raiding relationships, and captives taken during raids continued to be important actors after hostilities ceased. During times of peace, the exchange of women and material goods was framed within a prestational economy in which gift-giving was a prerequisite for harmonious relations. Often multilingual and partly enculturated by their captors, captive/slaves offered in gift exchange had symbolic value that transcended that of ordinary goods. Across the Americas, the gift of a captive could signal an offer of friendship or an attempt to establish alliances with others. In efforts to establish peaceful relations, captives could be exchanged between combatants as replacements for people killed in war. The role of warfare and captive taking across native North America was transformed by the entry of European colonists. Although captives were often traded along established trade routes in pre-contact times, they moved more often as prestige goods and much less frequently as units of labor. European demand for labor and the 177 opening of the New World to international markets that specialized in human trafficking changed the value of the indigenous captive. Rather than serving as a prestige good or a nexus for intergroup interaction, the captive's most potent value was now as an item of commercial trade. Warfare among indigenous groups was reoriented to supply that market. This reorientation of indigenous warfare and captive taking was compelled at least partly by Euro-American special interests that encouraged indigenous people to attack their neighbors and sell the captives they took. From the Euro-American perspective, this policy had the felicitous outcomes of providing labor needed on plantations, in mines, and in European households, and of destroying or scattering the native societies whose land the colonists coveted. The result of this change in the value of the captive was a dramatic increase in indigenous warfare and captive taking and a repurposing of these activities in North American indigenous societies. No longer was warfare guided primarily by established tradition and ritual practice. The open market for slaves created other avenues for the acquisition of wealth and status for indigenous warriors. Alan Galley illustrates poignantly the loss of tradition in an account of indigenous southeastern slavers who, in 1713, entered the village of one of the Petit nations located south of New Orleans, saying they wanted to join these Shawakas people in singing the Calumet of Peace. Instead they killed the chief and enslaved his wife and 10 other people. As Galley notes, T is the scheme by which the slavers had captured their enemies that illustrates most pointedly how the English desire for slaves had so dramatically affected the culture of the region. The Calumet ceremony, once a sacred way of uniting groups, could no longer be trusted. The intensification of warfare and its focus on slaving had disastrous effects on indigenous population size across North America. In the Southeast, the English colonies often manipulated indigenous violence such that warfare caused deaths, enslavement, and the disappearance or transformation of many indigenous societies. To the north in the Pays d'Hainaut, the upper country of New France, efforts by both the French and indigenous residents to control access to trade, as well as 178. The threat of Iroquois raids, were similarly disastrous. In the southwest borderlands, slave raids killed many and sent thousands of indigenous people into the mines of New Spain and across the plains to the slave markets of the east or onto the plantations of the Caribbean. Indigenous identity was also lost as captives and their descendants became incorporated into Spanish households and interbred with the Spanish and other groups. The native Southeast. The effect of the post-colonial slave trade on indigenous population size has perhaps been best studied in the Southeast. Here, the English settled along the Atlantic coast and the French dominated the Mississippi Valley. In La Florida, the Spanish established a system of missions and attempted to convert native peoples but were less involved in the commercial and global ventures that preoccupied the English and French. Indigenous societies along the eastern seaboard and beyond competed for access to European trade, resulting in hostility and aggression. The English needed Native American collaborators both as trading partners and as military allies to protect their interests in regions with only sparse European occupation. They also wanted the Indian slaves that warfare provided. To achieve these ends, they provided guns and other weapons and encouraged native peoples to go to war against one another. The 50 years between 1670 and 1720 were catastrophic to Native Americans of the Southeast. 2 episodes of warfare and captive-taking during this period provide a sense of the effect of these activities on population size: the Westo Wars in the Carolinas and La Florida, and the 1704 destruction of the La Florida mission system by a joint English and indigenous army. The transformation wrought by the European desire for labor is especially evident in accounts of the Westo slave raids of the latter half of the 17th century. The Westos, an Iroquoian-speaking group, were a product of the disruptions caused by colonial intrusions into the 179 Northeast. Initially known as the Erie, they formed in the 1630s at the southern end of Lake Erie about the time of first European contact there. Because of conflicts with other native groups, in 1656 they migrated to southwestern Virginia and before 1660 were attacking the coastal Cusabos people and raiding Indian settlements in North Florida. Slave raiding became their preferred form of subsistence, and they were the first indigenous society to sell Indian captives to Virginia settlers. They had already acquired guns in the north and had a dramatic military advantage over southern groups, whom they systematically raided for captives and other goods. As early as 1659, the Westos were attacking other groups in the low country of the Carolinas and were raiding hundreds of miles south into La Florida, which was then thinly populated with Spanish missions surrounded by affiliated Christianized Indians. With regard to how they knew where to go to obtain slaves, Eric Bound notes that perhaps the Westos traveled to Spanish Florida on the advice and encouragement of the English in order to harass the missions and or gather intelligence concerning their military strength. In other words, the Westos likely selected their targets in La Florida using knowledge gained from English colonists. In the mid-1660s, the Westos moved farther south, to the Savannah River area, and continued their violent raiding. When the Carolina colony was established in 1670, local Indians in the area turned to the English for protection. By 1674, the English had arranged a trade agreement with the Westos that specified that only non-local Indians would be taken, not the local Indians. The Lord Proprietors and English colonists were often at odds with one another in determining who would control trade with Native Americans, however. Colonists profited by exploiting Indians. The Lord Proprietors not only had moral objections to this but also did not want to have to send troops to save colonists from wars the colonists had started for their own enrichment. The Westos captured and sold several thousand Southern Indians between 1660 and 1680 and killed many others. The ascendancy of the Westos was short. They were outsiders to the southeast and had few local allies besides the British. Once the British 180 realized that their interaction with the Westos limited their options for profitable trade with other groups, they withdrew their support. The Westos were largely destroyed by 1682 in a series of European engineered attacks undertaken by Savannah warriors, and shortly thereafter it was reported that fewer than 50 Westo remained. When the Savannahs occupied the territory from which the Westos had been routed, the Carolina colony complained that the Savannahs were not providing adequate beaver pelts for trade, so the colony encouraged them to undertake slave raids. Taking the initiative themselves, the Carolina colonists, under a manufactured pretext, began a war with another native group, the Wanias. The Savannahs captured the Wanias and sold them to a trader, who shipped them to Antigua. Attacks on the Indians and Spanish of La Florida continued to be devastating. In 1704, raiders led by the former governor of Carolina, James Moore, included 50 whites and 1,500 Creek allies. This attack began the destruction of the Spanish mission system and caused the death and enslavement of a significant proportion of the indigenous Appalachee population. Moore, whose main goal was slaves for his own enrichment, reported, "In this expedition I brought away 300 men, and 1,000 women and children, have killed and taken as slaves 325 men and have taken slaves 4,000 women and children." Moore's claim that he enslaved 4,000 Native Americans has been questioned, but Galloway's careful analysis suggests that 2,000 to 4,000 Appalachians were enslaved in the 1,704 attacks, and he discusses the destruction of the Appalachee province. Following Moore's raids, even more Native Americans were killed, captured, and enslaved. A mission padre reported that attacks after 1704 resulted in the death or enslavement of more than 4/5 of the Christian Indians who had survived Moore's raids, but very likely many more non-Christian Indians were also killed or enslaved. As Galloway notes, by the early 18th century, Florida was nearly depopulated of Indians. Warfare and slave raiding by the Westos and other Native American groups transformed the cultural and geopolitical landscape of the 181. Southeast. Fear of attack caused parts of the southeast to be abandoned to be later reoccupied by Europeans. Native societies decimated by war, slaving, and disease were forced to abandon their settlements to join other groups or seek protection from the English or Spanish. Some groups disappeared entirely, while others, such as the Creeks, Cherokees, and Choctaws, were created from the remnants of Mississippian chiefdoms that gathered together into new formations. By the 18th century, some southeastern groups, such as the Cherokees, had become powerful slaveholders themselves of both indigenous and African people, although they were eventually dispossessed of both their southeastern land and their slaves by white intruders. Numbers provide a sense of the impact of violence on indigenous mortality. The Southeast may have been home to about 199,400 Native Americans in 1685. By 1715, the population had dropped more than 54% to 90,100. During this same interval, the English enslaved between 24,000 and 51,000 indigenous Americans, with most shipped to the West Indies. Robbie Etheridge estimates that in a simple chiefdom of 2,000 to 5,000 people, the capture of only 200 to 500 women and children would significantly depress fertility because of the loss of women of childbearing age, eliminate a strata of young group members, and make population recovery almost impossible. One, as Etheridge notes, slaving was more than sufficient to stress a simple chiefdom beyond its breaking point. Combined with disease, the effects could be overwhelming, and the first southeastern pandemic is argued to have occurred in 1696. Slaving is even indicted in disease transmission here, as smallpox apparently moved into the interior following trails of indigenous slavers. The Pays d'en-Haut. The Pays d'en-Haut included the lands upriver from Montreal around the Great Lakes. It extended west to the Minnesota River and south to the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers. It included primarily Algonquian speakers, but also the Hurons, who were Iroquoian speakers, and on the west Siouan. 182 speakers. To the east was Iroquois, the land of the 5 nations of the Iroquois League, whose violent raids affected a large part of eastern North America during the 17th century, including the Pays d'en-Haut. During the early 18th century, the Pays d'en-Haut was embroiled in the Fox Wars. The causes of these wars have been variously explained, most recently as an attempt by Indian allies of the French to prevent a French-Fox alliance. A significant toll of dead and captured resulted from Iroquois raids on the Hurons and from 30 years of war among the Foxes, the French, and the indigenous allies of the French. The 5 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy have been described as the first militaristic slaving society of the post-contact era. During the early 17th century, as a result of severe population decline due to European diseases, increasing opportunities for trade with Europeans, and the introduction of European weapons, Iroquois mourning wars were transformed from occasional revenge for the death of an Iroquois at the hands of an enemy to constant and violent attacks against increasingly distant targets. During the course of the 17th century and into the 18th, the Iroquois raided throughout the Northeast and into parts of present-day Canada, into the Mississippi Valley, and well into the Southeast. One goal of these wars was to reverse population losses by adopting captives as new group members. In the process, however, the Iroquois destroyed or displaced a significant proportion of the indigenous population of the Northeast and beyond. An Iroquois attack on the Hurons in July 1648 provides a sense of the magnitude of population losses caused by the Iroquois, as well as further losses of population and social coherence that resulted from the disruptions triggered by warfare. In this event, several hundred Iroquois attacked one of the largest and best fortified Huron settlements, Tenaostia. Although numerous Hurons escaped, as many as 700 were captured or killed, representing over 1/3 of a population of 2,000. Ravaged Tenaostia was abandoned, and the remaining displaced population was unable to clear and plant new fields so late in the season. As panic gripped Huronia, women became reluctant to work in their fields for fear of Iroquois. 183. Attack. Surplus food was consumed, and the next winter the Hurons faced famine, doubtless resulting in further deaths. The following year, several other Huron settlements were attacked, and a further 700 Hurons were lost. Again, fields could not be planted, and the remaining Hurons burned their villages as clan segments, lineages, and families scattered to find refuge with other groups. Huronia was abandoned and the Huron people became defenseless refugees. The Fox Wars have been variously attributed to Fox belligerence, ineffective French mediation, and most recently, efforts by Pays d'en-Haut tribes to manipulate French efforts to expand their trading network to the west. The French and Foxes had long sought mutual alliance, but other groups detested the Foxes and resented French efforts to include them in the alliance. Rushforth argues that French allies the Illinois, Ottawas, Ojibways, and others feared that as the French moved west, these allied tribes would lose their prominent positions in the French trade. The allied tribes intentionally drove a wedge between the Foxes and the French by capturing Fox people during battles and selling them to the French. French colonists profited from the lucrative slave trade and were happy to ignore French government efforts to bring the Foxes into a general alliance. Serious war broke out when the Allied tribes attacked Fox villages near Detroit in 1712, and violent battles continued at intervals until the late 1730s. The toll exacted by the Fox Wars in dead and captured was significant. An estimated 1,000 Foxes settled near Detroit in 1710, most of these were slaughtered during the War of 1712-13. Surviving Foxes retaliated violently, and warfare continued intermittently for almost 3 decades. By 1727, the Foxes and the French had abandoned all efforts at alliance, and the French gave orders to exterminate the Foxes, although this was modified by the request to bring women and children back as captives. Captives were taken in large numbers, as indicated by the numbers of Fox slaves entering French settlements. 80 Fox slaves were registered in parish records in just 3 years, and these were likely only a portion of the slaves held in the colony. In following years, as the wars continued, Foxes captured in raids continued to stream into Montreal. The Fox population, which had been several thousand in the early 18th century, was 184. Just a few hundred by the early 1730s. Other tribes also suffered severe losses. The Southwest. In the Southwest borderlands, as in regions to the east, warfare, captive-taking, and enslavement were vastly amplified by access to European markets and European demands for labor. The remoteness of much of the region and a lack of resources to draw Europeans meant that the Southwest borderlands remained free of strong European control until well into the 19th century. Still, the Southwest and its indigenous and small European populations were strongly affected by global commercial markets, and one of the region's most profitable products was slaves. For more than 2 centuries, the Comanches, Navajos, Apaches, Kiowas, and other indigenous groups engaged in raiding and trading across the Southwest, their networks extending well into Sonora and Chihuahua, north to Yellowstone, and east almost to the Mississippi, linking with commercial markets in Mexico City, New England, the Caribbean, and California. Indigenous groups became allies or enemies as expediency dictated, and the sedentary Pueblo peoples and small Spanish populations similarly sought to improve their precarious hold on the region through strategic alliances with or attacks on their mobile neighbors. Thousands of indigenous people died during these centuries of struggle. Indigenous mortality and social disruption were fueled by occasional edicts from Mexico City that sought to stem Indian raids through programs of extermination. Many more indigenous people, primarily women and children, were taken captive. Captives might then vanish from indigenous populations in 2 ways. First, many captives became domestic slaves in Spanish households, and Spanish proclivities for incorporation meant that captives and their descendants disappeared into the Hispanic world, their indigenous origins forgotten. Second, they might be sold on a continent-wide slave market and taken far from their borderlands homes. Still others were enslaved, married, or adopted by their indigenous captors. These captives actually replenished captor numbers, but this meant that Southwest borderlands groups 185 were an ethnic melange. The following section provides a sense of the magnitude of loss of life and identity in this region by exploring the interactions of 2 Southwest borderlands groups, the Comanches and the Apaches, and their relationship with the Spanish. From the time of their initial colonization of the Southwest, the Spanish were involved in capturing and enslaving indigenous people. In one of the earliest documented raids, Juan de Oñate, leading the first Spanish colonists to settle in New Mexico, attacked Acoma Pueblo, killing more than 800 people. Of the 500 Acoma people taken captive, all those over age 12 were enslaved for 20 years, of the captive children, girls were given to the missions, and boys to the sergeant major. 60 or 70 girls were taken to Mexico City to become nuns. Spanish law prohibited enslavement of Indians, but the law was often ignored by the governors of New Mexico. The Spanish justified the practice of buying and selling captives by arguing that they were being rescued from heathen Indians who had captured them. Subsequent to the Acoma massacre, the Spanish did not frequently enslave Pueblo Indians, but they did work with indigenous allies to raid Apachean tribes, Plains Indians, the Utes, and others for the purpose of taking captives. Slaves were one of the few sources of wealth in the region, and as Spanish governors had often paid more for their appointment than they would receive in salary, the slave trade was an opportunity for profit. Historian David Brugge calls the Spanish market for captives in colonial New Mexico the strongest economic power in the region. Most slaves were sold by indigenous captors to Spanish settlers as household servants. The wealthiest Spanish kept the largest number of slaves, but the majority of families had at least a few. Slaves were not only a source of wealth but also a status symbol for Spanish families. Following prehistoric patterns of Plains Pueblo interaction, slaves and other goods were frequently exchanged at fairs held at pueblos that bordered the plains, especially Taos and Pecos. Here captives from many borderlands groups were bought and sold, although the Comanches likely supplied most of the captives from plains tribes. Other captives were sold to markets outside of New 186. Mexico. The Comanches sold Apache women east to the French, and many were sent south to the mines at Parral in Chihuahua. Records from the 1710s, for example, report over 400 captives taken in New Mexico. Some had been illegally taken, but by the time efforts were made to recover them, many had been sold away, died of smallpox, and or been baptized, meaning that they could not be returned to their non-Christian families. Like the briefly ascendant Westos, some borderlands groups profited from European intrusion, and the Comanches were perhaps the most successful. Their efforts to engage Spanish markets and control trade across the region had serious consequences for other groups. A Shoshonean group originating in the Great Basin, the Comanches established themselves in the southern plains during the late 17th century and throughout the course of the 18th century became one of the most successful of the mobile raiding and trading groups. Adopting European technology, including horses, guns, and metal-tipped lances and arrows, they created what historian Pekka Hamalainen has described as an empire. The Comancheria eventually extended west nearly to Taos, north beyond the Big Timbers of the Arkansas, east almost to the junction of the Cimarron and Arkansas rivers, and south to less than 100 miles from San Antonio. In the process of creating their empire, the Comanches repeatedly attacked and eventually dislodged the Apaches from the Great Plains south and west of the Rio Grande. Allied with the Utes, Comanche warriors raided west into Navajo territory and attacked the Pawnees and Arapahoes to the north and the Osages to the east, in all areas killing and taking captives. They sold many captives at the fairs in Taos and kept many others. Success on their eastern front gave them access to markets in Louisiana controlled by the French, who were eager for slaves. Meanwhile, the Comanches had alternately friendly and antagonistic relationships with the Spanish and frequently raided Spanish and Genízaro villages, killing and capturing many. Comanche raids on their indigenous enemies caused significant mortality and social disruption. A Spanish expedition heading toward the Arkansas River Valley in 1719 encountered the aftermath of 187. A Comanche Ute attack on Jicarillas and Sierra Blanca Apaches. One fleeing refugee group reported that the destruction of a single rancheria had resulted in 60 deaths and 64 women and children captured. As they entered the Arkansas Valley, the Spanish found a wasteland of deserted Apache villages and burned maize fields that the Comanche Ute invasion left in its wake. By 1724, the Comanches had expelled the Apaches from all lands north of the Canadian River. Between 1744 and 1749, the Comanches and Utes attacked Pecos and Galisteo pueblos, killing at least 150 people. On the Eastern Front, a 1751 attack on the Osages by allied Comanche and Ovias warriors killed 22 Osage chiefs and untold others. At about the same time, the Comanche began expanding south into Texas, systematically displacing the Lipan Apaches. Spanish attempts to help the Apaches infuriated the Comanches, who with their allies attacked Apache villages and Spanish settlements relentlessly, creating a broad, triangle-shaped shatter belt extending from the San Saba to San Antonio and Nueces missions. In the end, the Lipans were pushed south to the coastal Texas plain. The number of Lipan dead and captured was almost certainly large. The Comanches attacked newly established Spanish towns, and some were abandoned. For example, a raid on Abiquiu in 1747 netted 23 women and children. In 1760, after a Spanish insult at the summer fair in Taos, Comanche raiders ravaged the Taos Valley, burning and sacking local ranches. From one ranch for which records exist, they took 60 women and children. After a brief peace in the early 1760s, Comanche attacks escalated dramatically, making the Rio Grande Valley one of the most violent places in America. Mixing small hit-and-run guerrilla raids with massive destroy and plunder operations killed and captured hundreds of settlers, and left dozens of villages burned and abandoned. Although the Comanches were most often the successful aggressors, they also occasionally sustained significant losses at the hands of the Spanish and their indigenous allies. In 1747 the Spanish, retaliating for attacks on their settlements in northern New Mexico, encountered a large camp of Utes and Comanches along the Chama River. The Spanish 188 killed 107 Indians and took 206 captive. 4 years later, in another success for the Spanish, 112 Comanches were killed on the Llano Estacado by a force retaliating for a Comanche raid on Pecos. Of the 33 Comanche survivors, 4 women were retained, but others sent back to their people as an offer of peace. In 1761, in the aftermath of the Taos Valley disaster, Comanches returned to Taos to attempt to re-establish trade relations with the Spanish. Negotiations failed, and while the Spanish chased Comanche warriors, a group of Utes newly allied with the Spanish attacked the Comanche camp, taking more than 300 women and children captive. Only 36 Comanches survived. Given an estimated 10,000 Comanches at their population peak, this must have been a significant blow to their numbers. On the Eastern Front, the Spanish were also sometimes successful against the Comanches, reporting 50 killed and 149 captured in a 1,758 retaliatory raid in Texas, and heavy casualties in 1766 when the Spanish attacked a band of Comanches and their allies in the same region. While the Comanches often had the upper hand in their interactions with the Spanish, other groups did not fare as well. Apachean groups were frequent targets of raids, not only by the Comanches but also by the Spanish and other groups. A record of Spanish attacks on the Apaches during 1 year in the early 18th century is exemplary. In 1705, a newly appointed governor took his time on the way to Santa Fe to campaign against Apache bands in the El Paso area. In June, in a campaign against the Gilas and Chilmas, the Spaniards claimed success in killing some warriors and capturing some of their families, causing the Apaches to flee into the mountains. In September, a second campaign wrought even greater destruction, again killing and capturing many, burning corn and homes, and bringing back as loot horses, sheep, goats, buckskins, baskets, and other items. That same month, a different Spanish expedition was sent out to invade Hopi territory but made an unprovoked attack on some Apaches to capture children. As the 18th century progressed, many Apache groups were pushed south and west by the Comanches into areas that are now part of northern Mexico. Apache groups that had occupied the relatively 189 rich plains, where they had been buffalo hunters and part-time agriculturalists, entered the mountains and deserts of northern New Spain where obtaining a livelihood was more difficult. The original inhabitants of Chihuahua and Sonora had fought the Spanish, but by the early 18th century these groups had been devastated by Spanish punitive expeditions and disease, leaving the area open for the Apaches. Apache raids on Spanish settlements and presidios were most intense in the early 1770s. Between 1771 and 1776 in Nueva Vizcaya, 1,674 Spaniards were killed, 154 were captured, over 100 ranches were abandoned, and over 68,000 animals were stolen. Apache raids were obviously very effective. but the small population of Apaches also suffered substantial casualties during this period, which must have significantly affected their numbers. A series of events reported by Griffin lists Apache deaths and captives taken. In late 1770, near the Pecos River, 28 dead, 36 captured. In 1771, in the same area, 58 dead. In 1773, 45 dead and many wounded. In 1774, near Sierra de la Escondida, 4 dead. In 1774, in the Sierra del Hacha, 7 dead and 13 captured. In 1775, in the Sierra del Cabra, 20 captured. In 1775, east of the Rio Grande and in the Sacramento Mountains, 40 dead and 7 captured. In 1775, in the Mimbres Mogollon Gila country, 4 dead and 18 captured. Between October 1 and early November 1775, Spanish attacks on 15 rancherias resulted in 132 Apaches dead and 104 captured. By the 1790s, Spanish pacification efforts had proved successful, and many Apaches settled near presidios, where they were provided with rations. However, after Mexico won its War of Independence in 1821, the resources of the new country were stretched thin. In 1831, the government quit supplying food to the Apaches, and they left the presidios and returned to raiding. Mexico then fixed on a policy of extermination, hiring paid killers and hit squads, frequently North Americans and other foreigners, to exterminate Apaches. They offered enormous sums for Apache scalps, 100 pesos for a male scalp, 50 pesos for those of women, and 25 pesos for a child's scalp. One scalp hunter arrived in Chihuahua City in 1845 with 182 scalps, 18 captives, and some Mexican women and children he had rescued. In response, the Apaches, 190, only intensified their raiding. They were finally subdued when Anglo-Americans took over much of the northern part of New Spain in 1848. Violence engendered by the Spanish entrada into the southwest borderlands resulted in the death of thousands of people from the 16th through 19th centuries, and many more indigenous people disappeared. Some were sold to the mines of southern Chihuahua, and others were transshipped to the Caribbean, a Spanish practice since the earliest days of Spanish involvement in New Spain. For example, during the last 2 decades of the 18th century, as many as 500 Apaches were transported to the Caribbean, along with other groups. Countless captives simply disappeared from the rolls of indigenous people as they were absorbed into local Hispanic society. While the English in the eastern United States rapidly set about establishing racial boundaries between themselves and the African and indigenous people they enslaved, the Spanish incorporated indigenous people, albeit at the lowest rungs of their society. Early 18th century baptismal records document Indians adopted or redeemed by the Spanish, although in fact these individuals became low-status domestic slaves in colonial households. As Brugge notes for New Mexico, a typically New Mexican casta became established as a result of the incorporation of these people into the society. Made up of captives and their descendants. They were collectively called Genízaros. Their numbers and specific ethnic origins fluctuated according to the wars fought, the vulnerability of the various tribes to raiding, and the availability of captives through trade. Although Genízaros were part of an exploited class, James Brooks argues that kinship was the route by which Genízaros gradually influenced and became part of a larger Hispano identity group in northern New Mexico. Similar processes of incorporation also depleted or eliminated indigenous identities in what are now the states of northern Mexico. As in the rest of North America, European diseases including smallpox and cholera killed many of the indigenous people who occupied 191. The southwest borderlands, but warfare and captive taking almost certainly had a significant effect on population levels. Both the Comanches and the Apaches were highly adaptable people who used both negotiation and aggression to better their place in the multi-ethnic post-colonial world they inhabited. Nevertheless, warfare caused by indigenous adoption of European technology, efforts to co-opt European trade, Spanish efforts to foment hostilities among indigenous groups and to commercialize captives, and occasional attempts at outright extermination by Spanish and subsequently Mexican governments all combined to take a severe toll on native people and their traditional societies. Warfare, captive taking, and population decline in North America. The size of the indigenous population of North America at the time of European contact has been a topic of scholarly study for almost 200 years. Population estimates have always varied widely, which makes estimating the magnitude of population decline especially difficult. While there is no doubt that the introduction of European diseases had a significant effect on indigenous population size, scholars have begun to recognize that other causes, especially cultural disruption, also took a toll. This study attempts to evaluate one such factor, the increase in warfare and captive taking as a result of the introduction of globalized European markets to North America. I argue that indigenous competition for access to European markets, the commercialization of captives/slaves, and European encouragement of indigenous conflict all served to increase warfare and raiding throughout native North America. The result was a steep increase in deaths from violence that further reduced indigenous populations. Captives were taken and suffered a variety of fates that resulted in shortened lifespans, reduced fertility, transshipment outside the region, and the erasure of indigenous identity. The effects of European intrusion on indigenous warfare and captive taking were evident in each of the three areas I examined, the southeast, the Pays d'en Haut, and the southwest borderlands. Estimates of 192. Numbers of native peoples killed or captured in raids and warfare are sketchy, although they have been best documented in the southeast, and based on these, warfare here seems to have been most devastating to indigenous populations. As Galley shows, a large number of southeastern Native Americans were killed or sold off the continent. The Pays d'en Haut suffered violent wars for much of the 17th and 18th centuries, involving especially the Iroquois in the 17th century and the Foxes in the 18th century. Death and the dislocation suffered by captives decimated many groups there. In the southwest borderlands, many indigenous people were killed during the constant raiding carried out by the Spanish, Comanches, and Apaches, especially from the late 17th to early 19th centuries. Many captives were also sold out of the region to become part of the globalized market in slaves. Numerous others ended up as domestic slaves in Spanish households, where their indigenous origins and those of their descendants were erased through baptism, sexual appropriation, and separation from their native society. Differences in the racialization practiced by the English in contrast to tendencies toward incorporation practiced by the Spanish affected outcomes in the two regions to some extent, although loss of indigenous identity also occurred in the East and in other parts of North America. 3. What is especially difficult to assess is the degree to which social disruption arising from warfare and captive taking caused ancillary deaths. In the Huron example above, historical accounts suggest that famine resulted after wars in which refugees had to flee their homes during the middle of the growing season. Comanche raids on Apache agricultural settlements similarly resulted in burned fields and refugees who were forced to adopt new means of survival. The aftermath of war, raiding, and captive taking in many parts of North America must have frequently disrupted subsistence practices and led to famine or starvation. Even more difficult to reconstruct, but perhaps equally ruinous, may have been the interruption of social systems that had sustained indigenous people for centuries. Mortality rates from disease and injuries sustained in battle almost certainly increased as cures and curing methods were lost, families and caregivers separated, the enslaved denied treatment, and the ill left to die alone. 8. Remembering Cherokee mortality during the American Revolution. Paul Kelton. On March 8, 1780, Cherokee warriors captured 28 straggling travelers sailing down the Tennessee River and might have acquired something that they surely had not wished for: smallpox. The captives, all belonging to the Stewart family, were said to be diseased with smallpox at the outset of their journey. They departed from an upper tributary of the river on December 22, 1779, and kept some distance from the larger flotilla commanded by John Donaldson. Donaldson aimed to keep the disease from spreading and even had to warn the distant stewards each night when the encampment should take place by the sound of a horn. He appeared to have succeeded. He made no mention of smallpox spreading beyond the infected family in his journal, the only surviving written record of the voyage. Isolating the stewards, however, made them vulnerable to the Cherokees, or, more precisely, to a dissident faction of the indigenous nation known as the Chickamaugas. This group remained allied with the British and refused to come to terms with the Americans, as had the majority of their nation. They found the stewards a tempting target. The Indians, Donaldson recorded, observing helpless situation, singled off from the rest of the fleet, intercepted him and killed and took prisoners the whole crew, to the great grief of the whole company. Fearing that the Chickamaugas would overtake the whole flotilla, the main group kept moving forward despite hearing the cries of those left behind. The Chickamaugas remained in possession of their captives and their baggage while the rest of the Donaldson party completed its circuitous route down the Tennessee and then up the Cumberland to settle near present-day Nashville. What happened next to the Chickamaugas is not entirely clear. If any one of the stewards had at the time an active infection of smallpox, then the warriors may have become infected and an epidemic may have erupted. Descendants of those Tennessee pioneers seem to remember it that way, and scholars, historians, anthropologists, and others have agreed. Some even conclude that not just the Chickamaugas but also the Cherokees as a whole suffered. But no written record that dates to 1780 confirms that the indigenous nation suffered a widespread outbreak of smallpox. Logic suggests a successful transmission of disease at least to some Chickamaugas, but hard evidence has yet to be found. So, if the evidence does not clearly reveal whether the native captors of the stewards and their countrymen suffered from colonialism's most deadly disease, then what can this episode tell us? A great deal, as I argue in this chapter. First, it highlights the need for scholars to critically examine and carefully contextualize the evidence that is used when discussing colonial germs and their impact on indigenous peoples. Faulty memories and frontier mythology often contaminate the data we use for our analyses. Second, such problematic evidence supports conclusions in which germs are given more agency than they deserve in the depopulation and dispossession of indigenous peoples. Consequently, the actions of the colonizers in destroying the health and well-being of natives become forgotten. The suggestion that the Chickamaugas suffered an epidemic in 1780 first appeared in print in 1857, when John Carr, at the age of 84, published his memoirs of early pioneer life in Tennessee. Though but a small boy at the time, Carr recollected the reports of the great and terrible mortality which prevailed in the Cherokee Nation after the capture of Stewart's boat. He added, without doubt, the wretches paid dearly for their booty. There is some reason to question Carr's memory, however. Carr was a 7-year-old resident of Virginia at the time of the Donaldson party's voyage. He did not participate in the voyage but went to Tennessee some years later. There, he may have heard tales from other settlers of smallpox avenging the deaths of the stewards, but in a letter to Lyman Draper in 1854, Carr does not refer to the Chickamaugas succumbing to the disease when discussing the Donaldson party. His knowledge of this early attempt at white settlement in the Cumberland Valley, moreover, appears to have come directly from the published accounts of Judge John Haywood and James G. M. Ramsey. Neither of these authors concluded that the Chickamaugas in fact became infected and suffered an outbreak. It seems that between 1854 and 1857, then, Carr added an epidemic to his memory of events. One can only speculate what triggered Carr to add the great and terrible mortality of the Chickamaugas to the events of the Donaldson party's voyage. But a passage he includes just below his mention of the epidemic is suggestive. It was said that, when they were attacked with the smallpox, and the fever was upon them, Carr wrote about the natives, they took a heavy sweat in their houses for that purpose, and then leaped into the river and died by scores. Carr or someone whom he relied on for information had almost certainly read James Adair's The History of the American Indians, a memoir written by a trader who lived and worked among the southeastern Indians for much of the 18th century and claimed to have observed Cherokee medical personnel attempting to deal with the smallpox epidemic in 1738. When they found their theological regimen had not the desired effect, but that the infection gained upon them, Adair wrote about native medicine men, they held a second consultation, and deemed it the best method to sweat their patients, and plunge them into the river, which was accordingly done. The 18th century trader concluded that such practices killed many people. Their rivers being very cold in summer, by reason of the numberless springs, which pour from the hills and mountains, and the pores of their bodies being open to receive the cold, it rushing in through the whole frame, they immediately expired. Settlers on their way to Tennessee would have had no knowledge of how the Chickamaugas responded, if indeed they had a need to respond at all to smallpox. The inclusion of Adair's account makes Carr's rendition appear even more fabricated. The Chickamaugas suffered doubly, once because of punishment for their attack on the Stewart's boat, and again because of their supposed ignorance in how to deal with a deadly disease. Carr's memories of Chickamauga mortality received greater circulation when, 2 years later, Albigence Waldo Putnam included them in his History of Middle Tennessee. Putnam reprinted Donelson's journal verbatim and then cited Carr and unnamed others as authorities on what happened to the Chickamaugas. As the result of the capture of Stewart's boat and crew, in which were the cases of smallpox, Mr. Carr has stated, and others have affirmed the same, that great mortality prevailed in the Cherokee Nation afterwards. Without doubt the wretches paid dearly for their booty. Putnam also included reference to smallpox-stricken Indians leaping into the river, but added one more detail about their supposed demise that reveals James Adair's influence: a large majority destroyed themselves, or died with the disease, Putnam claimed. Adair had indeed referred to mass suicide of Cherokee medical personnel for their failure to cure patients during the 1738 epidemic. A great many killed themselves, the English trader wrote. Some shot themselves, others cut their throats, some stabbed themselves with knives, and others with sharp-pointed canes. Many threw themselves with sullen madness into the fire, and there slowly expired. Putnam went a step further and added what was standard Jacksonian rhetoric about the demise of American Indians being their own fault. The smallpox epidemic, mass suicide, and other diseases and vices, raged among them, and so increased that the nation was hastening to extinction. He concluded that in committing the murders of the Stewarts and other settlers, the Chickamaugas had invited the judgment of heaven, which came in the form of smallpox that destroyed hundreds of them. The Chickamaugas' supposed demise became written into an even more widely read narrative when Theodore Roosevelt included the anecdote in Volume 2 of his 4-volume series, The Winning of the West. Roosevelt narrated a version of the American past in line with prevailing manifest destiny ideology, wherein Providence destined an inferior race of indigenous peoples to disappear amid a tide of superior Euro-Americans who would spread civilization across the North American continent. The Donelson Party received their due as part of this epic saga. The future president used the original manuscript of Donelson's journal and for the most part accurately summarized its contents. He referred to the family having smallpox, being kept at the rear of the larger group, and thus becoming vulnerable to attack. The future 2. President, though, went off script and included the details that Carr had concocted and that Putnam later echoed. But a dreadful retribution fell on the Indians, Roosevelt claimed, for they were infected with the disease of their victims, and for some months virulent smallpox raged among many of the bands of Creeks and Cherokees. Then Roosevelt added Adair's information for more drama. When stricken by the disease, the savages first went into the sweet houses, and when heated to madness, plunged into the cool streams, and so perished in multitudes. While this is largely a summary of what Putnam had earlier published, Roosevelt added some interesting details. The epidemic raged for some months, and the death toll involved multitudes, a term that could easily mean that more natives actually died than the scores that Carr and hundreds that Putnam suggested. More damaging is that germs became benighted actors in Roosevelt's grand and celebratory narrative of American expansion. Roosevelt's scholarly legacy unfortunately persisted into the 20th century. James Mooney drew upon the winning of the West when writing the first professional historical and ethnographic account of the Cherokee people. A forerunner of today's ethno-history, Mooney's myth of the Cherokees utilized primary sources as well as ethnographic information that he garnered from Cherokee informants. But he barely scratched the surface of the documentary sources available and relied heavily on secondary work published in the 19th century. As if in retributive justice, Mooney wrote while referencing Roosevelt, the smallpox broke out in the Chickamauga Band in consequence of the capture of Stewart's family, causing the death of a great number. A later and more fully documented treatment of Cherokee history perpetuated the tale of the 1780 epidemic. John P. Brown wrote, as a matter of fact, he Chickamaugas contracted smallpox from the captives. Brown gave no reference to his source for this factual-sounding statement, but he had earlier cited the works of both Roosevelt and Putnam, from which he must have derived his estimate of several hundred Cherokees dying. The two medical scholars E. Wagner Stern and Alan E. Stern helped perpetuate the story of the Chickamaugas' demise. In a co-authored work that offered the first scholarly treatment of smallpox's impact on American Indians, they sought to use the experiences of Indians. 203. To promote universal vaccination. They included the supposed infection of the Chickamaugas among the numerous anecdotes to make their case and did not deviate from previous accounts of the event. The Cherokee Indians captured a boat on which were 28 persons, among whom was a man named Stewart, and his family, who were infected with the smallpox, the Sterns wrote while citing Mooney's myths of the Cherokees. As if in retribution, smallpox broke out among the Chickamauga Band, causing the death of many. To be fair, the Sterns referred to violent conflict, enslavement, and removals for causing native population decline, but these other factors were mentioned only in passing, giving the reader the impression that smallpox acted as an independent agent. Indeed, as they stated in their preface, the virus acted as a weapon in the hands of the white man, a weapon so powerful that it was feared by the red man much more than were bullets and swords. It was this disease above all other aspects of colonialism that had doomed indigenous peoples, and had it not been for vaccination, something they assert was made available through Euro-American benevolence, Indians would not have had a chance for survival. More recent scholars have found it difficult to free their work from colonial narratives. The historian Peter Wood, for example, cites the supposed 1780 epidemic as a fact that helps explain the growing population disparity between indigenous peoples and Europeans and African Americans in the colonial South. The disease quickly spread through the remote Indian settlement and, according to one authority, caused the death of several hundred Indians, Wood claimed, while citing Brown as the authority. The sociologist Russell Thornton did not add much critical insight into the episode in his work on Cherokee demography. Smallpox is said to have struck a dissident group of Cherokees, the Chickamaugas, Thornton passively asserts and then quotes the Sterns at length. He properly cites his source but unfortunately allows the information to stand without scrutinizing its validity. To be sure, both Wood and Thornton provide valuable works of scholarship that move us closer to understanding the full demographic impact of colonialism on indigenous peoples. They also do not entirely ignore other factors such as slavery, warfare, and theft of resources, but the perpetuation of a problematic assertion is troubling. 204 P. Kelton. The same can be said of Elizabeth Fenn in her 2001 Pax Americana, The Great Smallpox Epidemic of 1775–82. Citing the Donaldson Journal as her only source, Fenn states as a matter of fact that while some Chickamaugas ventured into Georgia to help the British, their families in the mountains of Tennessee had just picked up smallpox in an attack on some settlers. She then concludes her discussion of Britain's native allies in the South with an allusion to major population losses from disease. 4. The Cherokees. The pox and the war were disastrous. Having chosen the losing side, the Indians soon had to face an onslaught of Anglo-American expansion with much depleted numbers. The war part of the equation, however, remains left out of the discussion. American military actions against Cherokees are only vaguely referenced in the pages of Pax Americana, which in the end echoes deterministic narratives of colonial germs rather than the colonizers' exercise of force ensuring native depopulation and dispossession. Variola was a virus of empire, Fenn asserts. T made winners and losers, at once serving the conquerors and determining whom they would be. Fenn, to be sure, does not rely on the Cherokee's supposed infection in her skillful and eloquent reconstruction of smallpox's spread across North America, with southern Appalachia included as a leg on its journey. The capture of members of the Donelson Party was a minor anecdote that a reader would hardly remember unless he or she was specifically interested in the Cherokees. If the author had omitted reference to the incident, the larger importance of the work would still stand. Prior to Pax Americana, scholars knew only bits and pieces of what was in reality a massive continental epidemic. Extreme violence and not the great smallpox epidemic of 1775–82 in fact figures prominently in the documentary record of the Cherokees' experience during the American Revolution. The contemporary scholars referenced above including Thornton, Wood, and Fenn, I am sure, would readily acknowledge the horror that the Cherokees faced amid brutal warfare waged against them, but the exclusive discussion of disease by scholars has occluded the violence and leads readers in a dangerous direction. One only has to make a brief examination of the Cherokees' experience during the American Revolution to see how the colonists' violent actions and not their germs did the most damage. 205. A major outbreak of hostilities with the settlers was hardly what the Cherokees needed in the 1770s. They were then recovering from the past traumas associated with colonialism. Smallpox certainly made a devastating visit in 1738–39 and may have struck at least twice before, once around 1698 and then again around 1711. The indigenous population in southern Appalachia prior to these epidemics cannot be known with certainty, but Peter Wood makes a reasonable estimate of 32,000. By the 1750s, the population had shrunk to around 9,000. A war with the British that began in 1759 and ended in 1761 took its toll as well. British armies invaded 3 different times, resulting in numerous villages being burned, hundreds of people being driven into the woods to starve, and an outbreak of measles and smallpox that spread among the thousands of refugees. Cherokee population likely reached its nadir at 7,200 by the end of the war. The dire situation led at least one Cherokee leader to reveal that his people were consciously trying to increase their population. In 1762, the esteemed war leader Ostanaka had recently been in England and reported to the governor of South Carolina that he and his party found that the number of warriors and people of one color they saw in England far exceeded what thought possible. He added, "Our women are breeding children night and day to increase our people, and I will order those who are growing up to avoid making war with the English." Actual population increase following the war with the British is impossible to calculate precisely, but Wood again makes a reasonable estimate of some 8,500 Cherokees by the time of the American Revolution. Cherokees certainly had the potential to increase their population during the first half of the 1770s. An epidemic of an unknown disease appears to have had some damaging impact, but no further outbreaks would be reported among any Cherokee groups until the supposed 1780 outbreak. Meanwhile, Cherokee subsistence practices remained stable. Maize, bean, and squash production provided a rich diet, and all indications are that cultivation of this triad flourished during the years before the Revolution. In addition, Cherokees increasingly turned to domestic livestock in the 1760s and 1770s. Women had begun to keep hogs and chickens sometime earlier in the 18th century, and their holdings of these animals increased in the early 1770s. 206 P. Kelton. One would expect, then, that female fertility among the Cherokees remained relatively high, at least compared to hunting gun-gathering tribes whose constant movement, regular periods of deprivation, and high-protein, low-carbohydrate diets depressed female fertility. Conflict with other natives also appeared to slacken and take less of a toll on their population. Cherokees were embracing a growing pan-Indian alliance that stretched from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. According to one British agent, Cherokees had received the appeals of their former Shawnee enemies to halt shedding the blood of their red brothers and had accepted that it was time for them to unite and oppose the progress of the white people, as they undoubtedly intended to extirpate them from the face of the earth. The Cherokees listened to such appeals with approval and sent emissaries to the north to foster peace. Such acceptance did not automatically lead the Cherokees into the fight against the colonists. When Lord Dunmore and Virginia waged war on the Shawnees in 1774, Cherokees did not rush to aid their new native friends. Nevertheless, they did not help the British king and his still loyal subjects either, as they had during the early years of the 7 Years' War. Protecting their population from the harmful impact of war seemed paramount to many Cherokee leaders. As the Americans began to sever their ties with the British, Cherokees grew more divided about what to do. Late in 1775, the British Superintendent for Indian Affairs in the South, John Stuart, gave a green light to his deputy, Alexander Cameron, and other British agents to supply natives with provisions and military materials. He also sent anti-rebel talks to King George III's native friends and encouraged them to act in concert with His Majesty's troops rather than attacking indiscriminately. In April 1776, the British delivered 21 wagon loads of ammunition to the Cherokee town of Chota. The more militant warriors led by Dragging Canoe did not want to wait for more detailed plans from the British and argued that settlers who had taken up residence nearest to their nation should be pushed back immediately. Women threatened the men not to go to war. Many males, Alexander Cameron learned, grew very uneasy about their women and children, saying that any rupture should happen between them and the white people the women would run to. 207. The wood and starve. A decade of recovery was in danger should major conflict escalate. And escalate it did. In late spring and into summer, Dragging Canoe's warriors joined with northern natives Shawnees, Delawares, and Mohawks and launched multi-pronged attacks on backcountry settlers. Americans believed that native attacks were precursors for a larger British invasion by sea, and hysteria reigned. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia ingrained such hysteria into the Declaration of Independence, including in the famous list of grievances against King George III the charge that he has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare, is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. To a colleague back in Virginia, Jefferson explicitly expressed what ought to be done to those most involved in the raids on the southern colonies. I hope that the Cherokees will be driven beyond the Mississippi and that this in future will be declared to the Indians the invariable consequences of their beginning a war. Such suggestion might correspond with how one today would define ethnic cleansing. One of the leading South Carolina patriots went even further. William Henry Drayton wrote to military commanders, "T is expected you make smooth work as you go, that is, you cut up every Indian cornfield, and burn every Indian town, and that every Indian taken shall be the slave and property of the taker, that the nation be extirpated, and the lands become the property of the public." Griffith Rutherford, who would command North Carolinian forces, echoed such genocidal urges and called for a final destruction of the Cherokees nation. 3 of his fellow North Carolinians, then serving in the Continental Congress, sympathized with the homicidal desires of those whom they represented. To extinguish the very race of them and scarce to leave enough of existence to be a vestige in proof that a Cherokee nation once was, would perhaps be no more than the blood of our slaughtered countrymen might call for, they exclaimed. Yet they urged their state's forces to act with some humanity, but Christianity, the dear religion of peace and mercy, should hold our conquering hands, and while we feel the resentment of men, we ought not to forget the duties of the Christian. Women and children are not a conquest worth the American arms. For native. 208 P. Kelton. Men, however, there would be no holding back. A key to the warriors is cruelty to ourselves, they concluded. What followed was total war on the Cherokees. Each of the 4 divisions of the nation, Lower, Middle, Valley, and Overhill, suffered. Andrew Williamson's South Carolinian troops converged on the lower towns in August 1776. One participant referred to the Cherokees as game but did not get much of a chance to hunt his prey, as natives abandoned their towns on the approach of the Carolinians. The same man was astonished by the bounty of Cherokee agriculture. "Hay were very well stored, far beyond our conception," he marveled. The invaders carted off all the food they could and destroyed the rest. Every lower town lay in ruins, with the homes and public buildings of each put to the torch. In September, Williamson's forces converged with Rutherford's North Carolinians in the middle towns. The region's inhabitants fled in advance, setting the woods on fire to cover their escape, but the Americans caught a few stragglers and took them captive. An officer later claimed that he at first denied permission to the men to sell the prisoners into slavery, but his men swore bloodily that if they were not sold for slaves upon the spot, they would kill and scalp them immediately. The commander gave way on the issue and reported back to his superior that his men were very spirited and eager for action, and very desirous that your Honor would order them upon a second expedition. The main damage to the Cherokees remained the scorched earth that Americans left behind. After torching the middle towns, the armies of the two Carolinas marched through the valley towns. There, Cherokees resisted in a 2-hour battle and managed to kill or wound 31 of the invaders. In the end, Carolinians overwhelmed the warriors and forced them to retreat. Cherokees left supplies that they would need to survive the upcoming winter, including a large supply of blankets, moccasins, boots, some guns, matchcoats, deer skins, and C. After this brief fight, the total war continued. At the first valley settlement, the troops, according to one soldier, spread through the town to destroy, cut down and burn all the vegetables belonging to our heathen enemies, which was no small undertaking, they being so plentiful supplied. The soldier also commented on the vast number of hogs that the Cherokees had, as well. 209. As great apple trees, and, Whiteman-like improvements. These were quickly destroyed. Most Cherokees again managed to escape before the troops arrived in their villages, but North Carolina's troops managed to surround one town before all of its inhabitants vacated and killed an unreported number of them. Americans surprised another group and captured 16 individuals, largely consisting of Tory traders, their wives, and bicultural children. Most of these would later return to the Cherokee Nation, but an untold number of others were not so lucky. One soldier, for example, captured a lame woman and immediately killed her, while another soldier killed an old Indian prisoner that he had in his possession. Meanwhile, Virginia's forces bore down on the Overhills. On October 18, Colonel William Christian and his forces of over 1,000 men arrived on the Little Tennessee after having received conflicting messages about Cherokee intentions to resist. It turned out that he met with no opposition as he went through the first 4 towns along his path. He Indians had ran off hastily, Christian reported. Of them had shut their doors and some had not, they had carried off their clothes and best of their household goods but took but little provisions. He continued, greatest part of them I judged went off in canoes down the Tennessee. The colonel found abandoned horses, cattle, dogs, hogs, and fowls, remarked that crops of corn and sweet potatoes are very great, and estimated that the residents of the Overhill towns must have left between 40 and 50,000 bushels of corn and 10 or 15,000 bushels of potatoes. Unlike the Carolinians, the Virginians paused before commencing any destruction. They treated with relative kindness an old woman and 2 children by giving them food after they had been in the woods for 6 days and nights without fire or provisions other than grapes and haws. They also took in a young man who had lost his wife and was then in search of her. He told the Virginians that his people were so much afraid that they would fly before wherever went. The Overhill's people had certainly learned the fate of their nation's other divisions and feared that they would end up enslaved or killed if they remained. 210 P. Keldon. Christian made some effort to distinguish between hostile Cherokees and those who would agree to peace. The colonel suggested to Governor Patrick Henry that such an effort would be a more honorable course for their newly independent state. "I know 6 that I could kill and take hundreds of them, and starve hundreds by destroying their corn," he reported, "but it would be mostly the women and children, as the men could retreat faster than I can follow, and I am convinced that the Vergay state would be better pleased to hear that I showed pity to the distressed and spared the suppliants, rather than I should commit one act of barbarity in the destroying a whole nation of enemies." Perhaps the Carolinians' prior efforts weighed a bit on the colonel's conscience. Christian sent a request to the Raven of Chota to discuss terms, which above all else meant the surrender of Alexander Cameron, the British agent whom settlers held most responsible for instigating indigenous violence. The Virginians, though, did not receive what they wanted and took punitive actions. Joined by 300 North Carolinians, Christian's forces spared Chota and some other towns but destroyed the 5 towns perceived to be most hostile. The punishment was as severe as what towns in the nation's other divisions faced. Joseph Williams, one of Christian's officers, later recalled that the Overhills had great numbers of fat cattle and hogs, with poultry of every kind in abundance. The soldiers consumed or drove off the livestock and either burned or destroyed the natives' immense quantities of corn. Without their season's harvest, their livestock, shelter, clothing, and bedding, many people of the Overhills found themselves in the same situation as the vast majority of their countrymen in the other divisions. Cherokees faced the ensuing winter of 1776–77 as a nation of starving and exposed refugees. They suffered additional violent assaults before their supposed experience with smallpox in 1780. The majority of their nation tried to come to terms with the Americans. In 1777, they treated with representatives from the southern states and surrendered substantial quantities of land to their north and east. Dragging Canoe and his faction wanted nothing to do with accommodating the Americans. They rejected the land cessions, seceded from the larger nation, moved south to the bend of the Tennessee River, and established several towns. 211. On Chickamauga Creek, from which they received their name. The Chickamaugas continued to receive supplies from the British and raid Americans. In April 1779, 200 Chickamaugas went to help the British in their attack on Savannah, but while they were away, 900 North Carolinians and Virginians under Colonel Evan Shelby destroyed all 11 Chickamauga towns. Dragging Canoe's warriors subsequently retaliated and courted another American invasion. In the fall, Colonel Andrew Williamson pursued some of the native raiders into northern Georgia. There, South Carolinians burned 7 towns, some of which had been built by refugees from the 1776 invasion at the height of harvest, bringing the residents another severe period of hunger. One British agent commented that these Cherokees were living upon nuts and whatever they can get. He managed to purchase 300 bushels of corn from other Cherokee divisions to alleviate their hunger. As Americans enacted another round of town burnings, the great smallpox epidemic of 1775–82 made its appearance in the South. Elizabeth Fenn is certainly correct to conclude that some natives became infected. The Cherokees' southern native neighbors, the Muskogees, or Creek Confederacy, suffered a terrible outbreak. Transmission possibly occurred through trading or diplomatic engagement with the British at Pensacola, a place in which smallpox proliferated during the winter and spring of 1779. Muskogee warriors possibly could have also acquired the disease by way of infected American captives they brought back to their towns. In any event, the consequent epidemic became evident to the British. Alexander Cameron reported to General Augustine Prevost that the Creeks seemed to be tired of war. Besides, the smallpox has reduced them much, and those towns who have not had it as yet, have fled with their families into the woods. Word of the outbreak reached the Americans. The Pennsylvania Gazette reported on October 27, 1779, "The smallpox, we are told, rages most violently among the Creek Indians at present, so that they will hardly be able to do anything for their British brothers this campaign." Some Cherokees also became infected. In December 1780, the British commander at Augusta, Georgia, reported that smallpox had incapacitated 140 Creeks and Cherokees who were helping defend the city from the 212 Kelton rebels. The commander added that the infected natives were being nursed back to health and he expected them to recover. Still, neither he nor any other source suggested that the great epidemic made its way into the Cherokee Nation. 2 Cherokees in fact were aware of smallpox's presence near them and tried to avoid it. At the same time that one party of Chickamauga supposedly picked up the virus from the Stuarts, another group of their warriors begged out of helping the British for fear of the dreaded disease. Having held a conference with the Indian chiefs on this subject, one British officer reported, "They told me, they were willing and ready to give every assistance in their power to the great king and had come down from their nation for that purpose, but that as the smallpox raged throughout the province, they would not be able to prevail on their young men and warriors to remain under their present apprehensions of receiving an infection from which their nation had on a former occasion sustained a loss of 2,500 men. The Cherokee leaders likely had the devastating 1738-39 epidemic in their minds, an event that they may have survived during their younger years or that they learned about from their elders. In any event, they fully knew the dangers of the disease and warned the British that if only one of the party was infected, the others would disperse and run into the woods. The officer concluded that it would be highly impolitic in the present juncture to hazard our Indian interest by exposing them to a contagion so fatal. Cherokees consequently went away to shun the smallpox, leaving it unknown to their British friends and posterity whether they took the virus with them. Cherokees of course could have had a major smallpox epidemic in 1780. Chickamaugas perhaps did pick up the virus from the British near Savannah, despite their efforts to shun the disease. They perhaps could have taken the disease back to their villages by way of infected captives they took in Georgia or the Carolinas, or perhaps their capture of the Stuarts on the Tennessee River did in fact lead their warriors to contract the contagion. Nevertheless, one should not automatically jump to the conclusion that a successful transmission occurred or exaggerate the possible impact that this supposed transmission had. It may be the case that Cherokee warriors who were exposed to the disease were not susceptible. 213. Some of them may have been survivors of previous smallpox epidemics in 1738-39, 1749, and 1759-61 and thus had acquired immunity. Younger warriors in their teens, of course, would have been vulnerable, but transmission was not certain simply because Indians were involved. The Stuarts, moreover, may not have been as viable of a vector as they first appear to be. Recall that the journey began on December 22 and the Chickamaugas captured them on March 8. Did the Stuarts maintain a chain of infection over this more than 2-month period? By the time of the incident, smallpox may have run its course through them, unbeknownst to Donaldson, who had limited contact with the stragglers as he kept them away from the larger group. Lastly, supposing that transmission occurred from an infected captive to a susceptible Chickamauga warrior, one should not assume that the disease inevitably spread. Cherokees had learned to quarantine infected patients and close off unexposed villages from outside contact when smallpox was suspected of spreading nearby. By the time of the American Revolution, in other words, they realized smallpox was an infectious disease, sought to avoid it, and tried to curtail its spread when it arrived. Of course, the war would have made it difficult to maintain such preventative measures, giving one more reason to believe that smallpox spread amid the chaos and upheaval that Cherokees faced. Such speculation, however, detracts from the more potent and devastating aspect of colonialism that the American Revolution brought to the Cherokees. The extreme violence of the period predated their supposed infection and continued after. Americans again launched a massive assault on the Cherokee people not long after they supposedly contracted smallpox. Dragging Canoe planned to attack settlers in North Carolina during the fall of 1780, but other Cherokees worried that his activities would bring disaster on all of them. Led by the beloved woman Nanyehi, the peace faction warned the Americans of Dragging Canoe's plans and hoped they would be spared any retaliation. They were not. Late in 1780, John Sevier led 250 men into the Cherokee Nation, defeated a large body of warriors on the way, and killed 34. Sevier waited for Arthur Camel's forces of 400 Virginians to join him, and when they arrived in late December, the Americans repeated what they had done in 1776 and 1779. They feasted on the food that Cherokees left behind and put 3 towns to the torch. At Hiwassee, Nanyihai approached the troops and asked for peace, but instead they torched 2 more towns. Campbell reported destroying 50,000 bushels of corn along with countless other provisions before his and Sevier's forces left on January 1, 1781. Sevier, though, returned in March. He burned 15 middle towns, killed 29 natives, and took another 9 prisoner. Such actions left many Cherokees perishing in the woods and eating roots. The Raven of Chota later said of Camel's and Sevier's actions that they dyed their hands in the blood of many are women and children. He pled with the British for help, claiming, "Our families were almost destroyed by famine this spring." Cornwallis's surrender at Yorktown brought no respite to Cherokees. Dragging Canoe and the militants continued to seek vengeance against the Americans. But a series of small raids against South Carolinians late in 1781 provoked massive retaliation. Andrew Pickens's forces destroyed 13 Cherokee towns, while Elijah Clark's troops sacked another 7 towns. In 1782, John Sevier returned, laid waste to some of the valley towns, and inflicted the most devastating assault on the Chickamaugas yet. He deliberately planned his invasion to occur after crops had ripened, and he consequently destroyed vast quantities of produce as well as all the livestock he could find. At least 9 towns were destroyed in the process. Pickens returned as well. His South Carolinians along with a force from Georgia rushed into the Cherokee Nation in September and October to force Lower, Middle, and Chickamauga Cherokees to surrender prisoners, horses, and loyalists. By the end of 1782, Colonel William Christian predicted that hundreds of Cherokees would die of starvation. They were almost naked, he claimed, and their corn and potatoes, it is supposed will be all done before April. And many are already out, particularly widows and fatherless children. One Cherokee leader exclaimed to the departing British that he had lost in different engagements 600 warriors and in addition, his towns been thrice destroyed and cornfields laid waste by the enemy. Even without a smallpox epidemic, then, the American Revolution proved to be an utter catastrophe for the Cherokee people. As in the 215 other cases discussed in chapters in this volume, colonialism escalated violence and created traumatic living conditions under which Cherokees found it difficult to recover from population losses. The Americans' scorched earth tactics caused immeasurable harm and led to numerous deaths from starvation and exposure. Such violence stifled a decade of recovery and according to Wood brought Cherokee population to 7,500, or only 300 above his estimate for its nadir after the 1759-61 British War. Smallpox did infect at least a small number of Cherokees confined with the British at Augusta and may have been more widespread, but the Americans did not need to introduce the deadly disease, either wittingly or unwittingly, to produce a dire health crisis for natives they sought to conquer. By waging a scorched earth policy, something completely intended, they purposely altered material conditions knowing that severe human suffering and fatalities would result. The chaos and upheaval of the war in fact may have been a necessary precondition for something like smallpox to spread widely and create extreme mortality rates among those who became infected. That a frontier settler's memory of smallpox became written into the Cherokees' experience during the Revolutionary War further exemplifies something deeply problematic in the larger literature on the European introduction of novel germs. David Jones has eloquently and powerfully critiqued this literature, and to this critique one can add that many historians have been misled by unsubstantiated claims that have found their way into their analyses as fact. Perhaps it may be as Jones states that using morally neutral biohistorical forces has great interpretive appeal that has led both academics and a lay audience to accept with little question the works of Alfred Crosby, Jared Diamond, and Charles Mann, but as this chapter shows, narratives of disease are anything but morally neutral. Non-natives told stories of smallpox's impact on their indigenous adversaries for a reason, and scholars have been complacently uncritical about these stories. Narratives of disease thus continue to be told that obscure how colonialism in all its manifold yet connected aspects has negatively impacted indigenous health and well-being. Most troubling, and far from being morally neutral, such narratives silence native voices that with some research can be. 216 P. Kelton. Found in the historical record. Meeting with representatives from the state of Virginia at the end of the Revolution, for example, a Cherokee delegation sought peace and asked a very important question that turns out to be central to this volume. Look back and recollect what a numerous and warlike people we were, when our assistance asked against the French on the Ohio. We took pity on you then, and assisted you, they began. We have been continually since, decreasing, and are now become weak. What are the causes? We would all do well to listen to their answer: war, and succeeding invasions of our country. Notes 1. Fenn cites Donaldson et al. 1964. This includes a verbatim transcript of Donaldson's journal that is in the Tennessee State Library and Archives. There are no editorial footnotes added to the version Fenn cites, and thus no one other than the reader could make the inference that a successful transmission of smallpox from the captives to captors occurred. 2. Something other than smallpox may have caused significant mortality among Cherokees in 1779, but the evidence for this remains problematic. In 1804, Dr. Benjamin Smith Barton wrote that Cherokees suffered from what Euro-American traders called the head pleurisy that was common along the low grounds of the river Tennessee, and near stagnant waters. He claimed that in the course of a single week, in the summer of 1779, it carried off 350 of these Indians. Some of the sick died after an illness of less than 24 hours. The practice of sweating was thought to be one cause of the excessive mortality of the disease. He acquired this information from an unnamed source. An examination of the entire Benjamin Smith Barton collections at both the American Philosophical Society and the Historical Society of Pennsylvania has not revealed any evidence of where Barton received this information. Alexander Cameron, who was among the Cherokees that summer, did not report any such epidemic, thus casting doubt on Barton's assertion. In any event, the symptoms do not appear to be smallpox, and the mortality predated the Donaldson voyage. 9. Quality of life. Native communities within and beyond the bounds of colonial institutions in California. Kathleen L. Hull. In 1986, a delegation of Yosemite Indians visiting the Smithsonian Institution National Museum of Natural History was confronted with a disturbing exhibit that proclaimed the extinction of their group more than 100 years earlier. Were it not for the profound social and political implications of such an error, one might be reminded of Mark Twain's famous quip that the report of my death was an exaggeration. Instead, this event and no doubt many similar experiences of other native people in North America in recent decades highlights the failure of scholars, museums, and public institutions to fully appreciate and adequately communicate both the process and the outcome of indigenous encounters with non-native disease during the colonial era. While mass mortality and the loss of traditional lifeways in the wake of introduced diseases is the master narrative in many public venues, and such simplistic stories have captured the imagination of the public, sometimes encouraged by the injudicious language of an earlier generation of anthropologists, the issues of health and survival are much more complex than we are often led to believe. It is a disservice to both descendant communities and our collective heritage and history to ignore the myriad factors that contributed to when and how native peoples confronted such challenges to survival, and how groups, if not many individuals, often endured. This interpretive shortcoming may lie, in part, in the fact that discussion of indigenous health in the wake of colonial-era lethal epidemics has often entailed one of two extreme analytical approaches: either qualitative concern for individual experience of illness and suffering, or quantitative focus on population vulnerability and demographic impacts. Within the diverse contexts of native and non-native peoples, places, practices, and pathogens in which indigenous people of the Americas engaged with European colonialism, however, the community may form a better locus for considering this process with respect to both biological and social health. Neither too personal nor too large, community captures both the relevant scale of native experience and the dynamic environment in which options with health implications were assessed and exercised. Equally important, it is this socio-political core that often dictates recognition of contemporary indigenous groups under federal law in the United States, that is, if and how such communities were sustained contributes significantly to the acknowledgement of their sovereignty as nations today. Thus, this chapter takes the community as an analytical frame to explore both qualitative and quantitative data regarding how community factored into native experience and response, how native communities may have reconstituted themselves in the aftermath of mass mortality, and how decision-making in the wake of disease may have led to the vital communities that exist today. To accomplish this task, I first consider what is meant by community and what measures of a healthy community might have been affected by disease-induced catastrophic mortality. Next, I apply these concepts to colonial California, exploring case studies of the different communal experiences of native people in the interior beyond direct interaction with non-native people, but nonetheless dealing with the consequences of this foreign presence and other native people on the coast who were incorporated into Spanish colonial institutions and economies, as we typically envisage colonial encounters. Such comparisons highlight the importance of community processes to the outcomes of colonial entanglements. Community is especially germane to California, where small-scale native groups were embedded in webs of interconnection within and beyond their villages. Ethnohistoric and archaeological data reveal both similarities and differences in the sustainability and quality of life of native communities in coastal Spanish colonial institutional settings and those in the distant interior beyond the direct effects of European colonization. Such differences in community, rather than simply distance from or proximity to colonizers or exposure to disease. 224. Had profound implications for native people and, thus, how we should understand native health outcomes. Life of the community. Community has been variously defined, understood, and debated by anthropologists, archaeologists, and other social scientists for more than 100 years, in part because the term enjoys widespread use both within and beyond the academy. While there is a common public perception of community that connotes shared location, knowledge, interests, identity, and social solidarity, scholars recognize that communities are rarely so bounded and cohesive. In addition, application of the term to geographically unconstrained cyber, virtual, or imagined communities has further complicated the concept. There is now relatively little consensus on whether, and which, qualities are essential to community in such diverse applications. Still, many researchers contend that the concept is relevant in sociological, anthropological, and archaeological studies, in part. An awareness of the community's importance in larger social processes. Rather than defining community by a list of traits or, worse yet, simply equating community with site, as has been common in archaeological research, recent scholarship has moved to a process-oriented, emic understanding in which community is conceived as a dynamic socially constituted institution that is contingent upon human agency for its creation and continued existence. That is, community refers to a particular locus of interactions in which a sense of belonging is promoted by gratifying experiences, reassuring narrative, and expectations of future nurturing, but it is also promoted by desires and intentions, negative as well as positive. What counts is expression of belonging, in ways that are socially apparent. This perspective on community resonates with the concept of Gemeinschaft employed by sociologist Ferdinand Tönnies in the late 19th century to distinguish community from society, but eschews the implicit notion that communities are natural or uncontested. Rather, communities are produced and reproduced through human agency in historically contingent contexts and ways, consistent with Pierre Bourdieu's notion of practice. Moreover, as an ephemeral and ever-emergent entity constantly in the process of becoming through actions and intent, community has properties of a living organism, subject to growth, change, and perhaps decline, transcending individuals as the parts are dependent on and conditioned by that whole, so that the whole itself possesses intrinsic reality and substance. Following this emic perspective, community served to successfully reproduce organism, society, and culture, and thus is a reasonable approximation of the way many indigenous groups in North America both understood and lived lives of mutual dependency and benefit at the time of European colonization. Such peoples, whether small-scale agriculturalists or hunter-gatherer fisherfolk, freely associated from birth within groups of several hundred people that were, in turn, embedded within larger social networks of no more than perhaps 2,000 total individuals, all or some of whom may have come together only once or twice a year, effectively expanding community beyond the bounds of everyday interaction for at least a brief time in practice rather than simply in spirit. Economic activities, access to resources, authority, decision-making, and affinity were based at the local level and often involved communal consent and action. The basis of relationships lay in mutual support, cooperation, and reciprocity, contributing to a spirit of fellowship and shared identity. These characteristics are consistent with what have been termed bands or tribes. Such organization was clearly the case in most, if not all, of native California, for example. As noted by Alfred Kroeber, he California Indian always gives the impression of being attached first to a spot, or at most a few miles of stream or valley, and to his blood kindred or a small group of lifelong associates and intimates. While some diversity of socio-political organization and scale has been noted across California between different ethno-linguistic groups which are themselves constructs of ethnographers rather than entities recognized by native people in everyday life, large polities and complex socio-political organization were largely absent. 226. In addition, archaeological evidence spanning thousands of years substantiates this assessment and indicates a long tradition of local, direct interaction and, presumably, shared identity and practice. Such a small scale likely necessitated both physical and social dependency, while facilitating a sense of community. Community was a living entity in its own right, nurturing its members and, in turn, nurtured through ritual and daily practices even as individuals came and went over the course of a lifetime. Kroeber referred to these native California entities as tribelets, village communities that existed as sovereign though miniature political unit, which land owning and maintained frontiers against unauthorized trespass. The population size might run as low as 100, or as high as 500, 600. Moreover, village in this connection must be understood as implying a tract of land rather than a settlement as such. In fact, there were often shifts in the location of the primary tribelet village seasonally or over the longer term. Given the basis of tribelet identity around land rather than a specific village, group names often referenced place and were maintained regardless of the specific location of the major village at any given time. Exogamy or other forms of intergroup marriage, which were typical of many traditional California native peoples, underscored the sense of difference yet connection within a broader regional network. As noted by Randall Milliken, however, intermarriage tended to be between individuals from adjacent or nearby groups, and long-distance intermarriage was limited in part because of the commitment people felt to their home territory and to their own way of doing things. The unfamiliar was disturbing and seemed dangerous. Elsewhere in North America, indigenous identity, and presumably, community, as used herein also resided at local level even when within a superstructural society tied together by religious beliefs, exchange, and hierarchy. This is suggested, for example, by native tribal names in the southeast, which were maintained even as groups relocated during the colonial era from the place to which the name originally referred. This likely also pertained prior to the colonial era, although at that time such southeastern groups may have been larger polities that were, in turn, part of the Mississippian interaction sphere. As in California, groups elsewhere. 227. in North America likely found their origin in extended kin relations, shared economic orientation, tasks, language, and worldview, and had a common identity that was intentionally or unintentionally reinforced through daily practices. In building and maintaining mutual support and belonging, community in native North America was integral to the social, political, spiritual, and economic life of indigenous peoples. As these data suggest, the notion of community as a living organism provides a useful metaphor for considering the implications of community on biological and social health outcomes attributable to direct or indirect encounters with Euro-American colonialism. Likewise, this perspective allows us to assess what a healthy community might entail. Beyond the practical necessity of individual aid when in the grip of potentially fatal illness, as a living entity itself, a healthy community must both support and be supported by its members to endure through periodic challenges. In fact, the notion of a healthy community has found traction in scholarship and policy making in recent decades, as contemporary municipalities seek to both preserve and enhance the well-being of their residents. In this modern context, two general categories of community health have been identified: sustainability and quality of life. Each plays out over a different temporal span, with the former related to long-term health and vitality, cultural, economic, environmental, and social, while indicators of the latter focus on a more immediate time frame and make fewer linkages across issue areas of physical and social health. Sustainability in contemporary thinking generally refers to continued development without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. For the current argument, it is appropriate to focus primarily on cultural rather than natural resources in terms of needs, although both were certainly intertwined for native people. Thus, sustainability is equated herein with perseverance of a shared identity and mutual support through maintenance of an unbroken trajectory of beliefs and values, if not all specific material and religious practices that are the lifeblood of a living community. Importantly, sustainable communities persist despite the fact that individuals may not interact on a daily basis and even as population shifts with births and deaths. 228. Whereas sustainability relates to long-term survival, quality of life is perceived and assessed on a daily basis via the priorities of a particular community. Therefore, such priorities, as well as the measures of success related to each, vary from group to group but typically encompass physical, emotional, and social needs made possible by access to resources, interaction with others, individual agency, and other factors. So, not only does a healthy community endure over the long term as a collective entity, but also individuals within the community gauge satisfaction in the short term on diverse issues by whatever measures are appropriate to the time, place, and people. In the event of colonial-era lethal epidemics, both quality of life and sustainability of indigenous communities were threatened, although sustainability perhaps ultimately dictated by the cumulative effects of quality of life in the wake of colonialism is what had the most profound implications for the sovereignty of contemporary native groups. The introduction of non-native disease had the potential to undermine the foundations of native community within and beyond the bounds of colonial institutions in several ways, as groups responded to such crises. As discussed in detail elsewhere, archaeological and ethno-historic evidence from across North America reveal social, cultural, and demographic consequences of substantial, rapid population decline due to fatal epidemics. These include population aggregation, perhaps of disparate groups with different practices and identities, emigration to areas outside traditional territories, shifts in external relations and regional interaction, decreasing cultural diversity as a result of the founder effect, despecialization in particular practices or roles, simplification of social structure, blending of different practices and beliefs through creolization, and perhaps even ethnogenesis as a result of group blending or simply in response to the trauma of an event. One or more of these effects may also have prompted or forced survivors to enter missions or other colonial institutions, effectively dissolving community as known up to that point. In addition, there may have been psychological or emotional effects, although these are most germane to individuals rather than communities. Importantly, Consequences such as emigration, creolization, ethnogenesis, and despecialization relate to decisions of the survivors. 229. In the face of challenging circumstances rather than simply stochastic processes, and these changes involve perception, needs, and actions. That is, the outcomes of catastrophic depopulation were neither inevitable nor free from the individual or collective agency of the people involved. Disease was not simply about qualitative individual suffering or quantitative demographic impact. Instead, epidemics presented a series of challenges to daily life, identity, fraternity, and dependency that defined community. In light of these observations, it is clear that health and survival were not just about individual bodies or whole population numbers but rather about long-term sustainability of communities and short-term decisions related to quality of life. The cultural landscape of colonial California, in contrast to some regions of North America where European colonialism was both early and pervasive, non-native incursions into California were relatively late and largely restricted to the coastal area in the southern two-thirds of the state. While there were periodic encounters between native people and European seafarers as early as Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo's voyage of 1542, settlement by non-natives did not occur until the initiation of the Spanish mission system in Alta California in 1769. By 1823, 21 missions, each placed about 1 day's travel from the next, 4 presidios, each overseeing a military district surrounding several missions, and 4 secular pueblos were established between San Diego in the south and Sonoma, north of San Francisco Bay. Presidio commanders and pueblo alcaldes also had the authority to grant land within their jurisdiction to private citizens, and approximately 30 such grants for ranchos were approved during the Spanish colonial era. Many of these grants were also in the coastal region, although some were located in the adjacent interior. Russian incursion followed the initial Spanish settlement in Alta California but was limited to the establishment of Colony Ross by the Russian-American Company in 1812 on the coast northwest of the Sonoma Mission. In contrast to the religious intent of the Spaniards, the Ross settlement was a mercantile operation largely focused on otter and seal hunting for the Pacific fur trade. This operation brought together Russian administrators and merchants, native Alaskan men who Figure 9.1. Map of Spanish and Russian colonial interests in California circa 1815. 231. Hunted for the company, and native Californians who either worked on one of the 3 ranches that supported the operation or established multi-ethnic households with native Alaskan, or to a lesser extent Russian, men within the colony. No Euro-American presence was established on the northwest coast, in the Cascades of northeastern California, in the Central Valley and adjacent Sierra Nevada, or in southeastern deserts until California was ceded to the United States by Mexico in 1848. The most substantial influx of non-native people after the United States gained control occurred in the central Sierra Nevada foothills with the gold rush of 1849. This significant demographic shift brought about dramatic and pervasive change for indigenous people, as genocide, deliberate removal, and widespread resource degradation took the place of introduced diseases and institutional hardships as the primary vehicles through which native populations were reduced. Despite the contention of some scholars that fatal non-native disease may have been introduced into Alta California prior to Spanish colonization, it seems unlikely that sporadic contacts with sailors who had been at sea for some time would have resulted in transmission of deadly pathogens and epidemics within indigenous groups. Likewise, there is no evidence to suggest that native people associated with the Russian presence at Colony Ross were exposed to non-native disease to such an extent that epidemics and catastrophic depopulation resulted. The relative isolation of Colony Ross from interaction with other Russian or Spanish colonial settlements, the freedom of native Californians to come and go as they chose, and the maintenance of native villages separate from Russian outposts likely contributed to such outcomes. In contrast, Spanish colonization, institutionalization of large numbers of native people within missions, and the close living conditions in such settings did contribute to mass mortality of indigenous people during the colonial era. Thus, This chapter focuses on the era of Spanish colonialism from entry in 1769 to the shift to Mexican control in 1821. Fortunately, the relatively late and geographically limited European incursion into California also resulted in an exceptionally rich ethnographic record for the state. Therefore, we have a very good picture of native life and organization at the time of European colonization. Such. 232. Ethnographic bounty is especially fortuitous given the ethnic, linguistic, and cultural diversity in native California, as well as the community organization that prevailed. The bulk of such ethnographic data, collected in the early 1900s by faculty and students affiliated with the University of California, represents memory culture elicited from elders with knowledge of traditional life ways. Ethno-historic information, often gleaned from Spanish mission records, has added important data to this corpus in more recent years and speaks especially to the nature and extent of land-holding units. For example, Millikan has documented more than 660 such groups in the western two-thirds of California based on mission records and other data, with some of these territories only some 8 to 12 miles across. Overall, both ethnographic and ethno-historic data reveal a dense mosaic of small tribelets of hunter-gatherer fisherfolk typically living in resource-rich environments who often practiced some form of residential or logistical settlement mobility and relied on material culture of stone, bone, and vegetal materials. Archaeological data are consistent with this picture of daily life, and both archaeological and ethnographic data reveal extra-local religious practices and widespread exchange, which serve to link tribelets together in both social and economic ways. As one might expect, incorporation of native people into Spanish missions of Alta California often occurred as a result of the complex interplay of individual tribelet, intertribal, and colonial actions. Since so many groups were ultimately involved, local circumstances varied, and the process unfolded over more than 30 years. In some cases, violence or coercion was employed by the Spanish. In other instances, native people joined willingly either individually or en masse, although sometimes doing so only when options to remain outside the system were becoming increasingly limited. Millikan provides a detailed discussion of this process for the three missions in the San Francisco Bay Area: Mission San Francisco de Asís, Mission Santa Clara de Asís, and Mission San Jose, based on Spanish ecclesiastical records and military accounts, and this analysis serves as a useful outline for the process in general. In this region, interactions between Spaniards and native people often quickly shifted. 233. Between amicable exchange intended to draw native people into the missions, periodic tensions, and outright hostility. Still, missionaries were able to gradually expand their recruitment out from each mission, first seeking converts within the territory where the mission was located and, over time, taking in ever more distant peoples, in part because of high neophyte mortality. Unlike Mission San Francisco, the missions at Santa Clara and San Jose were not on an isolated peninsula. Therefore, the geographic scope. Figure 9.2. Map of California native land-holding units. 234. Of recruitment at the latter mission, in particular, ultimately spread well beyond the Bay Area into the adjoining Coast Range, the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, and the northern San Joaquin Valley. As a result, like several other missions in the chain, Mission San Jose hosted culturally and linguistically diverse peoples over the course of its operation. Early recruitment at Mission Santa Clara also differed somewhat from Mission San Francisco because the nearby pueblo of San Jose provided an alternative path for native people to acquire European goods, foregoing the religious commitment required of the missions. Some local groups initially forged economic connections with the pueblo rather than the mission and thus were able to maintain their villages for a time. Similar residential autonomy prevailed for many people affiliated with Mission San Luis Rey and Mission San Diego in Southern California, although this accommodation was because of local mission authority, native socio-politics, and resources rather than pueblo competition, and persisted for the entire span of mission operation, unlike at Mission Santa Clara. Life for native neophytes in the missions was strictly regulated and required religious devotion and practice, labor in the fields or mission grounds, and restrictions on interpersonal relations imposed through access and corporal punishment. For example, single women were housed in separate dormitories to which they were confined under lock and key at night, and strict reporting requirements were required even for married couples. In effect, the mission system sought to create a pious, obedient peasant class of native people within the highly structured casta society. As detailed by Edward Castillo, sometimes harsh treatment by the missionaries or military enforcers contributed to poor health and even death of neophytes, as did close living conditions that promoted the spread of communicable diseases. At times, the number of individuals suffering from illness reached epidemic proportions, but even in non-epidemic years death rates were nearly double that which one would expect in a native village. Millikan documented 5 epidemics at one or more of the missions of the San Francisco Bay Area between 1777 and 1806, although the specific pathogen is often unclear. The 1806 epidemic was measles. 235. However, and Millikan reports that other, non-epidemic diseases affecting native people likely included diphtheria, scarlet fever, tuberculosis, typhus, and syphilis. Given the living conditions, physical punishment, and ravages of disease, neophyte escape from missions was common. Unfortunately, this provided opportunities for some deadly pathogens to spread beyond the confines of Spanish colonial settlements into interior California. There may be archaeological evidence for such transmission in the form of multiple or mass burials at some sites in central California, and there is also some ethno-historic evidence of such events in other regions. Smallpox and measles were probably most suited to such long-distance transmission. Thus, native individuals and communities not participating in colonial institutions or even ever interacting with non-native people were vulnerable to the effects of introduced pathogens and evidently suffered significant population loss as a result. In the hinterlands, the case of Yosemite Indians. One such inland area was Yosemite Valley in the central Sierra Nevada, more than 250 kilometers from the nearest Spanish mission in Alta California. Here, a combination of archaeological, dendrochronological, and ethno-historic evidence points to catastrophic population decline owing to introduced disease approximately 50 years before non-native people entered the area. The native Miwok-speaking inhabitants occupied various portions of the Merced and Tuolumne River watersheds throughout the year, relying especially on deer and acorns for subsistence and interacting with neighboring groups to the east and west to acquire materials such as obsidian and to forge relationships through exchange and marriage. The gold rush brought an influx of Euro-American miners into the foothills west of Yosemite after 1849, but it was not until 1851 that non-native people entered Yosemite Valley. At that time, growing tensions as a result of non-native encroachment into traditional territories downstream and native raids on miners' camps and trading posts led to the formation of the Mariposa Battalion, a volunteer unit charged with removing native people from the middle reaches of the Merced River. 236. And relocating them to a reservation on the Fresno River in the San Joaquin Valley. The most detailed account of this expedition was written about 30 years after the fact by Lafayette Bunnell, one of the battalion members, who had both medical training and a keen interest in native people dating back to his childhood in Michigan. As a result, once the Mariposa Battalion entered Yosemite Valley, Bunnell took pains to elicit cultural and historical information from Tenaya, the leader of the native group. Among other things, Tenaya noted that in the time of his father nearly all had been destroyed by a black sickness, which was probably transmitted into Yosemite Valley from one or more individuals who had recently resided in or near a mission in the San Francisco Bay Area. This illness decimated the Awanaki, the people of Awanee, as the valley was then known, and the survivors relocated to Mono Paiute territory on the eastern side of the Sierra Nevada for one generation. The displaced Awanaki intermarried with the local Paiute people, intensifying what had probably been an existing, if less frequent, tradition. For example, there is abundant archaeological evidence for interaction between people of the eastern and western Sierra in the form of obsidian artifacts and also ethnographic information on trans-Sierra trade and trails. Tenaya was the product of one of these unions, born to a Mono Paiute woman married to an Awanaki leader. When Tenaya was of age, sometime after his father's death, he was persuaded by an aged Awanaki medicine man to lead his people back to settle again permanently in Yosemite Valley. Dendrochronological data on Aboriginal burning, archaeological settlement data, and Tenaya's genealogy indicate that the Black Sickness struck sometime between 1785 and 1800, while the return of Tenaya and the other descendants occurred no earlier than 1805 and perhaps as late as 1820. Two covarying proxy measures of population size derived from a random sample of archaeological sites in Yosemite Valley and thoroughly evaluated to demonstrate the demographic basis of the temporal trends despite 237 potentially confounding site formation processes reveal the magnitude of this demographic event and also place it in a long-term context spanning nearly 5,500 years of native occupation. These data indicate that the colonial-era epidemic resulted in a minimum 25% decline in population. Equally important, this event came on the heels of an even more significant decline which began more than 1,400 years earlier and unfolded over several hundred years that saw the population reduced to the lowest level since the initial occupation of Yosemite Valley. While the causes of this earlier population decline remain to be thoroughly explored, native oral tradition indicates that environmental factors such as drought may have been partly responsible, and regional archaeological data also suggest increased violence at this time. Thus, the Awanaki community was especially vulnerable to significant demographic impact given its small size, although previous experience with population decline may have informed the Awanaki response. These long-term quantitative demographic data provide important insight into community sustainability and quality of life that likely affected the decision-making of Native people in the wake of colonial-era population loss. Population estimates calculated using an estimated founding population size and the population growth rates derived from the archaeological population proxies suggest that the Awanaki numbered only around 300 individuals at the time the disease struck. The population was only just beginning to rebound following the population nadir from either death or emigration approximately 400 years earlier. These same methods indicate that fewer than 200 individuals survived the Black Sickness. Such a small population size was particularly critical, because proxy population measures indicate that growth rates were no greater than 1.6 persons per 1,000 individuals per year. Therefore, it would have taken 200 years for the population to recover to the pre-disease size, assuming that such a small population was even viable. And this latter assumption is dubious. Computer simulations of demographic recovery given such slow growth rates and probable marriage practices reveal that a population of this size was unlikely to survive more than 400 years under such circumstances. 238. That is, stochastic fluctuations typical of small populations would have periodically reduced the growth rate and stymied population recovery. While changes in marriage practices might have alleviated or forestalled population collapse, the survivors appear to have opted not to compromise their traditional values. Therefore, the Awanaki decision to relocate to the Eastern Sierra and intermarry with Mono Paiutes people with whom they had likely formed some unions in the past was critical to both the biological and the cultural sustainability of their community. The ethno-historic information also suggests that the Awanaki did not simply integrate into Paiute life on the eastern side of the Sierra, and this is the second significant observation pertaining to community sustainability in the wake of disease. Partial evidence for this comes from Bunnell's observation that Tenaya spoke both Awanaki and Paiute. That is, despite years of living among the Paiutes, the Miwok language was still sufficiently intact in the Yosemite area to be used by Tenaya when speaking to interpreters and to be later recorded by ethnographers. In addition, physical segregation of groups seems to have been the norm when people from Yosemite sojourned in Mono Basin. Recounting events from the early 1850s, Bunnell noted that according to the custom of these mountaineers, a portion of the territory was given for their occupancy by the consent of the tribe. Tenaya stayed with the Monos until late in the summer or early autumn of 1853, when he and his people suddenly left the locality that had been assigned to them and returned to their haunts in the Yosemite Valley. Thus, it may be that 50 years earlier, the surviving Awanaki similarly maintained a separate village and affinity, despite intermarrying with local Paiute people. No doubt this also contributed to the maintenance of community cohesion and identity. Notably, a similar arrangement may have pertained for a displaced Iroquoian-speaking community within a larger multi-ethnic settlement in Mohawk territory of the interior northeastern United States during the colonial era, suggesting a similar strategy to preserve community identity despite relocation. 239. Tenaya's story of the medicine man also provides a third important clue regarding how the community sustained itself and continued to rebuild after the Awanaki returned to Yosemite Valley, not long before the death of this patriarch. As if endowed with prophetic wisdom, he assured Tenaya that while he retained possession of Awaeni his band would increase in numbers and become powerful. That if he befriended those who sought his protection, no other tribe would come to the valley to make war upon him, or attempt to drive him from it. That is, Tenaya and the other Awanaki descendants grew their community by welcoming outsiders. As Bunnell noted, Tenaya's group was joined by the descendants from the Awanetches who had found refuge with people other than the Paiutes and by others who had fled from their own tribes to avoid summary Indian justice, building a community of survivors and outlaws in the decades immediately prior to the gold rush. Such growth likely helped sustain the group when threatened by violence in the early years of the gold rush, including wars with neighboring native groups that may have erupted as incursions of non-native miners precluded access to resources in the foothills to the west. The inclusion of new members with no previous ties to Yosemite Valley is further confirmed by the sudden appearance of serrate desert side-notched projectile points at this time in the archaeological record of the Yosemite region. These artifacts evidently reflect the blending of a local point style with a non-local embellishment that originated centuries earlier in the Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta region, perhaps as a marker of cultural identity. Therefore, native people with roots in the northern San Joaquin Valley, at least, appear to have moved east into the Sierra Nevada, perhaps to avoid the expanding sphere of Spanish influence and the threat of misionization. Ethnographic data indicate that the reconstituted group in Yosemite Valley minimally included individuals who could trace their descent to Miwok, Paiute, and / Yokuts people. Finally, in addition to welcoming native outsiders and maintaining language and traditions through what was no doubt a turbulent time, Tenaya and his followers also made a conscious effort to reform their identity in their new circumstances, perhaps in recognition of 240. The more diverse people they had become. They became the Yosemite rather than the Awanaki, although the transition was sufficiently recent that many individuals, including Tenaya, still recalled this previous identity. Given the timing of this transition decades before non-native people entered the area, ethnogenesis in this case was not a reaction to colonialism or some form of resistance. Rather, it was a proactive, internal decision that undoubtedly contributed to a sense of community even though not all individuals had been together since birth and, at least initially, few had been born in Awanee. Bunnell specifically commented on this shift in identity. From my knowledge of Indian customs, I am aware that it is not uncommon for them to change the names of persons or localities after some remarkable event in the history of either. It would not, therefore, appear strange that Tenaya should have adopted another name for his band. In summary, the ethno-historic and archaeological data suggest both a desire and a remarkable ability to maintain their community despite the ravages of introduced disease and consequent significant population loss. The Awanaki did not discard traditions or lose identity, but they did adapt, making conscious decisions to either maintain or revitalize their community in ways that had implications for both quality of life in the moment and sustainability in the long term. As the living organism that community represents, it was both sustaining and sustained the community transformed but did not disappear, with people returning to the valley that was their home time and again, even when forcibly removed on more than one occasion to the Fresno Reservation. And this appears to have been an ongoing, generative process even years after non-native people finally settled in Yosemite Valley. Yosemite Indians were integrated into the local economy, but they maintained their own villages at some distance from both American settlers, for whom they often worked, and occasional seasonal occupations by Mono Paiutes. The latter is suggested by comparison of a historic map that depicts the location of native Miwok villages and a set of photographs of a Paiute camp by Edward Muybridge from 1873. The location of the latter does not appear on the map and was, in fact, in a place that would have been habitable only during times of low water in the Merced River. 241. In the colonized zone, from San Diego to the San Francisco Bay Area as a point of comparison to the Yosemite story, it is instructive to consider the experiences of native Californians living within the range of the Spanish missions with respect to community sustainability and quality of life. In this zone, the health of numerous tribelets was threatened by seizure of lands, loss of resources, physical removal or relocation, and potential exposure to multiple epidemics of lethal disease. While many of these factors ultimately also pertain to inland areas that never witnessed Spanish colonization, as the Yosemite case demonstrates, although most were delayed until the Gold Rush, native decision-making in colonized areas was much more limited, given the profound changes in which indigenous groups were enmeshed. It was indeed a time of little choice. The entanglement of native people in missions, ranchos, or pueblos also undermined community identity, as autonomy was lost to Spanish overseers. Several scholars have considered whether and how the experience of integration into Spanish colonial, and later Mexican, occupation impacted native community sustainability and quality of life in Alta California, although not expressing their arguments in exactly these terms. For example, many neophytes associated with Mission San Luis Rey and Mission San Diego in Southern California were allowed to live outside the mission compound in traditional villages. Not only did this lessen potential for exposure to deadly pathogens, but also these neophytes incorporated changes into pre-existing structure of political hierarchies and social relations. The identities of Luiseno and Diegueno-speaking peoples remained rooted to the individual polities and villages where they were born. In contrast, the experience of native people brought into the missions of the San Francisco Bay Area and elsewhere in Northern California was very different. Tribelet identity was undermined, mortality was high, and authority and traditions were lost. Lightfoot also compared the experiences of neophytes of the Northern and Southern California missions with those of the Cache-Apomo people, whose interaction with non-native people was limited to the Russians at Colony Ross. As one would expect, Lightfoot found 242. That these native people were able to withstand potential challenges to the biological and social health of their communities much better than those native people relocated to the missions. As the Mission San Luis Rey and Mission San Diego cases suggest, the challenges to maintaining native community biological and social health within the missions were not simply because of proximity to missions, regular interaction with Spaniards, or even exposure to disease. This is underscored by data from baptismal and death records from Mission San Jose, for example, which reveal that some neophytes survived more than 10 years after integration into the missions, although the average life expectancy after baptism was less than 5 years. That is, there may have been sufficient continuity in community membership to maintain tribelet, or forge a new collective identity similar to the path followed by Tenaya, but there is no evidence that this was the case for those people who took up residence within missions. Demographic data presented by Philip Walker and John Johnson suggest one reason for the dissolution of community and identity within mission sex and age distributions in native populations were radically altered by misionization, likely undermining community structure and practices that contributed to sustainability and quality of life. The Spanish practice of bringing together native peoples of disparate cultural affiliation also likely worked against such cohesion, as Lightfoot notes that this policy of reduction involved the aggregation of people from many small polities, often with different languages and dialects, in large, crowded neophyte communities. His process went against the innate centripetal tendency of most native Californians, who enjoyed highly dispersed and fluid settlement patterns. No doubt the surveillance and restrictions imposed by missionaries, especially with respect to traditional ritual, also precluded meaningful community building. Alternatively, Sarah Pilo has suggested that ceramic vessel production practices largely introduced into native California by the Spanish created communities of practice that could have formed the basis for a new common identity and community as defined herein. She was unable to find any evidence that such new identities were created, however, and also noted that ceramic 243 production created arenas for social distinction within indigenous communities that may have undermined community. Instead of substituting for traditional community life, the structure of and interactions within mission communities dictated by the padres rather than native neophytes represented a different process of community formation and maintenance that did not affirm shared identity and purpose. The neophytes were not ultimately responsible for sustaining this strange way of life and so were not sustained by it. It is also important to note that native community or individual decision-making in coastal areas regarding forms of entanglement with Spanish colonialism affected sustainability and quality of life. The most fundamental decision in this regard was determining whether and when to enter into relations with one or more of the institutional options with which they were presented. John Douglas and his colleagues provide a detailed example of just such decision-making in their study of Gabrielino/Tongva villages of the Los Angeles Basin based on mission records. Their study reveals 4 alternatives that were exercised by native individuals: be baptized and relocate to a mission, abandoning one's native village, remain in one's native village but labor at a nearby rancho, remain in one's own or an adopted native village and labor in a nearby pueblo, or reject all aspects of the new colonial structure as much as possible, and either stay in their village of origin or move to a more remote area and join a refuge community. Given that more than one option was available, dispersal of community members was almost inevitable. While such decisions may have been made earlier, the establishment of ranchos within traditional native territories in the early 1800s seems to be the critical point when decisions could no longer be delayed. As Douglas and his colleagues note, within just a few years of the establishment of ranchos, native villages often disintegrated. It is likely that some of these native inhabitants left their villages to live on the ranchos themselves as workers, but it appears that a large number left their native villages for the missions, probably never to return. The catalyst was probably degradation of traditional resources by livestock and cultivation, factors that did not pertain to interior areas such as Yosemite Valley. 244. The community as a strategy for survival. While support of the physical health of individuals was certainly important to native people during and in the immediate aftermath of lethal disease events, so too was short-term quality of life and long-term sustainability of the living organism of community to which they belonged. Without the sense of shared responsibility and commitment that community entailed, individuals likely found themselves without support beyond that of their immediate family and lacking the ability to acquire, defend, and perhaps even access necessary subsistence resources. Equally important, however, if daily practice, ritual, belief, and identity did not endure in some form through the concerted efforts of the survivors, the community itself faded in fact for those individuals during their lifetime. By maintaining community outside of colonial institutions, native people were able to establish their own priorities for quality of life and achieve sustainability on their own terms. Ultimately, it is neither the suffering of individuals nor the number of survivors of introduced fatal diseases that is, the two scales at which the question is often examined that should determine how colonial-era native mortality is understood by the public and, 2, whether a tribe is granted recognition from the federal government as a sovereign nation. Rather, the quality of life and sustainability of the communities to which native individuals belonged are critical to such understanding, and strategies for community survival were ongoing and evidently flexible as circumstances and perceptions of community health demanded. Study of the colonial-era experience of indigenous groups in the hinterlands and colonized zones of Alta California with respect to community brings such processes and outcomes into stark relief. Such a perspective prompts us to more thoroughly consider and recognize the diversity of experiences of various native groups. Although native people in both contexts were exposed to lethal pathogens that resulted in catastrophic mortality, native groups beyond the bounds of colonial institutions, free to rebuild their communities in the wake of disease, clearly made numerous decisions over many years that supported this goal. The scale of Native socio-political organization in California likely makes such stories especially visible with respect to Native engagement with the Spanish, but the same Native. 245. Decision-making process likely played out for larger polities elsewhere in North America that interacted with the Spanish, English, French, or Dutch. Even there, Native affinity at the local level probably factored into experience and survival. 10. The pestilent serpent colonialism, health, and indigenous demographics. James F. Brooks. Deep in the summer of 1989, I found myself at Onaslant Village, a reconstructed Mandan Earth Lodge settlement in Fort Lincoln State Park near Mandan, North Dakota, at the junction of the Missouri and Heart Rivers. Founded around AD 1575 by Mandan families who had hived off from 3 nearby villages responding to population increase and the need for new cultivation fields in the Missouri River bottomlands, Onaslant now hosted living history and cultural talks for local school children and the occasional tourist. This day, a graduate school colleague and I had come to film a public storytelling afternoon offered by Marie, one of only a handful of surviving fluent Mandan speakers and a custodian of tribal history. Thunderheads built over the western bluffs, and the afternoon grew increasingly humid. Marie sat in a folding lawn chair in the shade of a massive cottonwood, a worn star quilt over her lap, despite the heat. Most of her tales were coyote stories, trickster tales filled with humor, details of the natural world, and not so subtle life lessons to pass along moral and behavioral norms. But as the shadows grew long and listeners drifted away, she paused, took a slow drink of iced tea, and transitioned into what emerged as her version of the narrative underlying the Mandan Snow Owl Bundle Society and its ceremonies. Snow Owl Bundle owners held arrow-making knowledge and, with those, bison-calling powers. The main bundle owner held exclusive rights to these bison-calling rights and could be solicited to perform the bison-calling ceremony, which normally took place in late winter to draw bison down into the river bottoms, where they could be slain more easily than on the frigid snow-blown uplands. The Snow Owl Bundle constituted just one among a complex of some 20 bundle rituals, noted by ethnographers in the early 20th century. Startled to hear what would normally be a story told only in winter months unfolding before us, I switched off the video camera and pointed its lens skyward, in the hope that Marie would understand that I recognized the sensitivity of what she was doing and could thus perhaps gain her trust in the days and months ahead. Her narrative began in terms somewhat familiar to me from earlier publications. During eagle trapping season, ancient Mandans had resettled to seasonal dwellings on creek branches north of their winter villages, where men like Black Wolf dug pits atop the high buttes and, from those hidden traps, seized eagles that dove down to take the bait rabbits. This warm afternoon as he lay in his eagle trapping pit, Black Wolf fell asleep, and when he awoke found himself trapped by a huge stone that had covered the pit mouth. Eventually working his way out from the pit, Black Wolf discovered himself a prisoner in unfamiliar country. Black Wolf turned out to be the captive of an elderly arrow maker, Big Man, and his blonde-haired dwarf assistant, fair-complected and yellow-haired Little Man. The arrow maker set a challenge to Black Wolf to hunt a large white elk that lived in a lake to the north, the pursuit of which was assisted by a series of grandmothers in the form of Earth Lodge-dwelling mice and moles. The moles eventually tunneled far beneath the earth and provided Black Wolf with the opportunity to surprise and kill the white elk from below, while it slept. Although his captor, Big Man, enjoyed 3 meals from the elk, he soon ordered another trial, the capture of 4 Stripes, a man who lived far to the west, near the ocean. Black Wolf assumed the form of a raven in order to more quickly reach the seashore. With the help of White-tailed Deer Woman, who molded his body with her hands to transform him into a comely human woman to better attract his quarry, Black Wolf Woman began strolling the beach in search of 4 Stripes. From the ocean, however, crawled snakes that slyly offered assistance in hopes of making him their prey. These he overcame one by one until the 4th, a massive creature whose body was covered in bloody sores and oozing pustules, crawled from the sea. It came for Black Wolf with mouth agape, trapping Black Wolf Woman between the waves and the forest. Finally, Black Wolf Woman jumped inside that serpent's mouth, said Marie, and once inside used her flint knife to cut her way outside again. That is how Black Wolf conquered the monsters of the beach and was able to take Four Stripes' head, which he carried back to Big Man. Big Man, thrilled with the gift, assumed his spirit animal form, that of the snow owl, and gifted his arrow-making tools, as well as his arrow-making knowledge, to Black Wolf, with orders that the medicine be curated in the snow owl bundle. Although the snakes on the beach scene was familiar to me from published versions of the snow owl ceremony, the precise rendering of Marie's monstrous snake scene struck me as noteworthy and has stayed with me through the more than 25 years that have elapsed since that day. My fieldwork that season resulted in an essay in which I avoided this incident entirely. I did, however, make an effort to argue that historians take oral sources seriously for their ability to enrich Native American history. Not until the editors of this book invited me to offer some forward-looking remarks to this volume did the afternoon at On a Slant Village came back to me. Why, I wondered, does a pox-ridden monster suddenly appear in an oft-told tale about the founding of an important medicine bundle? Given the oddness of Marie's desire to share this story during the summer months, I shied away from asking her about this version's origins, although nothing about her presentation suggested that she was winging it on her own inspiration. One likely impulse, it seems to me, lay in our venue, On a Slant Village. As one of a cluster of 9 densely populated and vital Mandan villages around the Hart/Missouri confluence, On a Slant probably hosted Pierre Gaultier de Varennes, Sieur de la Vérendrye, and his son Louis Joseph in 1738 on their explorations from French outposts in Canada toward the Rocky Mountains, in search of the River of the West that would span the continent. The Vérendrye family would pass through again in 1742, on a journey that would demonstrate that horse, gun, and slave trading indeed spanned the Rockies, with animals and humans. 252 J.F. Brooks. Transported as far as the Pacific coast. In the middle years of the 18th century, On a Slant was just one of a powerful complex of villages that lay at the heart of the world. Yet Mandan supremacy in the center of the northern plains would disintegrate within a single lifetime. Decimated by the continental smallpox epidemic of 1775–82, in 1781 a few remaining families took their household goods and medicine bundles and joined other such refugees Mandans and Hidatsas both to establish a new mixed tribal settlement of 5 villages at the junction of the Knife and Missouri rivers. Meriwether Lewis and George Rogers Clark would settle in with them there over the winter of 1804–5. However idiosyncratic, Marie's version of the narrative now strikes me as a bridge into key themes and issues that guided the organizers of the Amaranth Seminar and the contributors to this book. Her story featured common motifs: a hero undertaking challenges that would, should he succeed in overcoming them, benefit all of his people, and a plotting that moves Black Wolf from the upper Missouri River to the shores of the Pacific. That Dent Alia shell trade beads from the Pacific appear in river village sites dating to the pre-contact eras signals the extent of economic networks, if not face-to-face trade by itinerant traders. That a snake monster could manifest the physical symptoms of an array of diseases in Marie's narrative also alerts us to the enduring tragedy of how the 1780 and 1837 epidemics of that disease very nearly obliterated the Mandans, as well as their neighboring allies the Hidatsas and Arikaras. Provocative to me was the possibility in her tale that the variola virus might have traveled eastward from the northwest coast to at least some interior peoples, rather than to the northern plains via Great Basin Shoshone who had acquired the pestilence when trading with the Spanish colony in New Mexico, who then passed the microbes along to the Crows, frequent raiding and trading partners of the river village tribes. The latter argument proved an important counter-narrative to the popular assumption that it arrived via flatboats moving up the Missouri, yet leaves open the possibility of introduction from the Puget Sound and Columbia River contact zones. The pestilent serpent 253. Marie's version of the snow owl narrative makes one wonder whether the disease moved in 3 directions at once, a pincer of death that ravaged the peoples caught between. Robert Boyd identifies smallpox outbreaks in the Puget Sound area as early as 1770, allowing a full decade through which the microorganisms could travel down the line into the interior. The disease struck even more virulently in 1784, as the waves of death that had begun on the East Coast worked their way around Cape Horn or across the Pacific. And native peoples incorporated that trauma into oral tradition, considering the plague a consequence of their incessant feuds and small wars, a punishment for moral wickedness, or the consequence of eating salmon that carried the disease. We should admit to imagination, however, the possibility that a heretofore unknown virulent autochthonous disease, entirely distinct from Old World pathogens, may be hinted at in her Snow Owl narrative, given the temporal depth of the story, which contains no other flags of historic era origin like those I worked with in my article on factionalism and the origin of the Crow Nation. Whatever the precise dating and vectors of the tragedy, On Iceland lay empty by 1781, its abandonment doubtless attended by similar efforts to make sense of the trauma within Mandan custom. In this case, the presence of the monstrous pox-ridden snake signals a harbinger of sorrow. Yet there also exists in Black Wolf's story the aspect of surmounting the disease. This, too, echoes in the Mandan story, one of repeated assaults on life, culture, and sovereignty and equally repeated strategies for overcoming those assaults. In 1837, of course, the Knife River villages suffered a second wave of smallpox, reducing the three tribes' population by more than 50%. The Mandans numbered only 125 souls when the ravages passed, Arikaras but 300, and Hidatsas around 500. With this larger context, like that provided by this volume, we can see in the Snow Owl story at once the local effects and the larger, regional, processes of epidemic and cultural response. In the case of Black Wolf, at least, it was a successful response, as he destroyed the pestilent serpent. Although many indigenous people vanished beneath the cluster bomb devastation of microbes, enslavement, deracination, and deculturation, others did not. Despite the relentless assault that Mandans, Hidatsas, and Arikaras suffered from Sioux and Assiniboine enemies, from the smallpox plagues of 1780, 1837, and yet another in 1856, after which the new mixed settlement at Like Fishhook village was established, forced relocation in the 1950s by the Army Corps of Engineers with the construction of the Garrison Dam, and today, the overwhelming social challenges attendant to the fracking boom in North Dakota. These peoples persist in asserting land and sovereignty rights within the limits of federal law. And in that triumph may lie the rebirth of Indian nations. This volume, with its continental sweep, disciplinary range, and array of case studies, does much to clear away the simple-minded determinism that has come to predominate the public mind. The archaeologists, biological anthropologists, and historians collected herein present a new vision and sense of scholarly duty. From early contact, Arola, Florida, to the archaeology of the proto to historic eastern woodlands, from the racially marginalizing social violence of colonial Mexico and the bioarchaeology of structural violence in contact zones to contending memories of colonial and Cherokee peoples' descriptions of smallpox effects in the 18th century Southeast, from the socially and culturally devastating impacts of captive taking and slave raids across the continent as the Atlantic economy intersected with indigenous networks to variations in community structures and responses to colonial-era destabilizations in the periphery of Spanish Alta California, and finally to a long view of native adjustments and persistence over 2 centuries in New England, we now comprehend a fully three-dimensional view of the issue. As the editors make clear in their introduction, the inevitable and accidental nature of the trauma visited upon the indigenous peoples of Turtle Island by the dispersal of invisible and unpremeditated microbial broadcasting can no longer relieve the heirs of colonialism from moral responsibility. We may never know the full extent of native depopulation, given the notoriously slim and problematic evidence that is available for indigenous communities during the colonial period, but what is certain is that a generation of scholars has significantly overemphasized disease as the cause of depopulation, downplaying the active role of Europeans in inciting wars, destroying livelihoods, and erasing identities. Yet throughout, we see that the indigenous peoples of North America, even in the midst of catastrophic population declines from the cluster bombs, found ways to reconstitute families, clans, tribes, and nations toward cultural survival. This noteworthy phenomenon was perhaps first announced by James H. Merrill in his 1989 book, The Indian's New World, Catawbas and Their Neighbors from European Contact Through the Era of Removal, in which he shows over 2 long centuries the social creativity and strength through which native nations of the Carolinas and Virginia engaged the 3 intrusions: alien microbes, Atlantic economy traders, and colonial settlers that shattered pre-contact tribes. The Catawbas, like so many pre-contact socio-political units, remade themselves to accommodate new members from refugee communities. Enos, Akanichis, Wadaris, Kayayuis, Chirras, and others found shelter and new life in the Catawba Nation. Merrill captured well both the success of this survival strategy and the hardship on peoples who evacuated traditional lands with little more than their immediate possessions. As they rewove the social fabric into new designs, language, ceremonial life, kinship, and descent systems, as well as economic activities, were remade to allow continuation of indigenous life. The chapters in this volume follow Merrill with fresh cases of native reconstitution, ranging from New England to the removal era southeast to the valleys of the Sierra Nevada. In doing so, they remind us that the notion of community takes many forms, some of which proved more able to negotiate cultural difference than others and therefore shaped capacity for cultural persistence. Yet these cases take up their story generally with the advent of Europeans and Africans on the shores of the Americas. As much as I profited by the new knowledge contained therein, I also found myself wondering about the temporal depth of this remarkable adaptive capacity. I questioned whether we should not look into the deep history of the indigenous Americas to see whether demographic traumas in the pre-contact eras might have prepared many native peoples with some of the very tools they would use to survive colonialism. I argued recently that in the pre-colonial Southwest, ancestral Puebloan people had experienced cycles of evangelism in the form of powerful numinous movements like the Chaco phenomenon and the Katsina religion. 256 J. F. Brooks. That shaped their variegated responses to the arrival of Franciscan missionaries in the 17th century. George Milner's contribution to the volume addresses this issue in important ways. His treatment of the pre-contact vacant quarter debates confirms that between AD 1300 and 1500 vast expanses of the Mississippian cultural world lay empty, apparently the consequence of disintegrating socio-political systems, widespread intergroup warfare, and morbidity associated with the deleterious consequences to public health of intensified agriculture and densely aggregated urban settlements like Cahokia, Kincaid, Angel, and Estelin. Depopulation required innovations in the ability of communities to reform themselves, well before the first Spanish intrusions. New marriage systems may have allowed the integration of outsider women, and the widespread patterns of captive raiding and adoption detailed in Catherine Cameron's essay may have been redeployed from the purpose of garnering sacrificial victims for satisfaction of the gods to the augmentation of living communities. These creative adjustments are illustrated in the historic period in Alan Swedlund's discussion of New England tribes and given fine-grained elucidation in either their failures or their successes in Kathleen Hull's comparison of Spanish mission, associated Indians with those of the Yosemite Valley. Thus, pre-colonial trauma led to the crafting of solutions employed during the colonial era. Similar depopulation seemed to have occurred simultaneously in the American Southwest and perhaps inspired similar social experimentation. A robust population of some 20,000 Hohokam peoples in the Phoenix and Tucson basins in the early AD 1300s had declined precipitously by the time Jesuit missionaries arrived in the late 17th century, and little evidence exists of outmigration to new areas. Other regions in the Southwest, especially the Colorado Plateau, show marked, if not complete, loss of population during the same period, with estimates for the northern region showing approximately 100,000 residents in AD 1400 declining to some 65,000 by the arrival of Francisco de Coronado in 1540. Students of the mystery have identified warfare, nutritional stress, and unhealthy living conditions that lowered fertility rates and/or increased mortality as likely causes. Strong empirical data make it clear that population decline began well before the pestilent serpent 257. European diseases could have been a causal factor. The general health situation before people left parts of the Southwest, according to the latest synthesis, included problems associated with inadequate protein, illnesses associated with weaning, and a continuing low level of infectious disease. Again, intensified agriculture and dense settlement lay at the heart of the crisis. It seems that children at all sites and at all times after the advent of agriculture suffered ill health, chronic malnutrition, and high infectious disease rates that seemed to function in synergistic interaction. Even small changes in fertility and life expectancy, argue these scholars, can result in a slow contraction of population, slow enough that people might not be aware of the trend. But under such circumstances, total populations decrease remarkably quickly. In a wider analysis of demographic health across the continent, evidence for tuberculosis has grown steadily, suggesting that tuberculosis was widespread through the Americas before European contact and was concentrated in populations with high densities and lifestyles conducive to the spread of the disease. Depopulation of whole regions, of course, does not necessarily signal complete population loss, and we know from the Southwest, at least, that some of its own vacant quarters were the consequence of community-level emigration to new locations. This seems to account for the lesser decline in relative population between the Phoenix/Tucson basins and that of the Colorado Plateau, as at least some of the former residents of the plateau likely resettled in the upper Rio Grande valleys. Such migrations likely prefigured some of the adaptive strategies we witness later among the Pueblo peoples of the Southwest once they were forced to deal with even greater perils associated with the colonial cluster bombs of Spanish settler colonialism, strategies that are now reflected in the essential identity of Pueblo peoples. Among today's citizens of Santa Clara Pueblo is Tessie Naranjo, director of the Northern Pueblos Institute at Northern New Mexico Community College in nearby Española. Naranjo often describes the essence of Tewa history and culture in a single, potent metaphor: life as movement. This includes physical movement from 258 J.F. Brooks. One place to another, the movement that was so fundamental to Pueblo people's way of life in the past. But it is also movement that characterizes life itself, the constant movement of changing circumstances. This metaphor, and others embedded in Tewa stories, shapes who we are as Pueblo people and provides a foundation for our community life. Tewa migrations are not unlike those called out in Merrill's treatment of the Catawbas in the colonial era, wholesale relocations of communities born of the imperative for preservation that would, in time, become aspects of essential Indian identity. Once we recognize this fundamental reality, the histories of the region's Puebloan peoples and the histories of migrants like Apaches, Navajos, Utes, and Comanches begin to intersect in fascinating ways. If we set aside outdated notions of sedentary peoples versus their nomadic neighbors and recognize that ecological fluctuation, epidemic disease, cultural tension, and innovation as well as the simple human disposition toward restlessness shape the lives and decisions of all peoples in the Southwest, we begin to discern a mosaic of movement, culture contact, exchange, conflict, and accommodation that moves us closer to understanding the sweep of Indian history and experience across the American continent more broadly. The evacuations of the Colorado Plateau, the vacant quarter, and perhaps other regions in pre-contact North America not only alert us to demographic dislocations that predate those discussed in this volume but also ask us to think in deeper terms about the ways in which indigenous Americans managed their way through these traumas in ways that transcend conventional chronology. Maurice Mandan ancestors and their Arikara neighbors, likely descendants of those peoples flung outward by the centrifugal explosion of the Cahokian world, were the product of new community creation in the centuries after AD 1400. Tessie Naranjo's Tewa kinspeople are likewise the continuation of communities that left the Colorado Plateau as crop failures, malnutrition, infant mortality, eruptions of intra- and inter-community warfare, and loss of confidence in their spiritual leaders spurred them to look for new lands and renewed life in the Rio Grande Valley. The Cherokees, whose depth of experience may have allowed them to avoid recontagion with smallpox in 1780, as proposed by Paul Kelton, today number well over 300,000 citizens, more than the total U.S. Indian population at its late 19th century nadir of 250,000. Their endurance seems the consequence of reconstitution of the nation by the absorption of other southeastern native peoples as well as African and European affines. The Navajo Nation exceeds 300,000 citizens as well. Their case presents a particular puzzle, in that no documentary records exist for epidemic disease among the Navajos in the colonial era. Their population grew, according to Spanish, Mexican, and American censuses, from some 4,000 in the 18th century to 9,000 in 1868 to 18,000 in 1892. Even cholera and other illnesses associated with the crowded conditions and poor sanitation of the Navajos at Bosque Redondo seem not to have afflicted them as severely as many other Indian groups. Only the influenza epidemic of 1918-19 wrought severe declines among the Navajos, as it did without discretion among most poor Americans unable to receive medical assistance. It may be that the long tradition of integrating adoptees into the tribe insulated Navajos from the decimation suffered by neighboring Puebloan peoples. This reader, at least, not only gained critical new knowledge of the complex forces endured by indigenous peoples with the conquest of the Americas, treated so thoroughly in this collection, but also gained an appreciation for the palette of survival skills among North American indigenes who escaped obliteration under colonialism and the expansion of the American Empire. As David Arnold wrote not long ago, hanging settlement patterns, the rise of syncretic revivalistic religions, and native acceptance of Christianity and capitalism, suggest not only cultural destruction, but they also speak to the ways that Native Americans actively responded to such calamitous events and began to remake their lives, reassign meaning to their world, and reconstruct their cultures. That creative impulse may have, as I argue above, drawn upon what Cherokee author Christopher Tutton has called deep waters of experience. As David Jones argues in concluding his comprehensive and convincing overview of the determinists versus the contingents school of analysis, scholars must continue to do their part to find valuable data that have not yet been found. The path forward seems clear, and this book lies at its entrance.